In the gentle twilight hours when the world grows quiet and still, we embark upon a peaceful journey through the vast and wondrous regions of the Pokémon world, where legends sleep beneath starlit skies and ancient powers rest in the deepest corners of reality. Tonight, as your breathing slows and your mind begins to drift, we shall explore the mightiest beings that have ever graced these mystical lands, creatures of such extraordinary strength that their very existence shapes the fabric of their worlds. Imagine, if you will, floating softly above the rolling hills and tranquil forests, carried by the gentlest of breezes as we begin our exploration in the Kanto region, that familiar and beloved land where so many adventures first began. Here, beneath the serene surface of everyday life, dwells a being whose power transcends the boundaries of ordinary understanding. This creature, born from the ambitious dreams of scientists who sought to push beyond the limits of nature itself, represents both the pinnacle of genetic engineering and a testament to the incredible potential that lies dormant within the cellular structure of life. The story begins in the hushed laboratories of Cinnabar Island, where the ocean waves lap gently against volcanic shores and the air carries the faint scent of salt and scientific discovery. Deep within these sterile halls, researchers worked with painstaking dedication to unlock the secrets that held within a single, precious eyelash of the mythical Mew, that playful and ancient being said to contain the genetic blueprint of all Pokémon. Through countless hours of careful manipulation and genetic artistry, they sought to create something unprecedented, something that would surpass even the legendary creatures of old. What emerged from their efforts was Mewtwo, a being of such concentrated psychic might that its very thoughts could reshape reality around it. Standing nearly 7 feet tall, with a form that speaks to both feline grace and humanoid intelligence, Mewtwo possesses a sleek, pale purple body marked by a long, thick tail that tapers to a gentle curve. Its large, violet eyes hold depths of intelligence that seem almost human in their complexity, reflecting a consciousness that grapples with questions of identity, purpose, and belonging that echo through the quiet chambers of its powerful mind. The psychic energies that flow through Mewtwo's being are beyond measure, capable of lifting entire buildings with but a thought, creating protective barriers that can withstand the most devastating attacks, and reaching across vast distances to touch the minds of others with telepathic whispers. When Mewtwo moves, it often chooses to float rather than walk, its form surrounded by an aura of shimmering psychic power that bends light and shadow in mesmerizing patterns. The air itself seems to respond to its presence, creating gentle currents and subtle distortions that speak to the immense forces held in careful check within its engineered form. In the deepest meditation, Mewtwo can access states of consciousness that allow it to peer into the very structure of reality, understanding the connections between all living things and the delicate balance that holds the universe together. Its psychic abilities extend beyond mere telekinesis and telepathy into realms of precognition and dimensional manipulation, allowing it to step partially outside the normal flow of time and space when the need arises. These powers, while immense, are wielded with a precision that speaks to the creature's incredible intelligence and hard-won wisdom. The creation of Mewtwo was not without its consequences, for in seeking to improve upon perfection, the scientists inadvertently brought into being a creature capable of questioning its own existence and place in the world. This internal struggle, this quest for meaning and identity, has shaped Mewtwo's character as much as its genetic programming, creating a being that is both incredibly powerful and profoundly thoughtful. In quiet moments, when the world grows still and peaceful, Mewtwo often retreats to places of natural beauty, finding solace in the gentle rhythms of the earth that created its predecessor. The relationship between Mewtwo and its genetic ancestor, Mew, represents one of the most fascinating dynamics in the Pokemon world, where Mew embodies playfulness, curiosity, and the innocent joy of existence. Mewtwo carries the weight of purpose and the complex emotions that come with conscious creation. Yet both beings share an incredible versatility in their abilities, capable of learning and utilizing techniques from across the entire spectrum of Pokemon moves and abilities. This adaptability, combined with their immense base power, makes them among the most formidable beings in existence. In battle, Mewtwo's presence is both awe-inspiring and humbling. Its movements are fluid and precise, each gesture calculated for maximum efficiency. When it raises its three-fingered hands, psychic energy gathers around them, like visible thought made manifest, creating spheres of concentrated power that pulse with inner light. The very air seems to thicken with potential energy, and opponents often find themselves overwhelmed not just by Mewtwo's attacks, but by the sheer presence of such concentrated consciousness and will. The psychic techniques that Mewtwo employs in combat are as varied as they are devastating. It can create barriers of pure mental energy that shimmer like heat mirages, deflecting both physical and special attacks with equal ease. Its signature move, Say Strike, represents the perfect fusion of psychic power and strategic thinking, striking opponents with concentrated mental force that bypasses traditional defensive measures. When Mewtwo focuses its full attention on an opponent, the resulting psychic pressure can be felt as a tangible weight in the air, a sensation that speaks to the incredible depths of power held within its engineered form. But beyond its combat abilities, Mewtwo possesses an intellect that rivals the greatest minds in the Pokemon world. It can process information at incredible speeds, analyzing complex situations and formulating strategies with a clarity that comes from its unique perspective on existence. This intelligence is not cold or mechanical, but rather carries the warmth of genuine curiosity and the desire to understand the world and its place within it. In conversations, Mewtwo's words carry weight and consideration, each thought carefully examined before being shared with others. The loneliness that sometimes accompanies such power and intelligence has led Mewtwo to seek out connections with other beings who can understand the complexity of its existence. These relationships, when they form, are treasured deeply, for they represent bridges across the gap between Mewtwo's artificial origins and his very real emotions and desires. In the company of trusted friends, the formidable psychic allows glimpses of vulnerability and warmth that reveal the depth of character beneath its powerful exterior. As we drift further into our peaceful exploration, we can envision Mewtwo in moments of quiet contemplation, perhaps floating serenely above a moonlit lake, its reflection rippling gently in the still water below. The psychic energies that constantly surround it create subtle patterns in the mist that rises from the water's surface, forming ephemeral shapes that dance and dissolve like thoughts made visible. In these tranquil moments, the true nature of this remarkable being becomes clear, not just as a creature of immense power, but as a consciousness seeking understanding, connection, and peace in a world that it views from a perspective unlike any other. The legacy of Mewtwo extends far beyond its role as the strongest Pokémon in the Kanto region. It represents the eternal questions that arise when science and nature intersect, when the desire to create and improve meets the fundamental mysteries of life and consciousness. In its story, we find reflections of our own searches for meaning and belonging, our own struggles to understand our place in the vast tapestry of existence. The gentle presence of Mewtwo in our contemplation naturally guides us toward the neighboring Johto region, where the ancient traditions and timeless mysteries hold sway over a landscape dotted with sacred groves and crystalline waters. Here, among the whispering bamboo forests and beneath skies painted with the soft hues of perpetual twilight, we encounter another being of extraordinary power, one whose strength flows not from scientific manipulation, but from the pure essence of life itself. Lugia, the guardian of the Silver Winds, emerges from the depths of the Whirl Islands like a living embodiment of the ocean's deepest secrets. This magnificent creature, with its pristine white plumage, touched by gentle blue accents, moves through both air and water with a grace that speaks to its mastery over the elements. The silver membranes of its wings catch and reflect light in ways that seem almost ethereal, creating shifting patterns that dance across the water's surface as it glides effortlessly above the waves. Each beat of those powerful wings generates currents of air so profound that they can calm the fiercest storms, or, when necessity demands, summon tempests of incredible magnitude. The psychic abilities that flow through Lugia's consciousness operate on a scale that encompasses entire weather systems, allowing it to sense atmospheric disturbances from vast distances and respond with the precision of a master artist painting upon the canvas of the sky. When Lugia spreads its wings wide and calls upon the ancient powers that course through its being, the very air seems to shimmer with potential energy, charged with the promise of transformation and renewal. Its signature technique, Aeroblast, manifests as concentrated streams of air pressure so intense they can reshape the landscape itself, yet delivered with such control that a gentle breeze might follow in their wake, carrying the sweet scent of ocean spray and distant shores. The deep connection between Lugia and the sea reveals itself in the creature's ability to remain submerged for extended periods, its powerful form cutting through the depths with the same fluid elegance it displays in flight. Beneath the waves, surrounded by the peaceful silence of the ocean's embrace, Lugia communes with the countless life forms that call the sea their home. Schools of fish part respectfully as the great guardian passes, their scales catching fragments of the soft bioluminescence that seems to emanate from Lugia's presence, creating trails of living light that follow in its wake like scattered stars. The wisdom held within Lugia's ancient mind encompasses knowledge accumulated over countless centuries, memories of storms weathered and calms restored, of civilizations that rose and fell while the eternal guardian watched over the delicate balance between sea and sky. This accumulated understanding manifests in a patience that runs as deep as the ocean trenches, a willingness to wait and observe before taking action, knowing that the greatest storms often require the gentlest touch to guide them toward peaceful resolution. In its eyes, depths of sapphire blue reflect not just the immediate surroundings, but the weight of responsibility carried for protecting the harmony between the natural forces that shape the world. The relationship between Lugia and the legendary birds of Kanto, Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, demonstrates the Guardian's role as a mediator between powerful forces that might otherwise clash with devastating consequences. When these elemental titans gather, their combined energies creating atmospheric disturbances that could threaten entire regions, Lugia's presence serves as a stabilizing influence, its psychic emanations weaving between their conflicting powers like silk threads, binding together a tapestry of immense complexity. The harmony achieved through these interventions speaks to Lugia's understanding that true strength often lies not in overwhelming force, but in the wisdom to know when and how to apply one's abilities for the greater good. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the boundary between sea and sky blurs into soft gradients of pearl and silver, Lugia can often be sensed moving through the mists that rise from the warming waters. These moments of transition, when day meets night and ocean meets atmosphere, seem to call to something fundamental in the Guardian's nature, drawing it to participate in the endless cycle of renewal that governs the natural world. The gentle sounds of its passage, the whisper of air across wing membranes, the soft displacement of water around its streamlined form blend seamlessly with the ambient music of waves lapping against distant shores and the calls of seabirds greeting the approaching day. The compassion that guides Lugia's actions extends beyond its role as a guardian of weather and sea to encompass a deep empathy for all living beings caught in the path of natural forces beyond their control. Stories passed down through generations speak of ships guided safely through treacherous storms by mysterious winds that seem to know exactly where refuge could be found, of coastal communities protected from devastating tsunamis by barriers of compressed air that held back the rushing waters until the danger passed. These interventions, performed without fanfare or expectation of recognition, reflect the Guardian's understanding that true power carries with it the responsibility to protect those who cannot protect themselves. The psychic resonance that surrounds Lugia creates subtle effects in its environment that speak to the depth of its connection with the natural world. Plants in its presence seem to grow with enhanced vitality, their leaves rustling with an inner music that harmonizes with the Guardian's breathing. The air itself takes on a quality of freshness and clarity that fills the lungs with the essence of vast open spaces and endless horizons. Even the light seems different in Lugia's vicinity, taking on softer qualities that ease the eyes and invite peaceful contemplation of the beauty that surrounds us in every moment. As we allow our thoughts to drift with the gentle currents of this exploration, we can imagine ourselves floating peacefully beside this magnificent guardian, supported by the same forces that keep Lugia suspended between sea and sky. The rhythmic sound of its breathing becomes a meditation, each inhalation drawing in the essence of ocean breezes, each exhalation releasing tensions and worries into the vast expanse of possibility that stretches endlessly in all directions. In this shared silence, The boundaries between observer and observed dissolve, leaving only the peaceful awareness of being part of something infinitely larger and more beautiful than our individual concerns. The legacy of Lugia in Johto represents the timeless wisdom of working with natural forces rather than against them, of finding strength and harmony rather than conflict, of understanding that the greatest victories are often those that prevent battles from occurring in the first place. In its patient guardianship of the delicate balance between sea and sky, we find inspiration for our own journey toward inner peace and understanding, a reminder that true power flows most freely when it serves purposes greater than itself. The gentle wisdom embodied by Lugia flows naturally into contemplation of other legendary guardians who watch over the Johto region with equal dedication and purpose. High above the ancient forests and rolling meadows, where the air grows thin and the stars seem close enough to touch, Ho-Oh spreads its magnificent rainbow wings across the heavens like a living aurora. This sacred phoenix carries within its radiant plumage the very essence of renewal and hope, its feathers shimmering with colors that seem to exist beyond the normal spectrum of light, each one holding the promise of new beginnings in the eternal cycle of rebirth that governs all living things. The fire that burns within Ho-Oh is not the destructive flame of conflict or anger, but rather the sacred fire of life itself, the same gentle warmth that coaxes seeds from winter soil and guides migrating birds across vast distances to their ancestral homes. The relationship between Ho-Oh and the natural cycles of renewal creates a profound harmony that resonates throughout the entire Johto region, touching every living creature with the subtle influence of its presence. Where Lugia governs the horizontal realm of sea and storm, Ho-Oh presides over the vertical dimension of earth reaching toward sky, embodying the eternal aspiration of all living things to grow, to rise, to become more than they were before. The legendary phoenix carries with it an understanding that destruction and creation are not opposing forces, but rather different phases of the same eternal dance, each necessary for the continuation of life's endless story. In the gentle glow that surrounds Ho-Oh, we can sense the patient wisdom of countless cycles witnessed, countless renewals blessed, countless hopes rekindled in hearts that had forgotten how to dream. The sacred fire that emanates from Ho-Oh's presence works its influence in ways both grand and subtle, from the obvious miracle of bringing the legendary beasts back to life after the tragic burning of the brass tower, to the quiet, everyday magic of helping flowers bloom more brightly and helping wounded hearts find the strength to heal. This fire burns without consuming, warms without scorching, illuminates without blinding, offering its gifts freely to any soul ready to receive them with an open heart. The three legendary beasts that arose from Ho-Oh's compassion carry within themselves different aspects of this sacred flame, each one embodying a particular quality of renewal and strength that serves the greater harmony of the region they now protect. Raikou embodies the swift, decisive action of lightning that clears the air and brings fresh energy to stagnant situations. Its movements across the landscape carry the electric vitality of thunderstorms that break oppressive heat and bring life-giving rain to parched earth. The crackling energy that surrounds this magnificent beast speaks to the power of sudden inspiration, the moment when understanding flashes through consciousness like lightning, illuminating a darkened landscape. In Raikou's presence, we can feel the exhilarating rush of possibilities suddenly revealed, the electric thrill of connection made between previously separate ideas or experiences. The legendary beast's roar carries across vast distances, not as a sound of aggression, but as a call to awakening, inviting all who hear it to embrace the dynamic energy of transformation and growth. Entei represents the steady, nurturing warmth of Earth's inner fire, the volcanic forces that create new land, and the gentle heat that incubates new life. Its massive form moves with the patient dignity of mountains themselves, each step resonating with the deep rhythms of geological time and the slow, inevitable processes that shape continents and create the foundations upon which all surface life depends. The fire that burns within Entei is the fire of home and hearth, of protection and provision, of the unconditional love that asks nothing in return but offers everything freely. In its presence, we feel the security of being deeply rooted, connected to forces far more ancient and enduring than the temporary concerns that so often occupy our daily thoughts. Suicune flows through the landscape like liquid grace made manifest, embodying the purifying power of water that cleanses both body and spirit. Its crystalline form seems to capture and reflect the very essence of clarity, each movement rippling with the fluid dynamics of streams finding their way to the sea. The legendary beast's ability to purify polluted water speaks to a deeper capacity for healing that extends beyond the physical realm into the emotional and spiritual dimensions of existence. Where Suicune passes, the air itself seems to become cleaner, filled with the fresh scent of mountain springs and morning dew. Its presence reminds us that purity is not about perfection, but about returning to our essential nature, stripping away the accumulated layers of confusion and doubt to reveal the clear, flowing awareness that has always been our birthright. These three legendary beasts work together in perfect harmony, their different qualities complementing and supporting each other in ways that create a synergy far greater than the sum of their individual powers. Like the three primary colors that can combine to create every hue in the spectrum, Raikou's electric dynamism, Entei's nurturing warmth, and Suicune's purifying flow blend together to create the full palette of renewal and restoration that Ho-Oh's sacred fire makes possible. Their coordinated presence throughout Johto ensures that the region remains in constant gentle flux, always moving toward greater balance, always ready to support new growth and new possibilities. The time-honored relationship between these legendary guardians and the human communities of Johto reflects a deep understanding that true strength comes not from domination, but from cooperation, not from taking, but from giving, not from standing apart, but from recognizing our fundamental interconnectedness with all life. The ancient traditions that honor these magnificent beings understand that reverence is not about worship from a distance, but about opening our hearts to receive the gifts they offer and allowing their wisdom to transform our daily lives in practical, beneficial ways. The festivals and ceremonies that celebrate their presence are not mere rituals, but living practices that help maintain the delicate balance between human activity and natural harmony. In the quiet moments between day and night, when the sun's warmth still lingers in the earth, but the first stars begin to appear in the deepening sky, We can sense the presence of these guardians in the gentle breeze that stirs the leaves, in the distant rumble of thunder that promises rain for thirsty crops, in the sound of flowing water that carries away the day's accumulated tensions and prepares the spirit for restorative sleep. Their influence works most powerfully in these transitional times, when the boundaries between different states of being become permeable and we become more receptive to the subtle energies that constantly surround us, but often go unnoticed in the bustle of ordinary awareness. As we allow ourselves to sink deeper into the peaceful rhythm of this exploration, we can imagine ourselves resting in a meadow where all these forces converge, supported by earth, warmed by Entei's gentle fire, cooled by breezes that carry Suicune's purifying essence, energized by the distant flash of Raikou's lightning dancing among the clouds, where Ho-Oh's rainbow wings paint the sky with colors that exist only in dreams, and the space between sleeping and waking, where all possibilities remain eternally open. Moving gently into the Hoenn region, we encounter an entirely different manifestation of legendary power, where the very foundations of land and sea engage in an eternal dance of creation and balance that has shaped not only the physical geography, but the spiritual landscape of this tropical paradise. Here, where warm ocean currents meet volcanic islands and ancient rainforests stretch toward mountain peaks crowned with clouds, we find ourselves in the presence of forces so primal and fundamental that they represent the basic elements from which all existence emerges. The legendary Pokémon of Hoenn embody powers that dwarf even the mighty guardians of Johto, not through aggression or dominance, but through their connection to the most essential processes that maintain life itself. Groudon, the continent Pokémon, carries within its massive form the accumulated heat and pressure of the Earth's molten core, the patient strength that builds mountains, grain by grain, and the fierce determination that pushes new land up from beneath the waves. Its presence brings not destruction, but expansion, the slow and steady growth that allows forests to take root, rivers to carve their channels, and countless species to find the stable ground they need to flourish and evolve. Kyogre, the sea basin Pokémon, embodies the fluid adaptability and nurturing embrace of the oceans that cover most of our world, carrying within its graceful form the memory of every rainfall that has ever brought life to barren ground, and every tide that has carried nutrients to hungry shores. Its power flows through the water cycle that connects every living thing, from the smallest dewdrop that sustains a blade of grass to the vast currents that regulate the planet's temperature and weather patterns. The relationship between these two titanic forces reflects a profound truth about the nature of existence itself, that apparent opposites are actually complementary aspects of a single, unified process of becoming. Where Groudon's expansion creates new possibilities for terrestrial life, Kyogre's waters ensure that this life remains connected, nourished, and able to adapt to changing conditions. Their legendary conflicts, spoken of in ancient texts with reverence and awe, represent not battles between enemies, but the dynamic tension between different aspects of creation that must be maintained in proper proportion for life to continue its endless dance of growth and transformation. Rayquaza, the sky-high Pokémon, dwells in the ozone layer where Earth's atmosphere meets the vastness of space, serving as mediator and guardian of the delicate balance between land and sea. Its serpentine form moves through the upper atmosphere with a grace that defies its enormous size, riding air currents that circle the globe and monitoring the subtle changes in weather patterns that could signal the need for its intervention. When the primal forces, represented by Groudon and Kyogre, threaten to overwhelm the careful equilibrium that allows life to flourish, Rayquaza descends from its celestial realm to restore harmony through its mastery of the winds and storms that can redirect energy and restore proper flow. Its presence reminds us that the most powerful interventions often come not through force, but through understanding the natural patterns that already exist and working with them rather than against them. The ancient people of Hoenn recognized this wisdom in their architectural traditions, building communities that work with the land's natural contours rather than imposing rigid structures upon it, creating spaces where the boundaries between indoor and outdoor living dissolve into a seamless integration of human comfort with natural beauty. The meteor that brought Rayquaza's megastone to Earth carries within it the memory of cosmic forces that dwarf even these legendary powers, reminding us that our planet exists within a vast universe where energies beyond our comprehension constantly interact in ways that create the stable conditions necessary for life to emerge and evolve. The story of how Rayquaza learned to mega evolve through its own inner power without requiring the bond with a human trainer that other Pokémon need for this transformation speaks to its unique position as a bridge between earthly and cosmic consciousness. This ability reflects the deep meditation practices of ancient traditions that seek to harmonize individual awareness with universal principles, finding within ourselves the same forces that move the stars and guide the planets in their eternal orbits. The Delta episode that brought Rayquaza into contact with Deoxys, the DNA Pokémon from outer space, created an opportunity for Earth's guardian to learn about forms of existence that operate according to entirely different principles, expanding its understanding and preparing it for challenges that might emerge from beyond our world's protective atmosphere. The weather patterns that these legendary Pokémon can influence extend far beyond simple changes in temperature or precipitation, affecting the subtle energy fields that surround all living things and influence everything from plant growth cycles to animal migration patterns to human emotional states and creative inspiration. The harsh sunlight that Groudon's drought ability creates intensifies not only photosynthesis in plants, but also the natural production of vitamin D in human skin, supporting bone health and immune function while encouraging outdoor activities that connect us more deeply with the natural world. The primordial sea that Kyogre's ability summons brings not just life-giving moisture, but also the negative ions that ocean waves and waterfalls generate, creating the same refreshing and energizing effects that people seek when they visit beaches or mountain streams to restore their vitality and clear their minds. The airlock that Rayquaza creates neutralizes all weather effects, establishing a zone of perfect atmospheric balance where all forms of life can interact without the advantages or disadvantages that extreme conditions might create, fostering cooperation and mutual understanding rather than competition and conflict. The Eon Pokémon, Latios and Latias, bring to Hoenn's legendary assembly a different kind of power altogether, one based on psychic sensitivity and emotional intelligence rather than control over physical elements. Their ability to become invisible and to share their sight with trusted humans creates possibilities for exploration and discovery that transcend the normal limitations of individual perspective. The glass like down that covers their bodies refracts light in ways that create their invisibility, but also serves as a metaphor for the transparent honesty and emotional openness that allows true telepathic communication to occur. Their jet like speed enables them to traverse vast distances almost instantaneously, but their most remarkable journeys are not through physical space, but through the landscape of consciousness itself, where they can share memories, emotions, and insights across species barriers that normally prevent such intimate communication. The soul dew that forms from their emotional resonance carries within it concentrated psychic energy that can enhance the natural psychic abilities present in all living things, helping humans develop greater intuition, empathy, and awareness of the subtle connections that link all consciousness together. These legendary guardians of Hoenn work together to maintain environmental conditions that support not just physical survival, but optimal flourishing for all forms of life, creating microclimates where rare species can thrive and evolutionary pressures can continue their patient work of developing new capabilities and adaptations. The secret bases that trainers can create throughout the region reflect this same principle of working with natural formations rather than imposing artificial structures, finding caves and tree hollows and clifftop ledges that can be enhanced and personalized while maintaining their essential harmony with the surrounding ecosystem. The contest halls, where Pokémon can demonstrate their beauty, talent, and charm, rather than their battle prowess, honor the same understanding that true strength encompasses the full spectrum of abilities and qualities that make each individual unique and valuable. The berry cultivation that flourishes in Hoenn's diverse climate zones creates opportunities for humans and Pokémon to collaborate in nurturing plants that provide not just nutrition, but also natural medicines and enhancement items that support health and performance in gentle, sustainable ways. The deep ocean trenches where Kyogre rests during its periods of dormancy contain pressures and temperatures that would crush and incinerate most forms of life. Yet within these extreme environments, unique organisms have evolved that demonstrate life's incredible ability to adapt and flourish even in conditions that seem utterly hostile to existence. The volcanic chambers where Groudon slumbers pulse with geothermal energy that eventually finds expression in hot springs and mineral deposits that provide healing and rejuvenation for countless species. The stratospheric currents, where Rayquaza makes its home, carry ozone and other atmospheric components that protect all surface life from harmful cosmic radiation, while allowing beneficial solar energy to reach the Earth in precisely the amounts needed to maintain optimal temperatures for biological processes. These resting places of the legendary Pokémon serve as reservoirs of potential energy that can be called upon when major environmental adjustments become necessary, ensuring that Hoenn's ecosystems remain resilient and adaptable even in the face of significant challenges or changes. The weather patterns that these legendary beings influence extend far beyond simple precipitation and temperature, creating subtle atmospheric pressures and humidity levels that affect the behavior and migration patterns of flying type Pokémon, whose seasonal movements help distribute seeds, nutrients, and genetic diversity across vast distances. The Wingull and Pelipper that follow ocean currents carry more than just messages between distant shores. Their digestive systems processing marine organisms in ways that concentrate essential minerals, which are then deposited in coastal areas when they rest, gradually enriching the soil composition of beaches and clifftop meadows where rare plants take root and flourish. The tropius that glide between fruit groves in the region's warmer valleys have evolved a symbiotic relationship with the trees they feed upon, their movements pollinating flowers, while their droppings provide perfectly balanced fertilization that encourages healthy growth and abundant harvests. These gentle giants demonstrate how strength can manifest through nurturing rather than dominance. Their considerable size and flight capabilities serving not aggressive purposes, but rather the patient work of maintaining ecological connections across fragmented habitats. The underwater cities, where relicanth schools gather in the deepest ocean trenches, preserve living libraries of genetic information that stretches back hundreds of millions of years. These ancient Pokémon serving as breathing fossils whose DNA contains blueprints for evolutionary pathways that modern science is only beginning to understand. Their ability to survive in crushing depths while maintaining complex social structures suggests forms of intelligence and communication that operate through pressure waves and bioluminescent displays too subtle for surface dwellers to detect without specialized equipment. The caves where they spawn during certain lunar cycles become temporary gathering places for dozens of species that normally inhabit entirely different ocean zones, creating brief windows of genetic exchange and behavioral learning that help maintain the ocean's overall health and diversity. The fossil records found in Hoenn's desert regions tell stories of these same relicanth swimming in seas that covered areas now dominated by sandstone formations, their presence serving as a living bridge between past and present ecosystems. The claydol that emerge from ancient burial sites carry within their ceramic bodies the memories and knowledge of civilizations whose understanding of Pokémon partnership reached levels of sophistication that modern trainers are still working to rediscover. These enigmatic beings demonstrate psychic abilities that seem to operate according to principles entirely different from those exhibited by biological psychic types, their consciousness apparently distributed throughout their clay matrix in ways that allow them to perceive time and space from perspectives unavailable to creatures bound by conventional neural networks. The dolls and figurines found in archaeological sites throughout Hoenn often bear striking resemblances to claydol, suggesting that ancient peoples recognized these Pokémon as guardians of wisdom and worked to create physical representations that could channel or focus their protective energies. The astronomical alignments built into many of these ancient structures correspond precisely to celestial events that affect claydol behavior, indicating sophisticated understanding of how cosmic forces influence terrestrial consciousness and spiritual development. The metagross that occasionally emerge from meteor impact sites represent the ultimate expression of steel and psychic type evolution, their four-brain configuration allowing for processing capabilities that exceed even the most advanced artificial intelligence systems. These remarkable beings demonstrate that consciousness need not be confined to biological substrates. Their metallic bodies, housing awareness that operates through electromagnetic fields and quantum mechanical processes that blur the boundaries between mind and machine. The computational power available to a fully mature metagross allows for real-time analysis of environmental conditions across vast areas, their psychic senses detecting minute changes in atmospheric composition, seismic activity, and electromagnetic radiation that provide early warning systems for natural disasters or ecological disruptions. The magnetic fields they generate can influence the navigation systems of migrating Pokémon, helping lost individuals find their way back to appropriate habitats, while also serving as communication networks that allow different metagross to share information across continental distances. The relationship between these powerful psychic and steel types and the region's technology dependent human settlements creates opportunities for collaboration that benefit both species, Metagross serving as living supercomputers that can optimize energy distribution, predict weather patterns, and coordinate complex logistics while gaining access to refined metals and electromagnetic environments that support their continued evolution. The Space Center, where rockets launch toward distant stars, benefits enormously from Metagross consultation, their ability to calculate orbital mechanics and predict cosmic weather conditions, proving invaluable for mission planning and spacecraft design. The magnetic anomalies that occasionally appear in areas where Metagross have lived for extended periods create unique environments where other steel-type Pokémon experience accelerated evolution, their metallic bodies responding to enhanced electromagnetic fields by developing new capabilities and resistances. The salamence that soar through Hoenn's mountain ranges embody the triumph of determination over limitation, their evolution from the earthbound Bagon, representing one of the most dramatic transformations in the Pokémon world. The caves where young Bagon repeatedly leap from dangerous heights in their desperate attempts to achieve flight become sacred sites where the power of unwavering desire eventually reshapes reality itself. Their dreams of soaring literally transforming their physical bodies through sheer force of will. The meteorological conditions created by their high altitude flights help maintain air circulation patterns that prevent stagnation in mountain valleys, their powerful wing beats generating pressure waves that assist smaller flying types in navigating difficult wind currents and thermal updrafts. The territorial displays performed by mature salamines serve not just as dominance exhibitions, but as complex aerial ballets that inspire evolutionary pressure in other dragon types, encouraging the development of flight capabilities and aerial combat techniques that push the boundaries of what draconic Pokémon can achieve. The ancient migration routes, followed by dragon-type Pokémon through Hoenn's mountainous interior, connect distant ecosystems in ways that maintain genetic diversity and prevent the isolation that can lead to evolutionary dead ends. The Altaria that nest in the highest peaks serve as weather predictors for the entire region, their cloud-like wings responding to atmospheric pressure changes days before human meteorologists detect approaching weather systems. Their melodious songs carry across vast distances on mountain winds, creating communication networks that coordinate the movements of multiple species and help maintain social bonds across scattered populations. The cotton like plumage that gives them their distinctive appearance actually consists of specialized feathers that can absorb and release moisture with remarkable precision, allowing them to influence local humidity levels and create microclimates that support rare alpine plants and insects. The deep caves where Agrin make their homes become centers of mineral processing that enrich surrounding soil through carefully managed erosion and deposition cycles. These powerful steel types demonstrate environmental stewardship that rivals any conservation program, their territorial instincts driving them to maintain forest health through selective harvesting of metals and minerals that might otherwise accumulate to toxic levels. The sound of their movements through underground tunnels creates low frequency vibrations that help compact soil and prevent landslides, while simultaneously providing navigation cues for other cave dwelling species. Their ability to sense metal deposits through electromagnetic perception allows them to locate and extract resources with surgical precision, removing only what is needed while leaving ecosystem supporting mineral matrices intact. The tidal pools where cradily sway in ancient rhythms preserve ecosystem dynamics that have remained unchanged for millions of years, their patient filter feeding creating water quality conditions that support incredibly diverse communities of microscopic organisms. These living fossils demonstrate how apparent simplicity can mask profound ecological importance. Their slow movements and seemingly passive lifestyle actually representing sophisticated environmental management systems that maintain chemical balances essential for ocean health. The seasonal cycles that govern their reproduction correspond to astronomical events that affect ocean currents and nutrient distribution, their spawning times precisely calibrated to take advantage of optimal conditions for larval survival and dispersal. The ancient geological formations where Armaldo once thrived continue to influence Hoenn's coastal dynamics through sedimentary layers that regulate water filtration and mineral exchange between terrestrial and marine environments. Their fossilized remains create calcium carbonate deposits that buffer ocean acidity while providing essential nutrients for coral reef development. Their prehistoric hunting grounds, now serving as nurseries for countless marine species that depend on the unique chemical signatures left behind by these powerful predators. The tidal rhythms that once guided their daily activities still pulse through the region's waterways, creating predictable patterns of nutrient flow that modern Pokémon have evolved to anticipate and utilize for optimal feeding and reproductive success. Moving eastward across the vast expanse of ocean that separates continents, the Sinnoh region presents an entirely different tapestry of power and ancient wisdom, where legendary forces shape reality itself through their eternal dance of creation and destruction. Here, where time and space bend to the will of primordial entities, the concept of strength transcends mere physical capability and enters realms of cosmic significance that challenge our understanding of what it means to be powerful. The towering peaks of Mount Coronet serve as anchors for dimensional stability, their crystalline formations resonating with frequencies that maintain the delicate balance between parallel realities and prevent the catastrophic dimensional collapses that could unravel the fabric of existence itself. Dialga's mastery over temporal flow creates ripples through Sinnoh's ecosystem that manifest in subtle but profound ways, with certain species experiencing accelerated or decelerated aging processes in specific geographical zones where temporal distortions create pockets of altered time flow. The ancient trees near the spear pillar show growth rings that correspond not to seasonal cycles, but to temporal fluctuations, their cellular structure adapted to thrive in environments where past, present, and future exist in fluid relationship rather than linear progression. The migration patterns of flying types through these regions follow routes that account for temporal variations, their internal chronometers somehow calibrated to navigate through zones where minutes might stretch into hours or compress into seconds. Palkia's influence over spatial dimensions allows certain areas of Sinnoh to exist in states of expanded or contracted space, creating hidden valleys that are larger inside than their external boundaries would suggest, and mountain passes that connect distant locations through folded geography. The lake systems that dot the region serve as focal points for these spatial anomalies, their waters reflecting not just the sky above, but glimpses of alternate dimensions where different evolutionary paths have led to entirely unique Pokémon species. The psychic energies that permeate these areas create natural laboratories where the laws of physics bend to accommodate possibilities that exist nowhere else in the known world. The lake guardians, who watch over these sacred waters, embody different aspects of consciousness that together create a triumvirate of mental power capable of calming even the most chaotic legendary forces. Uxie's infinite knowledge encompasses not just facts and information, but the deeper understanding of how all things connect across space and time. Its presence in Lake Acuity, creating zones of enhanced learning where other Pokemon develop intellectual capabilities far beyond their species' normal limitations. The ice-covered lake serves as a natural repository for memories and experiences, its frozen surface preserving moments of significance that can be accessed by those with sufficient psychic sensitivity. Mesprit's emotional resonance creates empathic fields around Lake Verity that allow different species to communicate across the barriers of language and instinct, fostering unprecedented cooperation between natural competitors and enabling the formation of complex multi-species communities that function as integrated ecosystems. The willows that grow along the shoreline respond to emotional currents in the water, their branches swaying in patterns that reflect the collective mood of the region's Pokemon population and serve as early warning systems for environmental stress or social disruption. Azelf's embodiment of willpower transforms Lake Valor into a crucible where determination and resolve are tested and strengthened, its waters carrying properties that enhance the fighting spirit of any Pokemon that drinks from them while simultaneously teaching the wisdom of knowing when not to fight. The rocky shores create natural amphitheaters where the sounds of training and self-improvement echo across the water, inspiring others to pursue their own paths of growth and development with renewed dedication and focus. Giratina's banishment to the distortion world creates a constant, subtle pressure on Sinnoh's reality that manifests in areas where the normal rules of existence become fluid and unpredictable. The Turnback Cave serves as a gateway between dimensions, where brave explorers might glimpse the reverse world's alien beauty, its twisted corridors shifting and changing in response to the observer's expectations and fears. The antimatter energies that leak through these dimensional barriers create pockets of reversed gravity and inverted cause and effect relationships that challenge conventional understanding while providing unique evolutionary pressures that have shaped several ghost type species into forms found nowhere else. The ancient Pokémon that once walked alongside the creation legends have left their mark on Sinnoh's landscape in ways both obvious and subtle. Garchomp's ancestral hunting grounds in the region's desert areas contain sand that has been compressed and refined by generations of powerful Earth-type attacks, creating unique geological formations that support rare mineral deposits and provide ideal nesting sites for ground-type species. The sonic booms created by their high-speed flight patterns have carved distinctive wind channels through mountain valleys, creating natural wind tunnels that other flying types use for efficient long-distance travel. Lucario's deep connection to aura energy creates networks of spiritual force that flow through Sinnoh like invisible rivers, connecting sacred sites and places of power in patterns that correspond to ancient migration routes and seasonal gathering places. The Iron Island Monastery, where these noble Pokémon once trained in meditation and combat techniques, continues to radiate peaceful energy that calms aggressive impulses and promotes healing and recovery among injured or stressed Pokémon who seek refuge in its chambers. The metal-rich environment provides ideal conditions for steel-type development, while the spiritual atmosphere encourages the kind of inner balance necessary for true mastery of aura manipulation. Rotom's electrical consciousness allows it to inhabit and animate various mechanical devices, creating a unique form of technological symbiosis that blurs the boundaries between organic and artificial intelligence. The old chateau where it dwells serves as a laboratory for studying the intersection of ghostly energy and electrical current. Its haunted appliances demonstrating how spiritual force can manipulate physical matter through electromagnetic fields. The phenomenon creates localized areas of enhanced electrical activity that support electric-type breeding and development while providing insights into the fundamental nature of consciousness and its relationship to energy. The Stark Mountain volcano system represents one of Sinnoh's most dynamic geological features, its deep magma chambers serving as habitat for fire-type Pokémon that have adapted to extreme temperatures and pressures that would be lethal to most other species. Heatran's mastery of volcanic forces allows it to regulate the mountain's activity, preventing catastrophic eruptions while maintaining the steady flow of mineral-rich lava that creates new land and renews soil fertility across wide areas. The unique steel fire typing demonstrates evolutionary adaptation to environments where metal and flame exist in perfect balance. Its body temperature precisely calibrated to process raw metals and transform them into useful compounds that support plant growth and ecosystem development. The Snow Point Temple's ancient architecture incorporates design principles that create natural refrigeration systems, maintaining sub-zero temperatures year-round through ingenious air circulation patterns that require no external energy source. Regigigas's slumber within these halls demonstrates the incredible patience and restraint that true power sometimes demands, its voluntary dormancy preventing geological disruptions that could reshape entire continents. The temple's ice never melts, despite seasonal temperature variations, its crystalline structure maintained by residual energies from the legendary Pokemon's presence that create localized climate control extending for miles in every direction. The distortion world, a dimension parallel to Sinnoh, exists in a state of perpetual flux, where the laws of physics are fluid and constantly shifting, its very fabric shaped by the will of Giratina. This chaotic realm serves as a counterpoint to the ordered universe, absorbing and rebalancing energies that might otherwise destabilize reality. Its bizarre landscapes, devoid of conventional gravity and time, are a testament to the raw power of antimatter and its role in maintaining cosmic equilibrium. The presence of Giratina in this dimension is not merely dwelling, but an active sculpting of its environment, its thoughts and emotions manifesting as tangible alterations to the very space around it. This continuous reshaping prevents the accumulation of disruptive energies in the primary world, acting as a cosmic overflow valve. The peculiar atmospheric conditions within the distortion world also filter and transmute certain types of psychic and spiritual energy, preventing their uncontrolled release into Sinnoh and thereby preserving the delicate balance of life force across the region. Moving beyond Sinnoh's jagged peaks and into the next region, we find ourselves in Unova, a land of sprawling metropolises and vast natural reserves, a region deeply intertwined with ideals and truths. Here, the concept of strength often takes on a more philosophical dimension, reflecting the complex interplay between human aspiration and natural forces. Reshiram, the vast white Pokémon, embodies truth, its fiery breath capable of incinerating anything it deems false or misleading. This destructive power is not malicious, but rather a cleansing force, clearing away illusions to reveal fundamental realities. Its presence fosters an environment where honesty and integrity are paramount, and where communities strive for transparency in their dealings. The intense heat generated by Reshiram's movements and attacks also contributes to localized microclimates, melting snow and ice in some areas to extend growing seasons, while in others, its powerful winds disperse seeds and pollinate plants over vast distances, aiding in ecological regeneration. The spiritual purity associated with Reshiram is said to influence the moral compass of those who live in its vicinity, subtly encouraging ethical behavior and discouraging deceit. Its connection to the flow of geothermal energy also means that areas it frequents often have unusually warm soil, benefiting certain drought-resistant plant species. Conversely, Zekrom, the deep black Pokémon, represents ideals, its lightning-infused attacks symbolizing the unyielding pursuit of worthy goals and the power of conviction. Zekrom's thunderous roars are not merely sounds, but vibrations that stimulate the growth of certain mineral deposits deep within the earth, particularly those rich in electrical conductivity. This Pokemon's presence encourages innovation and progress, inspiring individuals to strive for a better future and to challenge the status quo. The electrical currents it generates, even when dormant, seep into the ground, subtly altering the composition of the soil and water, making it more hospitable for certain types of aquatic life and promoting the health of electrical sensitive flora. Its storms, though powerful, are often followed by periods of intense growth, as the nitrogen fixed by lightning enriches the soil, creating fertile grounds for new life. The philosophical tension between Reshiram's truth and Zekrom's ideals drives much of Unova's cultural and scientific advancement as people continuously debate and refine their understanding of the world. This dynamic interplay ensures that society never stagnates, always seeking a better balance between what is and what could be. The energy discharged by Zekrom has been observed to ionize the atmosphere in certain regions, leading to a higher frequency of aurora-like phenomena, which are then studied by astronomers for their unique spectral signatures. Kyurem, the boundary Pokémon, stands as a stark reminder of the frozen void, a creature born from the absence of truth and ideals, yet possessing immense power. Its ice-based abilities are not merely cold, but represent a vacuum, an absolute zero that can absorb and neutralize all forms of energy. Kyurem's presence in the giant chasm creates a localized permafrost zone, a relic of an ancient ice age that defies the temperate climate of the surrounding Unova region. This extreme cold preserves ancient biological samples and geological formations, offering unique insights into the planet's distant past. The intense cold emitted from Kyurem can also condense atmospheric moisture into supercooled fog that blankets vast areas, reducing visibility and creating microclimates where specific types of cold-adapted fungi and lichens thrive, forming the base of a unique food web. The complex crystalline structures of the ice it generates are studied by material scientists for their unusual properties, including extreme hardness and light refraction. Its body temperature is so low that it effectively slows down molecular motion in its immediate vicinity, acting as a natural preservative for anything trapped within its icy grasp, which has led to the discovery of perfectly preserved ancient flora and fauna. The Swords of Justice, Cobalion, Terrakion, Verishion, and Keldeo represent the chivalric code of Unova: courage, justice, and swift action. Their collective strength lies not just in their physical prowess, but in their unwavering dedication to protecting Pokémon and nature from human encroachment. Cobalion, with its steely resolve, leads the group, its metallic hide providing exceptional defense against environmental hazards and attacks. Its presence is said to strengthen the resolve of others, imbuing them with courage in the face of adversity. Terrakion's immense physical strength allows it to reshape landscapes, carving pathways through mountains and creating natural dams that regulate water flow, preventing both floods and droughts. Verishion, with its graceful movements, manipulates plant life, fostering lush forests and encouraging rapid growth in devastated areas, effectively accelerating ecological recovery. Keldeo, the youngest and most agile, represents the purity of their ideals, its swiftness allowing it to intervene in conflicts before they escalate. Together, they act as a living force for environmental protection, their combined aura fostering a sense of peace and balance in the natural world. The unique ecological niches fostered by each of the Swords of Justice contribute to Unova's biodiversity, with specific plant and animal species thriving under their protective influence. For instance, areas frequented by Verishion often exhibit unusually high levels of photosynthesis due to its gentle manipulation of light. Tornadus, Thunderus, and Landorus, the forces of nature, are elemental deities that influence Unova's weather patterns, their combined movements dictating the region's agricultural success. Tornadus, The Cyclone Pokémon brings powerful winds and storms, clearing the air of pollutants and dispersing seeds over vast areas, aiding in natural propagation. Thundurus, the Bolt Strike Pokémon, unleashes torrential rains and lightning, replenishing water sources and fertilizing the soil with nitrogen, essential for plant growth. Landorus, the Abundance Pokémon, brings fertile soil and bountiful harvests, calming the other two and ensuring a harmonious balance that supports life. Their regular appearances are crucial for maintaining the delicate ecological balance of Unova, their interactions directly influencing crop yields and the health of the entire ecosystem. Farmers in Unova have developed intricate weather forecasting systems based on the observed migration patterns and activity levels of the forces of nature, allowing them to optimize planting and harvesting schedules. The specific atmospheric ionization rates caused by Thundurus's lightning are even used as indicators of future rainfall intensity. Meloetta, the Melody Pokémon, possesses the power to evoke emotions and alter moods through its beautiful songs and dances. Its music is not merely aesthetic, but has tangible effects on the environment, stimulating plant growth in arid regions and calming agitated Pokémon. The specific frequencies and harmonics generated by Meloetta's voice have been observed to resonate with the cellular structures of certain plants, promoting faster growth and increased nutrient absorption. Its presence is often associated with periods of cultural flourishing and artistic inspiration, as its melodies awaken creativity and foster emotional well-being. The sonic vibrations it emits can even subtly influence geological formations, causing microscopic shifts in tectonic plates that gently relieve seismic stress, reducing the likelihood of major earthquakes. Its serene melodies are also known to have a profound calming effect on stressed populations, both human and Pokémon, leading to periods of reduced conflict and enhanced cooperation. The unique sound signature of Meloetta's voice is sometimes used in bioacoustic research to understand interspecies communication. Genesect, a Pokémon resurrected and modified by Team Plasma, embodies the complex ethical dilemmas surrounding scientific advancement. Its drives allow it to adapt its elemental attacks, showcasing a terrifying versatility born from technological enhancement. While its origins are tragic, its raw power is undeniable, capable of altering entire ecosystems through the precise application of its elemental energies. The modifications to its plasma cannon allow it to project focused beams of energy that can induce localized atmospheric changes, creating momentary pockets of extreme heat or cold. Its metallic exoskeleton, derived from an ancient arthropod, possesses unparalleled strength and flexibility, allowing it to withstand immense pressures and temperatures. The technological integrations in Genesect's body also allow it to process and analyze environmental data at an astonishing rate, giving it a near omniscience of its immediate surroundings, which it uses to optimize its attacks and movements. The unique energy signature of its various drives has led to extensive study by physicists attempting to harness similar elemental manipulation. Now venturing eastward, we arrive in Kalos, a region steeped in history and elegance, where the concepts of life, death, and balance are deeply ingrained in its lore. Xerneas, the life Pokémon, radiates an aura of vibrant energy that revitalizes all living things in its vicinity. Its presence causes plants to flourish, injured Pokémon to heal, and ecosystems to thrive with renewed vigor. The life-giving energy emanating from Xerneas is not simply a passive aura. It actively promotes cellular regeneration and accelerates photosynthetic processes in plants, leading to unusually rapid growth and increased biodiversity in areas it frequents. Its antlers, glowing with iridescent light, emit a subtle, beneficial radiation that enhances fertility and promotes healthy development in nascent life forms. This phenomenon ensures the continuous renewal of life across the region, making Kalos a land of enduring natural beauty and vitality. The specific wavelength of light emitted by Xerneas's antlers has been found to have a restorative effect on damaged DNA, offering insights into advanced biological repair mechanisms. Yveltal, the destruction Pokémon, absorbs the life force of everything around it, leaving behind a barren wasteland. Its power is not inherently evil, but a necessary counterpoint to Xerneas, ensuring that life does not become stagnant or overpopulated. Yveltal's presence maintains a delicate ecological balance by naturally pruning overgrowth and clearing out weaker elements, making way for new life to emerge and adapt. The energy it absorbs is not simply vanished, it is transmuted and stored within its body, preventing an overabundance of life energy from destabilizing the natural order. This cyclical absorption and release of life force maintains the fundamental rhythm of existence. Its wing pattern is believed by some ancient cultures to represent the ebb and flow of life and death, an inescapable truth. The peculiar atmospheric pressure drop that accompanies Yveltal's flight path has been linked to the sudden, widespread wilting of certain plant species, demonstrating its direct environmental impact. Zygarde, the Order Pokémon, watches over the balance of the Kalos ecosystem, intervening when either Xerneas or Yveltal's powers become too dominant. It exists in various forms, from tiny cells to a massive perfect form, demonstrating its ability to adapt and respond to threats at any scale. Zygarde's various forms are not merely different appearances, but represent varying degrees of awareness and intervention. The scattered cells act as a distributed sensory network, constantly monitoring the health of the ecosystem. The 10% form is a swift responder to localized imbalances, while the 50% form can restore balance over larger areas. The perfect form, a colossal being of immense power, is reserved for existential threats to the entire region's ecological stability. Its hexagonal scales are composed of a unique biomineral that can absorb and neutralize disruptive energies, ensuring the continued harmony of life and death. The unique crystalline structure of Zygarde's cells has been studied for its ability to absorb kinetic energy without damage, hinting at applications in advanced protective materials. Diancie, the jewel Pokémon, has the rare ability to create diamonds by compressing carbon in the air. Its presence enriches the mineral content of the soil, making it exceptionally fertile and supporting unique plant species that thrive in diamond-rich environments. The diamonds it creates are not just aesthetic. They possess unique optical properties that can filter sunlight, allowing specific wavelengths to reach the ground that are beneficial for certain types of flora, while simultaneously reflecting harmful UV radiation. Its gentle nature and ability to purify its surroundings create pockets of pristine wilderness where rare and delicate ecosystems flourish. The subtle energy emanating from Diancie's presence has also been observed to crystallize impurities in water sources, enhancing their purity and making them safer for consumption. The creation of such perfectly formed diamonds at ambient temperatures has baffled geologists, suggesting an unknown energetic process at play. Hoopa, the mischief Pokémon, possesses rings that can warp space, allowing it to transport objects and even entire islands across vast distances. This ability, while often used for pranks, also demonstrates its potential to reshape landscapes and create new ecological niches. Hoopa's spatial manipulation is not limited to mere teleportation. It can create stable wormholes that connect disparate geographical locations, allowing for the rapid dispersal of species and the creation of entirely new biomes when these transported elements interact. Its playful nature, though sometimes disruptive, can also lead to unexpected ecological benefits, such as the introduction of vital pollinators to isolated ecosystems or the redistribution of rare minerals. The temporary atmospheric distortions caused by Hoopa's rings are sometimes studied by astrophysicists for their transient gravitational lensing effects. Volcanion, the steam Pokémon, generates immense heat and steam, capable of blowing away mountains or creating new hot springs. Its power plays a crucial role in shaping Kalos's geothermal activity, creating unique habitats for heat-loving Pokémon and influencing the region's climate. The superheated steam it expels is not merely water vapor. It contains dissolved minerals and trace elements that, when released into the environment, can enrich volcanic soils and stimulate the growth of specialized extremophile organisms. Its volcanic eruptions are often followed by periods of increased soil fertility and the emergence of new mineral springs known for their therapeutic properties. The intense pressure and heat generated by Volcanion's internal mechanisms are a subject of intense research for engineers seeking to develop highly efficient geothermal energy systems mimicking its natural processes. These powerful Pokemon, in their intricate dance of creation and destruction, life and death, define the very essence of the Kalos region, a land where nature's grandeur is always on display. Each legend intertwines with the landscape, subtly shaping its features and influencing the delicate balance of its ecosystems, a testament to the profound interconnectedness of all things. As we journey beyond the verdant plains and towering peaks of Kalos, our gaze now turns eastward towards the tranquil yet often stormy archipelago of the Alola region. Here, the very fabric of existence is woven with threads of ancient legend and the profound influence of beings known as legendary and mythical Pokemon. Alola, a chain of 4 main islands, Melemele, Akala, Ulaula, and Poni, along with a scattering of smaller islets, is a land shaped not just by volcanic activity and oceanic currents, but by the cosmic energies and profound wills of its most powerful inhabitants. The unique ecological niches and diverse biomes found across Alola are, in many ways, a direct consequence of these entities. Our exploration of Alola's strongest begins with the enigmatic guardian deities, the Tapu, each presiding over one of the main islands. Tapu Koko, the land spirit of Melemele Island, is a swift and fierce protector. Its ability to generate a powerful electrical field, known as electric surge, doesn't just supercharge electric-type moves in battle, it also plays a vital, yet often unseen role in the island's atmospheric phenomena. The concentrated electrical energy it emits can influence cloud formation, contributing to the localized thunderstorms that are characteristic of melamile. These storms, while sometimes disruptive, are crucial for replenishing freshwater sources and for the unique nutrient cycling in the island's volcanic soils. The subtle electromagnetic pulses generated by Tapu Koko are also believed to guide certain migratory bird Pokémon across the vast oceans, acting as a natural compass. Its erratic and playful nature, often seen in its quick, darting movements, belies a deep-seated commitment to preserving Melamele's delicate balance, acting as a natural lightning rod for the island, protecting it from more devastating electrical discharges. Moving to Akela Island, we encounter Tapu Lele, the guardian of life and emotions. This delicate yet formidable Pokemon is known for its ability to scatter shimmering scales that can heal or harm, depending on its whim. Its signature ability, Psychic Surge, bathes the battlefield in a potent psychic energy. Beyond combat, this psychic aura has a more profound, long-term effect on Akala. It is believed to enhance the growth of certain rare medicinal plants, imbuing them with amplified restorative properties. The subtle psychic vibrations emanating from Tapu Lele are also thought to promote a sense of well-being and tranquility among the island's inhabitants, subtly influencing the emotional landscape of the region. Conversely, periods of distress or anger radiating from Tapu Lele can be correlated with unusual plant growth patterns or even localized droughts, suggesting a symbiotic relationship between its disposition and Akala's ecological health. Its scales, when found naturally, are highly prized for their purported healing properties, though their artificial replication has proven impossible, hinting at a non-physical component to their efficacy. On the rugged and volcanic Ula Ula Island, we find Tapu Bulu, a powerful guardian whose physical might is matched only by its steadfast devotion to nature. Its ability, Grassy Surge, transforms the terrain into a lush grassland, boosting grass-type moves and restoring health. This isn't just a temporary battle effect. Tapu Bulu is instrumental in maintaining and expanding Ula Ula's surprisingly fertile ecosystems amidst its harsh volcanic landscape. It can accelerate plant growth, turning barren lava flows into verdant pastures over surprisingly short periods. Its presence encourages the flourishing of unique grass and bug Pokémon that thrive in these rich, volcanic-enriched soils. The dense forests and sprawling meadows of Ula Ula are, in many ways, living monuments to Tapu Bulu's tireless work, providing vital habitats and food sources for countless species. The wood from trees grown under Tapu Bulu's influence is said to be exceptionally strong and resilient, often used in the construction of traditional Alolan dwellings, providing natural insulation and structural integrity. Finally, on the mysterious and wild Pony Island, we encounter Tapu Fini, the water spirit. Its Misty Surge ability blankets the area in a protective mist, weakening dragon-type moves and preventing status conditions. Beyond its defensive capabilities, Tapu Fini plays a crucial role in the hydrological cycle of Pony Island. The mists it generates are rich in moisture, contributing to the island's abundant rainfall and the purity of its freshwater sources. Its presence ensures the health of Pony's marine ecosystems, protecting coral reefs and nurturing diverse aquatic life. The water from springs blessed by Tapu Fini is considered sacred, believed to cleanse and purify, and is often sought out for various spiritual rituals. The persistent mists around Pony Island, often attributed to Tapu Fini, also help regulate the island's temperature, reducing evaporation and preserving its unique biodiversity in a constantly humid environment. The rare and beautiful pearls harvested from Pony's waters are said to glow with a faint, ethereal light, a testament to Tapu Fini's enduring influence. Beyond the guardian deities, Alola is home to a truly cosmic entity, Necrozma. This prism Pokémon, a being of pure light, originates from another dimension and possesses the power to absorb light, creating intense darkness or, when fully powered, emitting blinding luminosity. Its influence on Alola is profound, especially during certain celestial events. When Necrozma absorbs light, it causes an eerie dimming across the landscape, impacting photosynthesis and potentially disrupting the delicate balance of Alola's ecosystems. Conversely, when it aligns with Solgaleo or Lunala, fusing with them to become Duskmane Necrozma or Dawnwings Necrozma, its light-emitting capabilities are amplified, potentially influencing global climate patterns by altering the amount of solar or lunar radiation reaching the planet. The very concept of day and night, the fundamental rhythm of life, can be profoundly affected by Necrozma's presence. The energy it manipulates is not merely visible light. It encompasses the entire electromagnetic spectrum, suggesting an ability to influence everything from radio waves to gamma rays. Its arrival and occasional absorption of light during specific astronomical conjunctions have been correlated with unusual atmospheric phenomena and subtle shifts in the migratory patterns of photosensitive Pokémon. Speaking of Solgaleo and Lunala, these legendary Pokémon are directly responsible for opening ultra wormholes, portals to other dimensions inhabited by strange and powerful beings known as Ultra Beasts. Solgaleo, the Sun Pokémon, is revered as an emissary of the sun. Its sheer physical power and ability to travel between dimensions make it a force of immense cosmic significance. Its presence in Alola is associated with periods of abundant sunlight, promoting growth and vitality across the islands. The light it emits is not merely electromagnetic radiation. It carries a unique form of cosmic energy that can stimulate certain biological processes and even alter the properties of matter at a fundamental level. Lunala, the Moon-A Pokémon, is revered as an emissary of the moon. Its ethereal beauty and control over psychic energy allow it to absorb light and travel through dimensions. Lunala's influence is felt most strongly during the night, subtly affecting the tides, the behavior of nocturnal Pokémon, and even human sleep patterns through its psychic emanations. The very concept of time and space can be bent by these two titans as they traverse the cosmos, their journeys influencing the gravitational fields of Alola and beyond. The subtle gravitational anomalies detected during their trans-dimensional travel are a subject of ongoing research by the Ether Foundation, hoping to unlock the secrets of interdimensional travel. The Ultra Beasts themselves, while not native to Alola, represent a significant power in the region when they emerge. Nihilego, an Ultra Beast that resembles a jellyfish, possesses neurotoxins that can subtly manipulate the minds of those it infects, causing profound psychological changes. Its arrival can lead to widespread confusion and irrational behavior, disrupting social structures and ecological interactions. Buzzwole, on the other hand, is a creature of immense physical strength, capable of shattering mountains with a single punch. Its presence can cause localized seismic activity and widespread destruction, altering landscapes and displacing entire ecosystems. Pheromosa, with its incredible speed, can leave environmental traces of its rapid movements, potentially causing microclimates or localized atmospheric disturbances as it generates powerful air currents. Circuitry, a living electrical conductor, can drain energy from power grids and natural electrical sources, causing blackouts and disrupting the delicate bioelectrical balances of local fauna and flora. Celesteela, a towering rocket like ultra beast, can absorb vast amounts of energy, potentially altering gravitational fields and creating unusual atmospheric pressure zones. Kartana, with its razor sharp body, can efficiently cleave through dense forests, creating new clearings and altering wind patterns, subtly influencing local weather. Guzzlord, a monstrous devourer, consumes everything in its path, leaving behind barren wastelands and radically altering the geological composition of the areas it inhabits. Each Ultra Beast, with its alien biology and unique abilities, presents a distinct challenge to Alola's ecological stability, forcing the region to adapt or perish. The sudden influx of exotic biological material from these creatures can also introduce new pathogens or symbiotic relationships into Alola's ecosystems, leading to unpredictable evolutionary pressures. Finally, we consider Zeraora, the Thunderclap Pokémon, a mythical Pokémon unique to Alola. Zeraora moves with the speed of lightning, generating powerful electromagnetic pulses. While not a deity or a cosmic traveler, its localized power is immense. It can create intense localized thunderstorms, influencing weather patterns on a smaller yet significant scale. Its electrical discharges are so powerful they can ionize the air, creating temporary plasma fields that can alter atmospheric chemistry. The subtle static charges left in its wake are sometimes observed to invigorate certain plant species, hinting at an unexpected electrical symbiosis. These powerful bursts of electricity can also act as natural catalysts for various atmospheric reactions, impacting air quality and the formation of certain atmospheric compounds. Zeraora's movements are so rapid that they can create localized vacuum pockets, generating miniature sonic booms that can subtly reshape geological formations over time, influencing the erosion patterns of Alola's coastline. The Alola region, therefore, is a tapestry woven with the threads of these powerful beings. The Tapu Guardians maintain their island's delicate balance. Necrozma influences the very light of the world, Solgaleo and Lunala bridge dimensions, and the Ultra Beasts introduce alien chaos. Zeraora, with its electrifying presence, adds yet another layer of dynamic influence. Together, they create an environment of constant flux and profound ecological diversity, a testament to the immense power and intricate interconnectedness of Pokémon with their world. The very air you breathe in Alola, the warmth of its sun, the rhythm of its tides, and the vibrant life that thrives there, are all, in some way, shaped by the wills and powers of these incredible beings, a symphony of natural and supernatural forces playing out across the islands. Each unique aspect of Alolan geography, from the serene beaches of Melameli to the rugged cliffs of Pony, tells a story of these Pokémon, their silent influence etched into the very landscape, a slow, continuous dance between cosmic power and earthly existence. Moving now from the tropical paradise of Alola, we journey across vast oceans to the tranquil yet technologically advanced region of Galar. Galar, with its sprawling countryside, bustling cities, and ancient traditions, presents its own unique challenges and is home to Pokémon of extraordinary power, each contributing to the region's rich tapestry of lore and influence. Here, the concept of power often intertwines with the phenomenon known as Dynamax and Gigantamax, temporary transformations that amplify a Pokemon's size and abilities to colossal proportions, dramatically altering their impact on the environment and their role in battle. Our exploration of Galar's strongest naturally begins with the legendary Pokemon that are intrinsically linked to its history and very formation. Zacian and Zamazenta, the warrior Pokemon, are central to Galar's foundational myths. These two majestic beings are said to have saved the region from a cataclysmic event known as the Darkest Day, a period when Dynamax energy ran wild, causing Pokemon to rampage and threatening to engulf Galar in chaos. Zacian, with its gleaming sword, embodies a fierce, protective spirit, while Zamazenta, with its shield-like mane, represents unwavering defense. Their power is not merely in their physical might, though that is undeniable. Zacian's Behemoth Blade, a move that channels its inner energy through its sword, is capable of cleaving through anything, even structures reinforced by Dynamax energy. This suggests a fundamental disruption of energy fields, an ability to precisely sever the bonds that hold matter together at a molecular level, at least in the context of Dynamaxed forms. The resultant energy discharge from such a strike could drastically alter the immediate atmospheric pressure and temperature, creating localized microclimates of intense heat and pressure differentials. Such a powerful strike, if directed at geological formations, could trigger localized seismic activity or significantly alter the landscape, carving canyons or leveling mountains over time with repeated use. Zamazenta's Behemoth Bash, similarly, channels its defensive energy into a devastating charge. Its shield, imbued with an ancient power, can repel any attack, absorbing immense kinetic energy and then redirecting it or dissipating it harmlessly. This implies an ability to manipulate energy fields, creating a localized nullification zone that prevents kinetic forces from affecting it. This could have profound environmental implications. Imagine a hurricane-force wind being completely negated in its immediate vicinity, or a landslide being halted mid-descent. The energy absorbed by Zamazenta's shield doesn't simply vanish, it must be transformed or stored. This could lead to subtle electromagnetic fluctuations in the surrounding environment, or perhaps even a localized cooling effect as absorbed kinetic energy is converted into a less energetic form. The sheer impact force of its charge, even without its special ability, could cause significant ground tremors, disrupting fragile ecosystems and altering drainage patterns in river systems. Beyond their individual combat prowess, Zacian and Zamazenta's true power lies in their symbiotic relationship with Galar itself. They are not merely powerful creatures, they are guardians whose existence is intertwined with the region's well-being. Their deep slumber within the slumbering Weald is a physical manifestation of Galar's peace, and their awakening signals a dire threat. This connection suggests a profound influence over the region's ley lines, the invisible currents of energy that theoretically crisscross the planet. Their presence, even in slumber, might subtly regulate the flow of natural energy throughout Galar, preventing the uncontrolled proliferation of Dynamax energy that could lead to another Darkest Day. Their return to active duty could re-establish a stable energetic equilibrium, calming the land and restoring its natural vitality. The very flora and fauna of the slumbering Weald, where they rest, might exhibit unique properties or growth patterns due to their prolonged presence, perhaps benefiting from residual energy emanations. Then, we turn our attention to Eternatus, the gigantic Pokémon, a truly alien entity that arrived in Galar from outer space 2,000 years ago. Eternatus is the source of the Dynamax phenomenon itself. Its colossal body, partially exposed from within the power spot at the heart of the Galar region, continuously leaks a mysterious energy that causes Pokemon to grow to immense sizes and gain incredible power. This energy, known as Galar particles, saturates the region's atmosphere and soil, fundamentally altering the biological and physical properties of its inhabitants and landscape. Eternatus's influence is pervasive. The very air over Galar is charged with its energy, and this energy is absorbed by living organisms, triggering the Dynamax transformation. This suggests a continuous, subtle radiation field emanating from Eternatus, a field that interacts with cellular structures and genetic material, inducing rapid growth and energy amplification. The consistent presence of these Galar particles could lead to subtle, long-term evolutionary changes in native Galar Pokemon, perhaps favoring traits that allow them to better absorb or utilize this unique energy. The power spots scattered across Galar, where Dynamaxing is most potent, are direct conduits to Eternatus's power. These areas are not merely geological features, they are points where Eternatus's energy is concentrated and easily accessible. The continuous flow of this energy could influence local geological processes, accelerating mineral deposition or facilitating the growth of unique crystalline structures. The sudden surge of energy during a Dynamax event within a power spot could temporarily alter local gravitational fields or create localized atmospheric disturbances, brief but intense energy fluctuations that could impact sensitive meteorological equipment. Eternatus's true power is revealed during the second darkest day, when it absorbs vast quantities of Galar particles, transforming into its Eternamax form. In this state, Eternatus becomes an apocalyptic cosmic serpent, capable of tearing holes in space-time and distorting reality itself. This is not merely physical strength, it is a manipulation of the fundamental fabric of the universe. Its presence alone causes the sky to darken, reality to waver, and the very laws of physics to become unstable. The energy it emits in this form is so immense that it could strip the atmosphere from a planet, boil oceans, or shatter continents. Its ability to create space-time distortions implies a mastery over gravity and causality, allowing it to manipulate the flow of time or create localized pockets of altered physical laws. Such a creature, if left unchecked, could unravel the very existence of Galar, reducing it to a chaotic void. The residual effects of such an event, even if prevented, could leave lasting scars on the region's space-time, perhaps manifesting as localized anomalies or unexplained phenomena for centuries to come. Beyond these legendary beings, Galar also harbors mythical Pokémon that wield immense power and influence. One such creature is Zarude, the rogue monkey Pokémon. Zarude is a dark grass type, characterized by its aggressive nature and its ability to grow vines from its body at will. While not a cosmic entity or a world shaper like Eternatus, Zarude's power lies in its localized environmental manipulation and its unique connection to life energy. Zarude's ability to grow vines instantly and manipulate them with precision suggests a rapid control over organic matter at a cellular level. It can mend its wounds by wrapping them in vines, a form of accelerated biological regeneration that hints at a powerful life force manipulation. This ability could be extended to the environment, allowing Zarude to rapidly grow dense forests, alter local plant ecosystems, or even accelerate the decay of plant matter, releasing nutrients back into the soil. Its presence in a forest could dramatically increase the rate of biomass production, leading to incredibly lush and vibrant ecosystems. The vines themselves could act as conduits for its energy, allowing it to subtly influence the growth patterns of surrounding vegetation, perhaps even guiding the flow of water or nutrients within a forest. Zaruda's jungle healing move, where it gathers energy from surrounding plants to heal itself and its allies, demonstrates a profound connection to the life energy of the forest. This isn't just a simple healing spell, it implies an ability to draw upon and redistribute the vital forces of an ecosystem. A concentrated use of this ability could temporarily deplete the vitality of a localized area, causing plants to wilt, but it could also rejuvenate a blighted patch of land by channeling excess life energy into it. This intricate relationship with the forest ecosystem makes Zarude a powerful guardian, capable of both nurturing and dominating its natural environment. The subtle energy exchange involved in jungle healing could also influence the atmospheric composition within the forest, perhaps increasing oxygen levels or releasing specific organic compounds. Another significant figure in Galar, though not a Pokémon itself, but rather an entity that influences Pokémon, is the being behind Calyrex. While Calyrex is the king of bountiful harvests, a grass psychic type legendary Pokémon, its power is greatly enhanced and its true potential unlocked through its connection with the noble steeds, Glastrier and Spectrier. Calyrex on its own possesses the ability to make plants grow, heal wounds, and communicate telepathically with all living things. Its gentle nature and immense wisdom are its primary strengths, allowing it to inspire and guide. However, its true power as a force of nature is realized when it unites with either Glastrier, the swift horse Pokémon, Ice type, or Spectrier, the swift horse Pokémon, Ghost type, becoming Ice Rider Calyrex or Shadow Rider Calyrex, respectively. When Calyrex rides Glastrier, it gains immense physical power and control over ice. Glastrier, a Pokémon of immense physical strength and relentless charge, can create blizzards and ice storms with its powerful breath. The combined entity, Ice Rider Calyrex, can freeze entire landscapes, creating vast glaciers and altering regional weather patterns to bring about perpetual winter. Its power could reshape geographical features by carving out valleys with glacial erosion or creating new land masses from solidified ice. The continuous presence of such a powerful ice manipulator could drastically lower ambient temperatures over a large area, influencing cloud formation and precipitation cycles. The sheer amount of water vapor that could be frozen and manipulated would be immense, impacting local hydrology and the availability of fresh water. Conversely, when Calyrex rides Spectrier, it gains incredible speed and control over spiritual energy. Spectrier, A Pokemon capable of moving at astounding speeds and phasing through objects emanates a shadowy aura that saps the life force of those around it. Shadow Rider Calyrex, the combined form, can move faster than the eye can see, unleash devastating spiritual attacks, and manipulate the very shadows to create illusions or ensnare foes. This form's influence would be more subtle, yet equally profound. It could drain the vitality from plant life over a widespread area, leading to widespread wilting and decay. Its manipulation of spiritual energy could create localized areas of intense fear or dread, subtly influencing the behavior of both Pokemon and humans. The rapid movements and phasing abilities could create localized disturbances in atmospheric pressure, leading to sudden, unexplained gusts of wind or brief, intense pockets of vacuum. The strength of Galar's Pokemon, therefore, is multifaceted. It encompasses the ancient protective power of Zacian and Zamazenta, who literally shaped the region's fate. It includes the cosmic, reality-bending might of Eternatus, the source of Galar's defining phenomenon. It extends to the ecological mastery of Zarude, a powerful force within the natural world. And finally, it culminates in the symbiotic power of Calyrex and its steeds, capable of profoundly altering Galar's environment and the very balance of life and death within it. Each of these Pokemon, in their unique ways, contributes to the dynamic and often volatile energies that define the Galar region, making it a land of both ancient mysteries and modern wonders, perpetually shaped by the colossal powers that call it home. The vast fields of the wild area, the towering peaks of the crown tundra, and the ancient ruins peppered throughout the region all bear witness to the incredible forces that have sculpted Galar over millennia, a testament to the enduring impact of these magnificent creatures. As we journey further into the expansive world of Pokemon, our gaze now turns eastward across the vast, undulating ocean towards the vibrant and culturally rich region of Hisui. This land, a precursor to the Sinnoh region we know today, is a place of untamed wilderness, where the relationship between humans and Pokemon is still nascent, filled with both awe and trepidation. The Pokemon here, though often familiar in their distant kin, possess an untamed ferocity and an air of ancient mystery, their powers intrinsically linked to the very fabric of Hisui's existence. In Hisui, the concept of the strongest Pokemon takes on a slightly different hue. Here, the focus shifts not just to raw power, but to the Pokemon that are intrinsically tied to the creation and stability of the region itself, those whose influence shapes the very land and sky. And at the apex of these foundational powers stand the legendary trio, Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, often referred to as the Creation Trio. Dialga, the temporal Pokemon, is the master of time itself. Its very breath is said to control the flow of all temporal events, from the most minute tick of a clock to the sprawling eons of universal history. Imagine a world where time suddenly ceases to be a constant. Dialga has the ability to accelerate, decelerate, or even halt time entirely within its sphere of influence. A single roar from Dialga could cause an entire forest to age into dust within moments, or conversely could freeze a blossoming flower in an eternal state of youth. Its presence could create temporal paradoxes, where events happen out of sequence, or where moments repeat themselves endlessly, trapping inhabitants in a perpetual loop. The implications for an ecosystem are profound. Weather patterns could become erratic, Seasons could refuse to change, and the natural cycles of life and death could be irrevocably disrupted. The growth of crops, the migration of Pokémon, the very erosion of mountains, all are subject to Dialga's temporal whim. Its connection to the adamant orb further amplifies this mastery, allowing it to manipulate time with even greater precision and devastating effect. The very concept of causality, the chain of cause and effect that underpins all existence, is at Dialga's command. Then there is Palkia, the spatial Pokémon, the sovereign of space. Where Dialga governs time, Palkia commands the very dimensions of the universe. It can distort space, creating ripples in reality that alter distances, warp perceptions, and even tear open portals to other dimensions. Imagine traversing a familiar path, only for Palkia to twist the fabric of space, making a short journey seem impossibly long, or making a distant object appear to be right before your eyes. Its power could manifest as localized gravitational anomalies, where objects become impossibly heavy or light. It could fold space, allowing it to transport itself or others across vast distances in an instant, blurring the lines of geographical boundaries. Entire landscapes could be rearranged by Palkia's will, mountains shifting their positions, rivers changing their course, and valleys appearing where none existed before. The very layout of Hisui, its diverse biomes and unique geographical features, could be subtly or dramatically influenced by Palkia's spatial manipulations. Its association with the lustrous orb enhances its control over these spatial dimensions, allowing it to craft and reshape the very canvas of reality. The stability of the universe, the very concept of here and there, rests within Palkia's formidable grasp. And finally, we have Giratina, the renegade Pokémon, the master of the distortion world, a dimension opposite to our own, where the laws of physics are warped and inverted. Giratina is often portrayed as a darker, more primal force than its counterparts, embodying antimatter and the chaotic forces that exist beyond the scope of time and space. Its presence in Hisui is often associated with disturbances and aberrations, rifts in reality that bleed into the physical world. Giratina can travel between dimensions with ease, pulling elements from the distortion world into Hisui, causing bizarre phenomena. Imagine gravity suddenly reversing for a moment, or objects phasing in and out of existence. Its attacks are imbued with a spectral, ethereal power that can bypass conventional defenses, striking at the very essence of a foe. The distortion world, a realm where time flows differently and space is distorted, is Giratina's domain, and the boundary between it and Hisui is thin. Its influence could cause localized areas of reality to fray, leading to inexplicable disappearances, sudden atmospheric changes, or the manifestation of strange, otherworldly energies. The Griseous Orb further amplifies Giratina's power, allowing it to fully manifest its true, colossal form, a serpentine dragon of immense power, capable of tearing holes in the fabric of existence. Giratina represents the unpredictable, chaotic elements of the cosmos, a necessary counterpoint to the order maintained by Dialga and Palkia. These three legendary Pokémon, Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, are not merely strong in a combative sense, though their power in battle is undeniable. They are strong in a fundamental, existential way, their very existence defining the properties of the universe. Their interactions, their occasional conflicts, and their ultimate balance are what maintain the stability of Hisui, and indeed, the entire Pokémon world. A protracted conflict between them could unravel the very fabric of reality, plunging the world as into an abyss of temporal chaos, spatial dislocation, or antimatter annihilation. The ancient people of Hisui, recognizing their immense power, revered and feared them, building temples and crafting myths that spoke of their creation and their destructive potential. Beyond the creation trio, Hisui is also home to Arceus, the alpha Pokémon, the progenitor of all. Arceus is often regarded as the most powerful Pokémon in existence, the deity that shaped the universe itself. Its power is not merely limited to time, space, or antimatter. It encompasses all these and more. Arceus is said to have created Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, and indeed all other legendary Pokémon. Its power is absolute, capable of rewriting the very laws of physics and existence. Arceus can change its type at will by holding different elemental plates, allowing it to adapt to any situation and wield the full spectrum of elemental energies. Its signature move, Judgment, is a devastating attack that draws upon the power of its currently held plate, unleashing a pure, unadulterated force that can decimate anything in its path. The lore states that Arceus created the world with its 1,000 arms, a metaphorical representation of its boundless power and influence. Its presence in Hisui is often a hidden one, manifesting only when the balance of the world is severely threatened or when its chosen emissaries require aid. The ecological impact of Arceus, though rarely directly observed in the way Dialga or Palkia's might be, is fundamental. If Arceus were to truly unleash its power, it could reshape Hisui, or even the entire planet, to its whims. It could create or destroy life on a whim, alter geological features in an instant, or even change the very composition of the atmosphere. The mere thought of such power is enough to inspire profound reverence and fear. Arceus is not just a strong Pokémon, it is the source of all strength, the ultimate cosmic architect. Then we have the formidable forces of the legendary Pokémon in their origin forms, specifically Dialga and Palkia, which are uniquely powerful in the Hisui region. When exposed to the red chain, or more specifically, the mysterious energy emanating from the Hisuian region and its connection to the ancient plates, Dialga and Palkia can temporarily assume these ancient, primal forms. These origin forms are not merely aesthetic changes. They represent a return to a more raw, unfiltered state of their power, closer to their original forms during the creation of the universe. Dialga's origin form, a more slender and elongated version of its usual self, with a distinct wheel-like structure on its back, grants it an even greater mastery over time. In this state, Dialga can exert an even more precise and devastating control over temporal flow. It could accelerate the decay of an entire mountain range, turning solid rock into fine dust in a matter of hours. Conversely, it could freeze a raging storm in midair, suspending every raindrop and lightning bolt in an eternal tableau. The temporal distortions it can create become more localized and intense, capable of creating pockets of accelerated or decelerated time, where life cycles either speed up exponentially or grind to a halt. Imagine a field where plants sprout, grow, flower, and wither in seconds, or a river whose flow slows to an imperceptible crawl. The sheer temporal pressure exerted by origin form Dialga could even cause physical objects to vibrate violently, or even shatter as their constituent atoms are forced out of sync with the universal temporal flow. Its signature attack, roar of time, would become an even more potent wave of temporal energy, capable of erasing moments from existence or forcing targets into a temporal loop from which escape is nigh impossible. The implications for the natural world are immense, capable of disrupting the delicate balance of ecosystems on a scale previously unimaginable. Palkia's origin form, which reveals a more quadrupedal, majestic dragon-like appearance with wing-like structures, similarly amplifies its dominion over space. In this state, Palkia's spatial manipulation becomes even more fluid and absolute. It could bend light around itself to become completely invisible, or create localized pockets of distorted gravity, causing objects to float weightlessly or be crushed under immense pressure. The ability to tear open portals to other dimensions becomes effortless, potentially allowing creatures or energies from alternate realities to bleed into Hisui. Palkia could manipulate the physical dimensions of objects, making a small pebble as vast as a mountain or an entire forest shrink to the size of a single tree. Its signature move, Spatial Rend, would become an even more potent strike, tearing open holes in the very fabric of space, creating localized vacuums or dimensional rifts that could instantly transport or disintegrate targets. The very geography of Hisui could be reshaped at Palkia's whim. Mountains moved, rivers redirected, and new land masses formed or disappeared as Palkia folds and stretches space. The ecological impact would be the instant rearrangement of habitats, the sudden appearance of new environmental conditions, and the potential for entire ecosystems to be displaced or destroyed by sudden spatial shifts. These origin forms represent the closest those legendary Pokémon come to their primordial state, before the universe as we know it was fully formed. Their power in these forms is not just amplified, but also more raw and untamed, capable of causing widespread and fundamental changes to the very laws of reality in Hisui. The ancient people feared these forms, understanding that their unrestrained power could lead to catastrophic alterations of their world. Beyond the cosmic architects, Hisui also boasts other Pokémon of immense power and ecological significance, often referred to as noble Pokémon. These are not as globally powerful as the Creation Trio, but their influence within specific areas of Hisui is profound, and their strength is revered by the local populace. One such example is Kleavor, the axe Pokémon, an ancient evolution of Scyther uniquely found in Hisui. Kleavor's body is partially composed of stone, particularly its formidable axe-like arms. These arms are not just for show, they are incredibly sharp and durable, capable of cleaving through even the hardest rock with ease. Kleavor's strength lies in its ability to reshape its immediate environment, not through cosmic manipulation, but through sheer physical force and a unique ecological role. It carves paths through dense forests, cuts down ancient trees, and, in a way, practices a form of natural landscaping. Imagine a Pokémon whose destructive capabilities are so immense that its very existence contributes to the formation of clearings and the opening of new spaces within the wilderness. Its attacks, imbued with a sharp, rocky essence, can cause localized tremors and send shards of stone flying, altering the terrain around it. The continuous presence of a Claver population could lead to noticeable changes in the local topography over generations, creating rocky outcrops or clearings that support different plant and animal life. Its power is not about creating new laws of physics, but about exerting an overwhelming physical force that shapes the land it inhabits. Another powerful Pokemon tied to Hisui's unique environment is Ursaluna, the peat Pokemon, an evolution of Ursaring found only in this ancient region. Ursaluna is a massive, incredibly strong Pokemon with an uncanny ability to navigate and manipulate peat bogs. Its keen sense of smell allows it to detect underground springs, valuable minerals, and even lost items buried deep beneath the earth. Its strength is not just in its physical might, which is considerable, but in its profound connection to the earth and its ability to uncover what lies beneath. Ursaluna can dig through layers of peat and earth with surprising speed, creating new pathways and exposing subterranean environments. Its actions can influence the local hydrology, potentially causing bogs to drain or new springs to emerge. The movement of such a colossal creature through the delicate peatlands could create significant disturbances, leading to localized shifts in the water table and altering the composition of the soil. Its signature ability to track scents through the densest earth suggests an inherent connection to the underground world, an almost mystical ability to perceive hidden energies and resources. Ursaluna, therefore, acts as a powerful ecological engineer, shaping the very composition of the land by its movements and its powerful senses. Finally, we consider Arcanine's Hisuian form, the noble Pokemon of the Cobalt coastlands. This majestic fire rock type is imbued with both the fiery spirit of his Kanto counterpart and the rugged endurance of Hisui's volcanic landscapes. Its strength lies in its incredible speed, agility, and its ability to unleash devastating fiery attacks that also incorporate sharp, volcanic rock. Arcanine's fiery temper and protective nature make it a formidable guardian of its territory. Its presence can influence localized microclimates, raising ambient temperatures in its immediate vicinity and potentially fostering the growth of fire-resistant plant life. The volcanic energy it wields could ignite brush fires, shaping the landscape through controlled burning, or even creating small, temporary lava flows. Its powerful leaps and bounds across the rocky terrain demonstrate its absolute mastery over its environment, allowing it to navigate treacherous landscapes with ease. The roar of a Hisuian Arcanine, said to echo across the coastlands, could even create localized sonic disturbances, affecting the behavior of other Pokemon and perhaps even causing small rockfalls. Its strength is a blend of natural elemental power and an inherent connection to the harsh yet beautiful volcanic ecosystems of Hisui. The strength of Hisui's Pokemon, therefore, is a tapestry woven from the cosmic threads of creation itself, exemplified by Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, and the ultimate progenitor, Arceus. But it is also grounded in the tangible, ecological impacts of powerful regional Pokemon like Kleavor, Ursaluna, and Hisuian Arcanine, whose abilities directly shape the land, its resources, and its delicate balance of life. This ancient region, where the veil between the physical and the metaphysical is thin, truly showcases a spectrum of power ranging from the fundamental forces of the universe to the raw, untamed might that sculpts the very earth beneath our feet. The legends and lore of Hisui are a testament to the immense, often terrifying, but always awe-inspiring strength of the Pokemon that call this primordial land home, a land constantly being shaped and reshaped by these magnificent creatures. As we gently drift From the ancient, untamed lands of Hisui, our journey now brings us to the vibrant, yet often turbulent, region of Paldea. Here, the concept of strength takes on new dimensions, deeply intertwined with the phenomenon of terastallization, a mystical power that allows Pokémon to enhance their abilities and change their elemental typing. While the overarching narrative of Paldea often centers around the enigmatic Terapagos and the paradox Pokémon that transcend time, the tangible strength within the region is frequently embodied by creatures that have adapted to its unique ecological pressures and its rich, diverse biomes. Let us first consider Koraidon, the Winged King, a legendary Pokémon exclusive to the Scarlet Book. Koraidon embodies the primal strength of the past, a creature whose very being is a testament to raw, untamed power. Its design evokes ancient reptiles, dinosaurs, and a profound connection to the earth. Koraidon's ability, Orichalcum Pulse, automatically activates harsh sunlight upon entering battle, bolstering its own attack stat by 30% and simultaneously enhancing the special attack of other Paradox Pokémon on its side by 30%. This ability is a clear demonstration of its capacity to manipulate the environment, not just through its physical form, but through its very aura. The harsh sunlight it generates has far-reaching ecological implications, drying out water sources, accelerating photosynthesis in certain plant species, and potentially altering the behavior of Suniverse Pokémon. Its powerful legs allow it to traverse vast distances with incredible speed, effortlessly scaling mountains and crossing rivers. The sheer force of its leaps could trigger localized tremors, and its presence alone could dramatically impact the delicate balance of an ecosystem, drying up puddles and increasing ambient temperatures in its immediate vicinity. Koraidon's roaring call, said to echo across Paldea's grandest peaks, could dislodge rocks, disturb avian Pokémon, and serve as a dominant territorial marker. Its physical attacks are delivered with a force that can shatter bedrock, and its inherent connection to the past suggests a deep, almost instinctual understanding of the planet's primordial energies. Conversely, we then turn our attention to Miraidon, the Iron Serpent, the legendary Pokémon exclusive to the Violet Book. Miraidon represents the pinnacle of futuristic strength, a creature of advanced technology and refined power. Its design is sleek, metallic, and suggestive of artificial intelligence and cutting-edge engineering. Miraidon's ability, Hadron Engine, automatically activates electric terrain upon entering battle, raising its own special attack by 30% and simultaneously boosting the special attack of other Paradox Pokémon on its side by 30%. This electric field it generates has profound environmental consequences, energizing electrical grids, altering magnetic fields, and potentially interfering with natural electrical phenomena such as lightning strikes. The electric terrain it emits could overcharge local flora, affecting their growth cycles, or even create localized electromagnetic pulses that could disrupt sensitive electronic equipment in its vicinity. Its ability to hover and glide effortlessly allows it to traverse air currents and even cross vast stretches of water without touching the surface. The hum of its internal mechanisms, though subtle, could create localized sonic vibrations, affecting insect populations and perhaps even influencing the migratory patterns of some Pokémon. Miraidon's energy-based attacks are precise and devastating, capable of melting steel and vaporizing obstacles. Its connection to the future implies an evolutionary trajectory, a glimpse into what strength might become through technological advancement and a harmonious blend of organic and synthetic components. Both Koraidon and Miraidon, as box art legendaries, possess the intrinsic power to shape their immediate environments through their abilities, effectively creating temporary microclimates or energy zones that benefit themselves and their temporal counterparts. Their very presence alters the fundamental forces of nature around them, a testament to their legendary status. Beyond these temporal titans, Paldea is home to the mighty four ruinous Pokémon, known as the Treasures of Ruin. These ancient, powerful beings were sealed away due to their immense destructive power, each embodying a different aspect of environmental disruption and ancient curses. They are not merely strong in battle, but their very existence is a testament to the raw, untamed forces of nature and the consequences of wielding such power carelessly. First, we consider Wo-Chien, the Ruinous Tablet, a grass Geodark type Pokemon. This creature is said to be formed from the grudges of the deceased, compressed into ancient wooden tablets. Its ability, Tablets of Ruin, lowers the attack stat of all other Pokemon on the field by 25%. This is not merely a stat decrease in a battle, it represents a draining of vital energy, a weakening of physical prowess that could extend beyond the battlefield. Ecologically, this ability could manifest as a localized blight, causing vegetation to wither, diminishing the strength of herbivorous Pokemon, and even leading to a general malaise in the area. The presence of Wo-Chien could cause trees to decay prematurely, crops to fail, and the very life force of a region to dwindle. Its control over plant life might allow it to create dense, suffocating thickets, or even accelerate the decomposition of organic matter, stripping nutrients from the soil. Its silent, almost insidious power is a constant drain on its surroundings, a creeping malaise that slowly but surely saps the strength from all living things. Next, we encounter Chien Pao, the Ruinous Sword, an Isa Dark type Pokemon. This Pokemon is said to be formed from the hatred of those who perished by the sword, taking the shape of ancient swords of ice and snow. Its ability, Sword of Ruin, lowers the defense stat of all other Pokemon on the field by 25%. This reduction in defense signifies a literal weakening of protective barriers, a susceptibility to harm that could manifest in the natural world as a sudden vulnerability to harsh elements or predators. The chilling aura of Chien Pao could cause localized blizzards, flash freezes, and a dramatic drop in temperature, making an area uninhabitable for many species. Its icy presence could freeze rivers, shatter rock formations through ice wedging, and create treacherous, slippery terrain. The sudden chill it brings could decimate plant life unaccustomed to such cold, and even cause the hardy bodies of some Pokemon to become brittle and fragile. Its swift, piercing attacks are like shards of ancient ice, capable of cleaving through almost anything. Then there is Ting Lu, the Ruinous Vessel, a ground dark type Pokemon. This imposing creature is said to embody the fear of ancient rituals and the crushing weight of Earth itself, formed from the resentment of stolen treasures, molded into a vessel. Its ability, Vessel of Ruin, lowers the special attack stat of all other Pokemon on the field by 25%. This drain on special attack could translate environmentally into a dampening of elemental energies, a weakening of magical forces, and a general suppression of psychic or energetic abilities in an area. The sheer mass and ground-shaking power of Ting Lu could cause localized earthquakes, landslides, and significant shifts in the Earth's crust. Its heavy footsteps could compact soil, alter drainage patterns, and even divert underground water sources. The ground itself might become barren and infertile in its presence, devoid of the subtle energies that support life. The deep, resonating hum of its movements could disorient subterranean creatures and even cause structural damage to human constructions. Its strength is a slow, inexorable force, capable of reshaping the very foundations of the land. Finally, we meet Chiyu, the Ruinous Beads, a fire-dark type Pokémon. This creature is said to be formed from the envy of ancient wealth, taking the form of jade beads that burn with a malevolent flame. Its ability, Beads of Ruin, lowers the special defense stat of all other Pokémon on the field by 25%. This reduction in special defense suggests a vulnerability to elemental and energetic attacks, a thinning of spiritual and magical protections. The intense heat radiated by Chi-Yu could cause localized droughts, spontaneous combustion, and a dramatic increase in ambient temperature, turning fertile land into arid waste. Its fiery presence could ignite wildfires, melt rock, and vaporize small bodies of water. The air around it might shimmer with heat haze, distorting vision and making respiration difficult for many creatures. Its piercing, burning attacks are like ancient curses, capable of incinerating anything they touch. The relentless glow of its beads could also disrupt nocturnal ecosystems, altering the behavior of light-sensitive organisms. Each of the 4 ruinous Pokémon represents a specific environmental cataclysm, a powerful force of degradation that, if unleashed, could irrevocably alter the Paldean landscape. Their strength lies not just in their combat prowess, but in their inherent power to corrupt and diminish the very essence of life around them, a subtle yet devastating form of ecological warfare. Their abilities, while presented as battle mechanics, have profound implications for the natural world, showcasing a level of destructive potential that far surpasses typical Pokémon. Beyond these legendaries and ancient curses, Paldea also hosts powerful pseudo-legendaries and regional champions that embody the region's unique blend of tradition and innovation. Dragonite, though not native to Paldea, often appears as a formidable force in the region, its immense power and gentle nature, a stark contrast to the more volatile legendaries. But Paldea also introduces its own, unique and exceptionally strong Pokémon forged in its distinct environment. Consider Garganacl, the rock salt Pokémon, a pure rock type. Its immense defensive capabilities and its signature move, Salt Cure, which inflicts residual damage, make it a truly formidable presence. The very composition of Garganacl, made of rock salt, has intriguing ecological implications. Its presence could contribute to localized salinity in the soil, affecting plant growth and creating unique halophytic ecosystems. Its ability purifying salt grants it immunity to status conditions and halves damage from ghost-type moves, suggesting an inherent resistance to spiritual or ethereal influences. The sheer weight and density of a Garganacl could impact topography, creating depressions or altering water flow. Its powerful blows, delivered with crystalline force, could easily pulverize rock and shape the landscape. Another powerful force in Paldea is the mighty Kingambit, the big blade Pokémon, a dark steel type. Evolved from Bisharp after it defeats 3 other Bisharp in battle While holding a leader's crest, Kingambit represents a pinnacle of strategic and martial strength. Its ability, Supreme Overlord, boosts its attack stat by 10% for each fallen ally, demonstrating a powerful, almost vengeful capacity to draw strength from adversity. This ability speaks to a deep, primal understanding of dominance and leadership, a creature that thrives on the victories of its subordinates. Its massive blade-like hands are capable of cleaving through almost any material, and its imposing presence could enforce territorial boundaries with undeniable authority. In a natural ecosystem, a Kingambit could become an apex predator, its strategic mind and formidable power allowing it to dominate vast areas and reshape local power dynamics, among other Pokémon. Its dark, steel-hardened body is incredibly resilient, making it a force of nature in its own right, a walking fortress of sharpened steel. The strength in Paldea, therefore, is multifaceted. It encompasses the ancient, primordial power of Koraidon, the futuristic technological might of Miraidon, and the insidious, environmentally destructive forces of the ruinous Pokémon. It also includes the more grounded, yet still immensely powerful, creatures like Garganical and Kingambit, whose unique adaptations and abilities allow them to shape their environments and dominate their ecological niches. Terastallization itself, while a battle mechanic, speaks to a deeper underlying truth about Paldea, that within every Pokémon lies a hidden potential, a latent power that can be awakened and magnified, allowing them to transcend their natural limits and unleash elemental forces with unprecedented intensity. This phenomenon, unique to Paldea, suggests that the region itself is saturated with a unique energy, a cosmic influence that allows for such profound transformations, making every Pokémon a potential vessel for extraordinary power. The strength of Paldea is a vibrant tapestry woven with threads of the past, present, and future, all infused with a mystical energy that allows for breathtaking displays of ecological and elemental might. Moving beyond the vibrant and transformative energies of Paldea, we journey eastward, crossing vast oceans and perhaps even the boundaries of time to the land of Hisui, an ancient and wild incarnation of what would one day become the Sinnoh region. Here, the concept of strongest takes on a different, more primal meaning, deeply intertwined with the very fabric of space and time. Hisui is a land where legends are not just stories, but active forces shaping the landscape and the lives of those who dwell within it. The Pokémon here are often larger, more aggressive, and possess a raw, untamed power that speaks to an era before extensive human influence began to subtly reshape the natural order. At the very pinnacle of Hisui's power structure, and indeed central to its very existence, are the Alpha Pokémon. These are not a specific species, but rather exceptionally large, powerful, and often highly aggressive individuals of various species, marked by glowing red eyes and a distinct aura. An Alpha Pokémon is a formidable challenge, embodying the untamed spirit of the land. Their immense size and enhanced stats make them significantly stronger than their regular counterparts, representing a natural selection process where only the most dominant and resilient thrive. Encountering an Alpha Bidoof, for instance, might seem comical, but its sheer power and imposing stature instantly convey that even common Pokémon in Hisui command respect. These alphas are a testament to the harsh realities of ancient ecosystems, where only the strongest could survive and propagate. Their presence sculpts the environment, influencing migration patterns, resource distribution, and even the behavior of other Pokémon, creating a delicate yet brutal balance within the wilderness. However, the true titans of Hisui, the beings that define its very essence, are the legendary Pokémon, particularly Dialga and Palkia, and their progenitor, Arceus. Dialga, the temporal Pokémon, is a steel and dragon type, said to control time itself. Its roar can warp the flow of moments, speeding up or slowing down events, or even stopping them entirely. Imagine the power inherent in such a being. A single thought could unravel the intricate tapestry of cause and effect. In Hisui, its presence is deeply felt, and disturbances in its domain could lead to temporal distortions, echoing through the land and subtly altering its history. Its signature move, Roar of Time, not only inflicts immense damage, but also forces the user to recharge, suggesting an incredible expenditure of energy to manipulate such a fundamental force. The very fabric of reality bends to its will, making it an undisputed master of temporal mechanics. Complementing Dialga is Palkia, the spatial Pokemon, a water and dragon type, which commands the very fabric of space. It can distort spatial dimensions, creating alternate realities, rearranging landscapes, or even transporting beings across vast distances in an instant. Its power to manipulate space could mean that geographical features are not fixed, but rather fluid, subject to its whim. A mountain range might appear or disappear, rivers could reroute themselves, and the very concept of distance becomes meaningless. Spatial Rends, its signature move, tears through the dimensions, delivering a devastating blow. The combined influence of Dialga and Palkia speaks to a universe where the fundamental laws of physics are not immutable, but rather a reflection of their immense power. Disturbances in their delicate balance could lead to chaotic spatial anomalies, tearing apart the very land of Hisui. Yet even above these cosmic architects stands Arceus, the alpha Pokémon, a normal type said to be the creator of the entire Pokémon world. Lore states that Arceus emerged from an egg in a vortex of nothingness and then shaped the universe with its 1,000 arms. It brought forth Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, and then retreated from the world, observing its creation. Its ability, Multi-Type, allows it to change its type based on the elemental plate it holds. This represents not just a versatility in combat, but a fundamental mastery over all elemental forces, as if it possesses the blueprint for every type of energy in existence. The plates are not mere items, they are fragments of Arceus's own power, imbued with the essence of their respective types. To wield such power, to be the origin point of all existence, places Arceus in a category of its own. Its strength is not merely physical, but existential. It is the very cornerstone of reality, and its presence, even if indirect, is what allows Hisui, and indeed all regions, to exist. Its power transcends mere combat, extending to the very laws of creation and existence. Beyond these cosmic beings, Hisui also boasts a unique set of regional variants and evolutions that demonstrate an adaptation to its harsh and untamed environment. One such example is Hisuian Arcanine, a fire and rock type. Unlike its Kanto counterpart, which is known for its speed and grace, Hisuian Arcanine is a more rugged, mountainous Pokémon characterized by its rocky spikes and flowing flame-like fur. It is said to be a guardian of the mountains, its powerful legs allowing it to traverse treacherous terrain with ease, and its fiery roars echoing through the valleys. Its unique typing gives it both offensive and defensive capabilities, allowing it to withstand pressure while also unleashing powerful elemental attacks. Its sheer physical presence, combined with its elemental mastery, makes it a formidable protector of its domain. Another fascinating evolution, unique to Hisui, is Cleavor, a bug and rock type, evolving from Scyther. Unlike Scyther, which embraces technology and steel, Cleaver leans into raw primal power. Its arms have transformed into massive, axe-like stone blades, capable of cleaving through solid rock and timber with incredible force. It is said that the chips of stone that fly from its body during its fierce attacks are prized as ancient tools. Cleavor's strength lies in its unadulterated power and its ability to reshape its environment through sheer force. A Cleavor could fell entire forests, clear paths through rocky terrain, and dominate a localized area through its overwhelming physical might. Its presence is a testament to the natural power that can be harnessed from within a Pokémon without the need for external enhancements or technological refinement. Then there is Hisuian Zoroark, a normal and ghost type, evolving from Hisuian Zorua. This variant is a tragic yet powerful entity. Unlike the mischievous illusions of its Unovan counterpart, Hisuian Zoroark's illusions are born from resentment and sorrow, manifesting as ghostly apparitions that can even cause physical harm. Its ability to conjure illusions that are so real they can affect the physical world speaks to a profound manipulation of perception and reality. It can vanish and reappear, striking from unexpected angles, its spectral form making it incredibly difficult to pin down. Its strength lies not just in its offensive capabilities, but in its psychological warfare, preying on the fears and doubts of its opponents. A Hisuian Zoroark, fueled by its lingering sorrow, could haunt and manipulate an entire area, making it a place of eerie mystery and dread. These Hisuian forms and evolutions demonstrate how environmental pressures and the passage of time can sculpt Pokémon into unique and powerful entities. They represent adaptations to a wilder, more untamed world, where survival often depended on raw strength, elemental mastery, and clever adaptation. The phenomenon of noble Pokémon in Hisui also speaks to a unique form of power. These are specific Pokémon that have been blessed by Arceus, becoming exceptionally powerful and often revered by the people of Hisui. Their frenzied states, brought on by mysterious space-time distortions, represent an unleashed, uncontrollable surge of power that is incredibly destructive. Overcoming a frenzied noble Pokémon requires not just strength in battle, but also a deep understanding and respect for the Pokémon itself, signifying a spiritual connection to the land and its guardians. These noble Pokémon, like Cleavor or Hisuian Arcanine in their frenzied states, are not just strong, they are forces of nature, their power amplified to cataclysmic levels, capable of altering the very terrain around them with their uncontrolled might. Considering the strongest in Hisui, we must acknowledge the pervasive influence of Arceus. Even if not directly intervening, its creation of Dialga and Palkia and its subtle presence through the noble Pokémon means its power is woven into the very fabric of the region. The strength of Hisui is thus a layered tapestry, with Arceus as the foundational thread. Below it are Dialga and Palkia, the cosmic architects who maintain the very laws of space and time. Then we have the alpha Pokémon, representing the pinnacle of natural selection and ecological dominance within individual species. Finally, the Hisuian regional forms and evolutions showcase a raw, primal power, adapted to a harsh and untamed world. The environment itself in Hisui plays a crucial role in defining strength. The treacherous mountains, the vast seas, the swirling temporal and spatial anomalies, all these elements demand a certain level of resilience and power from the Pokémon that inhabit them. A Pokémon that can thrive in such an environment is inherently strong, having overcome the natural challenges posed by the land itself. The very air of Hisui seems charged with ancient energy, allowing for phenomena like the massive space-time distortions, where rare items and powerful Pokémon can emerge, further attesting to the region's unique and potent aura. In Hisui, strength is not just about battle prowess, but about ecological dominance, environmental adaptation, and cosmic influence. It's about surviving in a world where the elements themselves are untamed, where legends walk the earth, and where the very fabric of reality can bend to the will of transcendent beings. The Pokémon of Hisui, whether cosmic deities or territorial alphas, are a testament to the raw, untamed power of a world before extensive human civilization, a world where the natural order was dictated by the most formidable and awe-inspiring creatures. The whispers of Dialga's temporal shifts and Palkia's spatial manipulations are ever present, grounding the region in a profound sense of cosmic power. The very ground vibrates with potential, a latent energy that can manifest in an alpha's roar or a noble Pokemon's frenzied rage. The natural world of Hisui is a constant reminder that true power can be both beautiful and terrifying, a force that shapes mountains and rivers and binds the very fabric of existence. It is a region where the line between myth and reality is thin, and where the strongest Pokémon are often those who are most intimately connected to these ancient elemental forces. The sheer scale of power evident in Hisui is breathtaking, a symphony of cosmic and primal forces shaping a truly wild and magnificent land. Moving onward from the ancient echoes of Hisui, we gently drift into the more modern, yet equally profound region of Sinnoh. While Hisui provides a glimpse into the raw, untamed past, Sinnoh presents a more refined understanding of the very same cosmic forces that shaped its predecessor. The foundational strength of Sinnoh, much like Hisui, begins with the same trio of legendary Pokémon, though their roles and interpretations are subtly different in this developed era. At the absolute pinnacle of power in Sinnoh, we again find Arceus, the alpha Pokémon, the original one, the creator of all. Its presence in Sinnoh is not as overtly active as it is in the myths of Hisui, where it directly interacts with the protagonist. Instead, in Sinnoh, Arceus exists more as a distant, yet undeniably present deity. Its power is so immense that it is said to have shaped the very universe, giving birth to Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, and by extension, all of reality. The plates it carries are not merely aesthetic, they are fragments of its own being, allowing it to adapt to any elemental type, making it a master of all forces. To encounter Arceus in Sinnoh is to stand before the ultimate source of all Pokémon power, a being whose very existence transcends conventional notions of strength. Its almost unfathomable power is the ultimate ceiling, the ultimate measure against which all other Pokémon in Sinnoh are ultimately compared. The lore surrounding Arceus in Sinnoh reinforces its status as a singular, unparalleled entity, a silent architect of existence. Immediately following Arceus, and inextricably linked to its creation, are Dialga and Palkia. In Sinnoh, their roles as the masters of time and space are fully realized and understood. Dialga, with its adamant orb, commands the flow of time itself. It can accelerate, decelerate, or even stop time, making it an incredibly potent force. Its roars are said to distort the very fabric of chronology, and its presence can warp the passage of moments. Imagine the strategic implications of a Pokémon that controls time. It is a power that can dictate the outcome of any conflict before it even begins. Palkia, conversely, with its lustrous orb, governs space. It can create and destroy dimensions, manipulate distances, and stretch or compress the very fabric of reality. Its movements are said to ripple through space, and its presence can cause spatial warps and distortions. The ability to manipulate space offers an equally overwhelming advantage, allowing it to transport itself or others across vast distances instantaneously, or to reshape the battlefield to its specifications. Together, Dialga and Palkia represent the fundamental axes of reality, their combined might ensuring the stable existence of the Sinnoh region and indeed the entire Pokémon world. Their power is not merely destructive, it is fundamental, shaping the very environment and conditions under which all other life exists. The Spear Pillar, a sacred site high in the Sinnoh Mountains, stands as a testament to their cosmic dance, a place where the boundaries between dimensions are thin and their influence is most acutely felt. However, Sinnoh also introduces another pivotal cosmic entity, Giratina, or the renegade Pokémon. Unlike Dialga and Palkia, who maintain order in the physical world, Giratina resides in the distortion world, a dimension parallel to the real world, where the laws of physics are warped and inverted. Giratina was banished to this realm for its extremely aggressive and violent nature, a testament to its immense power. Its unique ghost just dragon typing gives it an unmatched offensive and defensive presence, and its ability to traverse between dimensions makes it a terrifying force. The distortion world itself is a reflection of Giratina's chaotic power, a place where gravity shifts and reality is fluid. Giratina represents the antithesis of creation, a destructive force that balances the creative powers of Dialga and Palkia. Its power is raw, primal, and untamed, embodying the darker, more chaotic aspects of existence. The Griseous Orb, which enhances its abilities, allows it to maintain its true form in the distortion world, further amplifying its immense strength. The trio of Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina forms the creation trio, representing time, space, and antimatter, so distortion, respectively. And together they are the cosmic pillars of Sinnoh's power structure, directly below Arceus. Beyond these cosmic deities, Sinnoh is also home to a multitude of other powerful, legendary, and mythical Pokémon, each contributing to the region's overall strength profile. The Lake Guardians, Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf embody knowledge, emotion, and willpower. While not as overtly powerful in battle as the Creation Trio, their influence is profound. They are said to have given humans these essential traits, and their presence maintains a delicate balance within the region's spiritual and intellectual landscape. Their power lies not in physical might, but in their ability to shape the very consciousness of living beings. A Pokémon that can instill knowledge or stir emotions holds a different, yet equally significant, form of power. Then we encounter Heatran, a legendary Pokémon residing within Stark Mountain, a volcanic region. Heatran is a steel fire type, and its body is composed of incredibly durable steel and magma. It is said to be a remnant of the planet's formation, an embodiment of the Earth's molten core. Its power is geological, capable of causing eruptions and manipulating volcanic activity. Its sheer defensive capabilities and raw, fiery offense make it a formidable opponent, a testament to the primal forces still active beneath Sinnoh's surface. Regigigas, the colossal Pokémon, is another ancient powerhouse of Sinnoh. It is said to have pulled the continents into place, a feat of unimaginable physical strength. Regigigas is the master of the legendary Titans, Regirock, Regis, and Registeel, which it created in ancient times. Its slow start ability initially hinders its power, but once it overcomes this, its raw physical might is almost unmatched. Regigigas represents the sheer, unadulterated power of creation through physical force, a monumental being whose strength shaped the very land. Shaman, the gratitude Pokémon, while seemingly gentle, possesses the power to purify polluted areas and bring forth lush vegetation. Its grass type and its ability to transform into sky form grants it versatility and a surprising amount of offensive capability. Its power is regenerative and life-affirming, a vital force within Sinnoh's ecosystem. Darkrai, the pitch-black Pokémon, is a master of nightmares. It can induce terrifying dreams in anyone nearby, a power that can incapacitate even the strongest of opponents without a single physical strike. Its ghost, dark typing, and high special attack make it a formidable offensive presence, but its true power lies in its ability to manipulate the subconscious, a psychological form of strength that is uniquely terrifying. Cresselia, the lunar Pokémon, stands in opposition to Darkrai, bringing pleasant dreams and warding off nightmares. Its serene presence and psychic typing offer a powerful defensive and supportive role, able to heal and protect. The balance between Darkrai's nightmares and Cresselia's dreams is a subtle yet crucial aspect of Sinnoh's energetic equilibrium. Finally, Fiona and Manaphy, the prince and sea-roving Pokémon, represent the mysteries of the ocean. Manaphy, especially, has the unique ability to bond with any Pokémon and switch their abilities, showcasing a deep connection to the life force of the seas. Their power is tied to the vastness and life-giving properties of Sinnoh's aquatic environments. The strength profile of Sinnoh, therefore, is a sophisticated tapestry woven from both cosmic and earthly threads. The cosmic order established by Arceus and the creation trio dictates the fundamental laws of existence. Below them, the elemental forces embodied by Heatran and Regigigas represent the raw geological and physical power that shaped the world. The spiritual and psychological influences of the Lake Guardians, Darkrai and Cresselia, demonstrate that strength is not always about brute force, but can reside in the manipulation of consciousness and emotion. The life-giving and regenerative powers of Shaman and Manaphy highlight the vital natural forces at play. In Sinnoh, strength is understood through a prism of order and chaos, creation and destruction, conscious thought and primal instinct. The region's history, deeply intertwined with the legends of its powerful Pokémon, shows a continuous interaction between these forces. The advancements in human civilization in Sinnoh compared to Hisui have led to a more nuanced understanding of these powers, but they remain just as potent. The majestic Mount Coronet, towering over the region, serves as a constant reminder of the titanic forces that shaped the land and continue to influence it. Its peak, the spear pillar, is where the fabric of reality itself is thinnest, a sacred ground where the power of the creation trio is most keenly felt. The very air of Sinnoh, especially in its wilder, more remote areas, feels charged with the ancient energies of its legendary inhabitants. The lakes, the mountains, the volcanoes, each geographical feature is imbued with the power of the Pokémon that reside within or are associated with them. The strength of Sinnoh is thus comprehensive, encompassing the very building blocks of the universe, the raw power of the earth, and the subtle yet profound influence over mind and spirit. It is a region where the legends are not just stories, but tangible forces that actively shape the world, making it a place of immense and multifaceted power. As we gently drift from the rugged, ancient landscapes of Sinnoh, our journey now carries us southward, across the vast oceans, towards a land vibrant with bustling cities, lush natural wonders, and a deeply interwoven culture of tradition and innovation. We arrive in the Unova region, a distinct landmass geographically separate from the other regions we've explored, resembling a large, elongated island. This unique isolation has fostered a different evolutionary path for many of its Pokémon, and indeed, a different kind of strength. Unova's strength narrative is deeply rooted in the interplay of ideals and truths, reflecting the philosophical underpinnings of its most powerful legendary Pokémon. At the very pinnacle of Unova's power structure, we encounter the legendary dragon trio, Reshiram, Zekrom, and Kyurem. These three represent a foundational myth, a tale of two brothers who once shared a single, powerful dragon. This original dragon, an embodiment of immense, unspecified power, split into three distinct entities during a conflict between the brothers over their differing beliefs. Reshiram, the vast white Pokémon, personifies truth and the warmth of fire. Its fiery breath is said to incinerate everything, and it seeks individuals who pursue the actual truth of the world. Its power is not merely destructive, it is transformative, burning away falsehoods to reveal reality. Imagine the subtle hum of its internal flame, a constant low thrum as it considers the intricacies of existence. Conversely, Zekrom, the deep black Pokémon, embodies ideals and the raw electric force of lightning. It aligns itself with those who strive for a better world, for the realization of their lofty aspirations. Its incredibly powerful tail generates electricity capable of devastating landscapes, yet it does so in the service of creating a new, ideal future. The crackling energy that perpetually surrounds it is not aggressive, but rather a soft, steady hum, a promise of innovation and change. The separation of these two dragons, representing two sides of human aspiration, created a profound imbalance, a dynamic tension that defines much of Unova's historical and philosophical landscape. Then there is Kyurem, the boundary Pokémon. This enigmatic dragon is said to be the empty shell of the original dragon, a being of ice and cold that represents the absence of truth and ideals, the void left behind. It is powerful in its own right, wielding absolute zero temperatures to freeze all in its path. However, its true terrifying power lies in its ability to fuse with either Reshiram or Zekrom through the use of the DNA splicers to become white Kyurem or black Kyurem. These fused forms are immensely stronger, regaining some of the power of the original dragon. White Kyurem combines the cold of Kyurem with the fire of Reshiram, creating the paradox of hot and cold, truth and emptiness. Black Kyurem merges Kyurem's ice with Zekrom's electricity, an embodiment of frozen ideals and raw, untamed power. The quiet, almost mournful wail of Kyurem, a sound whispered on the icy winds of the giant chasm, speaks of a yearning for completion, for the reunification of its fragmented self. This trio's power is not just physical, it is existential, reflecting the constant human struggle between what is real and what we wish to be real. Beyond these colossal dragons, Unova hosts another powerful trio known as the Forces of Nature: Tornadus, Thundurus, and Landorus. Thus, three genies are often seen soaring through the skies, embodying the raw, untamed power of weather. Tornadus, the cyclone Pokémon, is a pure flying type, capable of generating incredibly powerful winds and storms. It glides through the air with a silent majesty, its tail forming a swirling vortex, a gentle, continuous whisper of atmospheric pressure. Its power is manifest in the shaping of the very air, a subtle yet omnipresent force. Thundurus, the Bolt Strike Pokémon, is a flying and electric type, bringing forth immense thunderstorms and striking down foes with bolts of lightning. Its roaring presence is a symphony of soft crackles and distant rumbles, a lullaby of approaching atmospheric change. Its destructive capabilities are vast, yet they are a natural part of the weather cycle, preparing the ground for new growth, much like a controlled burn in an ancient forest. Landorus, the Abundance Pokémon, is the leader of the trio and a ground and flying type. It is said to bless the land with fertility and good harvests, but also to quell the destructive rampages of Tornadus and Thundurus. Landorus's true power lies in its ability to nurture life. The gentle rustle of leaves as it passes, the soft tremor of the earth beneath its feet, signal a promise of abundance. When in its Therian form, these three Pokémon take on more bestial appearances, emphasizing their primal connection to nature. Their power is a constant, rhythmic pulse, the very heartbeat of Unova's agricultural prosperity, a vital force shaping the land and its sustenance. The gentle breezes they stir carry the faint scent of rain and fertile soil. Unova also introduces us to the mystical power of Meloetta, the Melody Pokémon. This normal and psychic type is a graceful, ethereal being whose music can evoke powerful emotions in those who hear it. Its relic song can change its form, from aria form, which is focused on singing, to pirouette form, which emphasizes dance. Meloetta's power is not about brute strength, but about the profound influence of art and emotion. The soft, resonant vibrations of its voice, like a distant, tranquil melody, can soothe the most troubled minds or stir the deepest feelings. Its strength is in connection, in the ability to move hearts and minds, a subtle yet undeniably potent force that transcends physical boundaries. Then there are the Swords of Justice, Cobalion, Terrakion, Virizion, and their apprentice Keldeo. This quartet embodies courage, justice, and the protection of Pokémon and nature from human interference. Cobalion, the Iron Will Pokémon, is a steel and fighting type, possessing a calm demeanor and an unyielding will. Its metallic sheen reflects the soft, ambient light of the forest, a silent sentinel. Terrakion, the Cavern Pokémon, is a rock and fighting type, known for its immense physical strength and ability to charge through obstacles. The deep, rumbling sound of its footsteps, a gentle vibration through the earth, signifies its grounded power. Virizion, the grassland Pokémon, is a grass and fighting type, swift and elegant, capable of moving through forests with incredible speed. The soft whisper of wind through the leaves, stirred by its passage, is its signature sound. Keldeo, the colt Pokémon, a water and fighting type, is still learning, but possesses immense potential, especially when it transforms into its resolute form, fueled by a deep sense of justice. The gentle lapping of water, a quiet gurgle, accompanies its movements. Their strength is not just in their fighting prowess, but in their collective commitment to an ideal, a shared purpose that binds them. They represent a moral compass, a steady light in the wilderness. Finally, we encounter Genesect, the Paleozoic Pokémon. This bug and steel type is an ancient Pokémon that was revived from a 300 million year old fossil and then heavily modified by Team Plasma, a human organization. Genesect's power lies in its technological enhancements, particularly its adaptable drive, which can change the type of its signature move, Techno Blast. This Pokémon represents the intersection of ancient natural power and advanced technology, a fusion that makes it incredibly formidable. The faint, almost imperceptible whir of its internal mechanisms, a soft, steady thrum, speaks of its complex design. Its existence poses questions about the ethics of scientific manipulation and the potential for ancient power to be harnessed and perhaps corrupted by human ambition. The strength profile of Unova is thus a nuanced exploration of duality and balance. The Dragon Trio embodies the fundamental human conflict between truth and ideals, a schism that reshapes the world. The forces of nature represent the essential, often untamed energies of the planet, a gentle reminder of our place within a larger ecosystem. Meloetta's power highlights the subtle yet profound influence of art and emotion on the soul. The Swords of Justice stand for unwavering moral principles, a quiet, steadfast commitment to protecting the vulnerable. And Genesect demonstrates the potential, both wondrous and terrifying, when ancient life is merged with cutting-edge technology. Unova's power is a dance between grand philosophical concepts and the raw elemental forces of nature, all subtly influencing the rhythm of life in this vibrant region. The towering skyscrapers of Castelia City, bathed in the soft glow of dusk, stand in silent contrast to the wild, untamed beauty of its natural preserves, a constant dialogue between civilization and wilderness, each influencing the other. The gentle hum of the city, merging with the distant chirping of Pokémon in the Nimbasa Ferris wheel, creates a unique auditory tapestry. The quiet, consistent flow of the currents around this isolated landmass whispers tales of ancient origins and the enduring power of its legendary inhabitants, a soft, continuous narrative carried by the ocean breeze. As we drift from the bustling yet serene landscapes of Unova, our journey carries us gently across the boundless ocean, eventually bringing us to the captivating and mysterious Kalos region. This land, inspired by the elegant charm of France, is a tapestry woven with ancient history, cutting-edge science, and an aura of profound mystery. The very air here seems to hum with a subtle energy, a silent testament to the powerful forces that have shaped its destiny. The architecture, from the glittering lights of Lumiosa City to the ancient ruins scattered across the countryside, speaks of a long and rich past, a past intertwined with legendary Pokémon whose tales are whispered on the wind. The predominant legend of Kalos, revolves around the delicate balance of life and death, an equilibrium embodied by the region's central trio of legendary Pokémon. First, we encounter Xerneas, the life Pokémon, a majestic fairy type whose very presence breathes vibrancy into the world. Its antlers, shimmering with an ethereal glow, are said to radiate life energy, capable of sharing eternal life with those it touches. Xerneas is depicted as a benevolent deity, a guardian of growth and renewal. Its signature move, Geomancy, not only boosts its own power, but also seems to draw strength directly from the earth itself, a slow, deliberate gathering of life force. Imagine a vast, ancient forest, bathed in the soft glow of dawn, and you begin to understand the gentle, yet immense power of Xerneas. The rustling of leaves, the quiet blossoming of flowers, all seem to emanate from its serene form. Its strength stems from its fundamental connection to the very essence of existence, a life-giving force that is both passive and overwhelmingly potent. In stark contrast to Xerneas, we find Yveltal, the destruction Pokemon, a formidable dark and flying type. Yveltal is the harbinger of demise, a creature whose wings, when spread, absorb the life force from everything around it. Its presence is often associated with the end of eras, the necessary cycle of decay that precedes new growth. While seemingly destructive, Yveltal is not inherently evil. Rather, it represents the other side of the life-death coin, an essential component of the natural order. Its signature move, Oblivion Wing, drains the life force from its opponents, a chilling mirror to Xerneas's life-giving abilities. Picture a moonless night, silent and vast, under which ancient trees slowly return to the earth, their energy returning to the soil. This quiet, inevitable process is the domain of Yveltal. Its immense power lies in its ability to bring about cessation, to complete cycles, ensuring that life does not become stagnant. The subtle, almost imperceptible sigh of the wind through barren branches might be its breath. And then, bridging these two opposing forces, we have Zygarde, the Order Pokemon, a dragon and ground type. Zygarde is unique in its composition, existing in various forms depending on the number of its individual cells and cores that have gathered together. In its 10% form, it resembles a dog, swift and agile, capable of quickly responding to threats. Its 50% form, a serpentine creature, is what most people recognize as Zygarde, a powerful guardian of the ecosystem. But its true power is unleashed in its complete form, a colossal humanoid figure that possesses overwhelming strength, capable of restoring balance to the Kalos region should Xerneas and Yveltal's powers become unbalanced. Zygarde's role is that of a silent observer, a regulator, ensuring that the delicate interplay between life and death remains in harmony. Its signature move, Land's Wrath, unleashes the raw power of the earth, a steady, rumbling force. The soft, shifting earth beneath our feet, the gradual erosion of mountains, the quiet formation of caverns, these are all subtle manifestations of Zygarde's influence. Its strength is not in creation or destruction directly, but in maintaining equilibrium, in subtly guiding the flow of natural processes. The gentle, almost imperceptible tremor of the ground beneath the sleeping forest speaks of its watchful presence. Its fragmented nature, a collection of smaller entities working in concert, speaks to the interconnectedness of all things, each tiny part contributing to a grand, overarching design. Beyond this trio, Kalos also introduces us to the concept of mega evolution, a temporary yet incredibly potent transformation that can dramatically increase a Pokemon's power in battle. While not a Pokemon itself, Mega Evolution, triggered by a special bond between a trainer and their Pokemon through a Keystone and a Megastone, represents a significant surge in potential. It's a testament to the latent power residing within many Pokemon, a power that can be unlocked through trust, understanding, and a deep, harmonious connection. This phenomenon, which briefly allows a Pokemon to transcend its normal limits, adds another layer of dynamic strength to the region. The soft, almost imperceptible shimmer of a Megastone, humming with ancient energy, hints at this dormant power. Another significant figure in Kalos lore is Diancie, the Jewel Pokemon, a rock and fairy type. Born from a Carbink, Diancie possesses the unique ability to create diamonds, not merely cutting them, but generating them from thin air. This ability is not just for aesthetic beauty. Diancie can use these diamonds defensively, creating barriers or projectiles. More significantly, Diancie has a Mega Evolution, Mega Diancie, which greatly enhances its speed and special attack, transforming it into a dazzling, formidable force. Its creation of diamonds is a subtle, almost quiet process, a gentle crystallization of energy. The soft sparkle of newly formed crystals catching the faint light is a testament to its serene power, a power rooted in pure creation. Then there's Hoopa, the Mischief Pokemon, a psychic and ghost type with the extraordinary ability to teleport anything or anyone through its rings. Hoopa's power is immense, capable of summoning legendary Pokemon from across space and time. In its confined form, it's a small, impish creature. However, when it transforms into Hoopa Unbound, its true, colossal power is revealed. In this form, it becomes a giant, multi-armed, genie-like being, capable of warping reality on a massive scale. The sheer scale of its power, the ability to bend space and time, makes it a truly terrifying yet fascinating entity. The almost inaudible hum of its rings, a faint spatial distortion, signals its presence. Its power is not merely destructive, but transformative, capable of altering the very fabric of existence with a mere flick of its wrist. And finally, we consider Volcanion, the steam Pokemon, a fire and water type with a unique ability to expel vast quantities of superheated steam from the arms on its back. This steam, hot enough to blow away mountains, gives Volcanion immense destructive power. It is a solitary Pokemon, known for its disdain for humans due to past injustices. Volcanion's strength lies in its raw elemental fury, a controlled explosion of natural forces. The hiss of escaping steam, a gentle whisper of immense pressure, speaks to its inherent power. Its power is not about subtle manipulation, but about raw, undeniable force, a force that reshapes landscapes with a quiet, yet relentless determination. The strength profile of Kalos, therefore, is a grand narrative of cosmic balance, ancient power, and the potential for transcendence. The trio of Xerneas, Yveltal, and Zygarde represents the fundamental forces of life, death, and equilibrium, a quiet, continuous dance that shapes the very fabric of existence. Mega Evolution highlights the hidden depths of power within Pokemon, a potential unlocked through deep connection and understanding. Diancie embodies the serene power of creation, a gentle formation of enduring beauty. Hoopa showcases the chaotic yet awe-inspiring ability to manipulate space and time, a subtle bending of reality. And Volcanion stands as a testament to the raw, untamed power of the elements, a quiet yet immense force that shapes the physical world. the gentle, almost imperceptible hum of the ancient machinery within the Kalos power plant, supplying energy to the glittering metropolis of Lumio City, stands in silent contrast to the deep, silent energy emanating from the ancient forests and mountains, a constant dialogue between human innovation and the timeless forces of nature. The quiet, consistent flow of the river Kalos, winding its way through diverse landscapes, whispers tales of the region's long history, a soft, soothing narrative carried by the currents. The faint, rhythmic ticking of an ancient clock tower in Laver City, a silent sentinel watching over centuries, reminds us of the slow, inevitable passage of time and the enduring power of the legendary Pokémon that have shaped this land. Now, as we drift westward, our journey brings us to the Alola region, a chain of tropical islands bathed in the warm glow of the sun, where the very air hums with a different kind of energy, a spiritual resonance deeply intertwined with the land and the sea. Here, the concept of strength takes on new dimensions, influenced by the unique ecosystem and the ancient traditions of the island dwellers. Our exploration of Alola's most powerful Pokemon begins with the guardian deities, the Tapu, a quartet of protectors revered across each of the four main islands. First among them, we encounter Tapu Koko, the guardian deity of Melemle Island. This electric fairy-type Pokemon is characterized by its fierce independence and a playful yet protective nature. Its signature ability, Electric Surge, immediately electrifies the battlefield upon its entry, boosting the power of electric-type moves for all Pokemon. This ability alone highlights its immense control over electrical energy, a force that can be both life-giving and devastating. Tapu Koko is known for its incredible speed, a blur of golden light flashing across the sky, and its ability to summon and manipulate lightning with effortless grace. The soft crackle of distant thunder, a faint static charge in the air, often accompanies its presence, a subtle reminder of its power. Its strength lies in its swift, decisive actions and its unwavering dedication to its island, a silent guardian watching over its charges. Moving eastward, we arrive at Akela Island, guarded by Tapu Lele, a psychic fairy type. Tapu Lele's presence is marked by a more serene, almost ethereal aura, yet its power is no less formidable. Its ability, Psychic Surge, establishes a psychic terrain upon entry, enhancing psychic-type moves and protecting grounded Pokemon from priority moves. This subtle manipulation of the mental landscape showcases a different facet of strength, the power of the mind and spirit. Tapu Lele is said to scatter glowing scales that can both heal and inflict harm, a testament to its dual nature as a bringer of both solace and destruction. The faint, almost imperceptible ringing in one's ears, a gentle pressure behind the eyes, can sometimes herald its approach, a whisper of its potent psychic energies. Its strength is in its profound psychic capabilities, its ability to influence the very thoughts and perceptions of others, a quiet, yet deeply impactful form of control. Next, our journey takes us to Ula Ula Island, under the watchful eye of Tapu Bulu, a grass fairy type. Tapu Bulu is a more stoic and deliberate guardian, known for its ability to manipulate vegetation and its immense physical strength. Its grassy surge ability creates a grassy terrain, healing grounded Pokemon and boosting the power of grass-type moves, while also having the power of Earthquake, Magnitude, and Bulldoze. This ability reveals its deep connection to the earth and its power to cultivate and sustain life. Tapu Bulu is often depicted wielding a log as a weapon, a symbol of its raw, unyielding power and its mastery over the natural world. The gentle rustle of leaves, the earthy scent of damp soil are often the only clues to its proximity, a quiet testament to its grounding in nature. Its strength is a slow, enduring power, the power of growth and resilience, a silent, unyielding force that shapes the landscape. Finally, we reach Pony Island, protected by Tapu Fini, a water fairy type. Tapu Fini is perhaps the most enigmatic of the quartet, known for its ability to create a misty terrain that protects Pokemon from status conditions and halves the power of dragon-type moves. Its Misty Surge ability perfectly reflects its elusive and mystical nature. Tapu Fini is associated with purification and the ability to draw forth life-giving water, but also with a sense of melancholy and a deep understanding of the cycle of life and death. The soft murmur of distant waves, the cool, salty kiss of sea air, can sometimes be felt when Tapu Fini is near, a gentle reminder of its dominion over the ocean. Its strength lies in its ability to cleanse and to protect, a subtle yet profound influence on the spiritual well-being of its island. Together, the Tapu represent the diverse forms of power that protect Alola, a harmonious balance of elemental forces and spiritual guardianship. Beyond the Tapu, Alola is also home to a trio of immensely powerful legendary Pokemon, deeply entwined with the region's cosmic origins and the very fabric of existence: Cosmog, Cosmoem, Solgaleo, and Lunala. Cosmog, initially appearing as a small, seemingly fragile psychic-type Pokemon, is in fact a creature of immense potential. It is known as the Protostar Pokemon, capable of absorbing light and dust from the atmosphere. While weak in its initial form, its presence hints at the grand cosmic forces at play. The faint glimmer of starlight, a fleeting spark of creation, can sometimes be perceived around it, a silent promise of future power. Cosmoem, the next stage in this evolutionary line, is a psychic-type Pokemon encased in a rigid, metallic shell. It is completely immobile and appears to be in a state of deep slumber, yet within its metallic shell, a colossal amount of energy is being condensed. It is a cosmic chrysalis, slowly but surely preparing for a monumental transformation. The slight, almost imperceptible vibration of the ground, a faint hum of contained energy, often accompanies its presence, a quiet sign of the immense power held within. From Cosmoem, depending on the time of day and the version of the legend, emerges either Solgaleo or Lunala, truly awe-inspiring beings. Solgaleo, the Sun Pokemon, is a psychic steel type, revered as the beast that devours the sun. It possesses the ability Full Metal Body, which prevents its stats from being lowered by opposing Pokemon's moves or abilities. Solgaleo's signature move, Sunsteel Strike, allows it to charge at its opponents with the force of a meteor, ignoring their abilities. Its body glows with an intense white light, radiating immense solar energy. The gentle warmth on one's skin, a brightening of the surrounding light, can sometimes signal its presence, a silent testament to its dominion over the sun's energy. Its strength is an overwhelming radiant force, a power that banishes darkness and illuminates the path forward. Lunala, the Moon Pokemon, is a psychic ghost type, revered as the beast that calls the moon. It possesses the ability Shadow Shield, which causes it to take less damage from attacks when at full HP. Lunala's signature move, Moongeist Beam, allows it to unleash a devastating blast of energy, also ignoring the opponent's abilities. Its ethereal form, resembling a massive bat, glows with a soft, otherworldly luminescence, drawing power from the moon. The faint, cool breeze on a moonlit night, a sudden, inexplicable sense of calm, can sometimes indicate its proximity, a subtle echo of its lunar power. Its strength is a mysterious, spectral force, a power that commands the night and delves into the unseen depths of existence. Solgaleo and Lunala represent the cosmic duality of sun and moon, light and shadow, life and death, their immense power shaping the very heavens above Alola. And then, of course, there is Necrozma, a creature of pure light, or rather, the absence of it. Necrozma is a psychic type, a mysterious ultra beast that originates from another dimension. It is a prism of darkness, absorbing light and refracting it in unique ways. Its true power, however, is unleashed when it absorbs either Solgaleo or Lunala. When Necrozma fuses with Solgaleo, it becomes Duskmane Necrozma, a psychic steel type. In this form, it gains Solgaleo's full metal body ability and its signature move, Photon Geyser, a powerful psychic type attack. Its body becomes adorned with sharp, crystalline structures, crackling with absorbed light. The intense, almost blinding glare, a feeling of immense pressure in the air, can sometimes signal its devastating power. When it fuses with Lunala, it transforms into Dawnwing's Necrozma, a psychic ghost type. This form grants it Lunala's Shadow Shield ability and also Photon Geyser. Its spectral wings become even more pronounced, shimmering with an ethereal glow. The sudden drop in temperature, a feeling of intense yet quiet dread, can sometimes accompany its appearance, a whisper of its chilling power. The ultimate display of Necrozma's power, however, is its transformation into Ultra Necrozma. This form is achieved when either Duskmane or Dawnwing's Necrozma unleashes its Z move, Light that Burns the Sky, in conjunction with an Ultra Necrosium Zid. Ultra Necrozma is a pure psychic dragon type, radiating an unimaginable amount of light from its entire body. Its ability, Neuroforce, increases the power of super effective moves, making it an incredibly destructive force. In this state, it is said to be brighter than the sun itself, capable of burning everything around it to cinders. The complete silence that falls before a storm, the intense energy that precedes a lightning strike, are but faint echoes of the power Ultra Necrozma embodies. Its strength is an unimaginable, all-consuming radiance, a force that transcends dimensions and reshapes reality itself, a silent yet overwhelming burst of cosmic energy. Beyond these legendary beings, Alola introduces us to the enigmatic Ultra Beasts, Pokémon from alternate dimensions, whose power and very existence often defy conventional understanding. They are not legendary Pokémon in the traditional sense, but their strength is undeniable and often catastrophic for the Alolan ecosystem. One such Ultra Beast is Nihilego, a rock poison type, known as the Parasite Pokémon. It is a glass-like creature that resembles a jellyfish, and its venom is said to induce extreme excitement and loss of inhibition in those it infects. While not physically imposing in the same way as some other powerful Pokémon, its ability to manipulate the minds of others and its highly toxic nature make it incredibly dangerous. The faint, almost imperceptible tingling sensation on one's skin, a subtle shift in perception, might be the only warning of its presence, a quiet infiltration of the mind. Pheromosa, a bug-fighting type, is known as the Lissome Pokémon. Its speed is legendary, able to traverse vast distances in an instant. It moves with such grace and velocity that it rarely leaves a trace, making it almost impossible to track. Its strength lies in its blinding speed and its elegant yet devastatingly effective fighting style. The faint whoosh of displaced air, a sudden inexplicable gust of wind, can sometimes be the only indication of its rapid movement, a silent blur of motion. Kartana, a grass steel type, is the drawn sword Pokémon. It is incredibly sharp, capable of cutting through anything with a single strike. Despite its small size, its cutting power is immense, allowing it to fell skyscrapers with ease. Its strength is in its precision and its ability to dissect with unparalleled efficiency. The faint, almost inaudible whisper of air being sliced, a sudden clean incision in the foliage, might be the only sign of its presence, a quiet, surgical force. Xurkitree, an electric type, is the glowing one Pokémon. Its body is composed of bundled electrical cables, and it can absorb vast amounts of electricity from its surroundings, often draining power grids. It can generate immense electrical discharges, capable of causing widespread blackouts and devastation. Its strength is in its command over electrical energy, a raw, uncontrolled power that can overwhelm entire regions. The faint buzz of electricity in the air, a subtle static charge, can sometimes be felt when it is near, a quiet hum of immense power. Celesteela, a steel flying type, is the launch Pokémon. It is an enormous, rocket-like ultra beast, capable of flying through space and launching powerful energy blasts. Its immense weight and formidable defenses make it a literal moving fortress, and its ability to generate powerful, propulsive force makes it a destructive force both on land and in the air. The low, resonant thrum of distant engines, a faint tremor in the ground, can sometimes be felt in its vicinity, a quiet echo of its immense power and weight. Blacephalon, a fire ghost type, is the fireworks Pokémon. Its head is a vibrant, explosive orb that it can detonate to surprise and confuse opponents. It moves with unpredictable, acrobatic motions, making it difficult to anticipate its attacks. Its strength lies in its explosive power and its ability to disorient and overwhelm. The faint, almost imperceptible scent of singed air, a sudden, inexplicable flash of light in the periphery, might be the only indication of its playful yet dangerous presence. Finally, Stakataka, a rock steel type, is the rampart Pokémon. It is a massive, living wall composed of many smaller, stacked stone beings. Its immense defensive capabilities and its ability to unleash devastating physical attacks make it an immovable object and an unstoppable force. Its strength is in its sheer mass and its unwavering resilience, a silent, unyielding monument of power. The deep, resonant thud of distant footsteps, a subtle vibration through the very ground beneath, can sometimes be felt when it is near, a quiet, heavy presence of immense solidity. The strength profile of Alola, therefore, is a tapestry woven from spiritual guardianship, cosmic power, and interdimensional anomalies. The Tapu maintain a spiritual equilibrium, their quiet protection ensuring the island's well-being. Solgaleo and Lunala weave the fabric of the cosmos, their celestial dance orchestrating the cycles of day and night. Necrozma, in its various forms, represents the terrifying potential of light, a silent yet overwhelming force that demands respect. And the Ultra Beasts serve as a constant reminder of the vast, unexplored dimensions beyond our own, their alien powers a quiet yet profound challenge to our understanding of strength. The gentle lapping of the waves against the shore, a constant rhythmic whisper, tells tales of ancient legends and the enduring power of the land. The rustle of palm fronds in the warm breeze, a soft, soothing murmur, speaks of the island's serene beauty and the quiet strength that lies beneath. And the distant, ethereal glow of the moon, a silent beacon in the tropical night, reminds us of the cosmic forces that silently shape this beautiful, vibrant region, a continuous, gentle hum of existence. What if every Elite Four member across all regions had legendary Pokemon teams instead of their regular rosters? The Elite Four are supposed to represent the pinnacle of regional training excellence, the final gatekeepers before champion battles, yet most rely on standard Pokemon that any dedicated trainer could theoretically obtain. But legendary Pokemon exist in canon, scattered across regions, and often left unused by the narrative. The Pokemon World Tournament in Black 2 and White 2 already established the precedent for elite trainers using legendary teams in official competition. So let's redistribute these mythical powerhouses to create the most challenging Elite Four gauntlets imaginable. The rules are simple but strict. Each Elite Four member gets exactly 6 legendary or mythical Pokemon that align with their canonical type specialty and personality. No Ultra Beasts, since they technically exist outside normal legendary classification. No repeated legendaries across different trainers, creating scarcity and forcing creative distributions. Each region's Elite Four will utilize that region's signature battle gimmick, Mega Evolution for Kanto through Kalos, Z-Moves for Alola, Gigantamax for Galar, and Terastallization for Paldea. We're walking through every region in canonical order, starting with the original Kanto Elite Four. Lorelei's team would be Articuno, Suicune, Rigitsei, Kyurem, Palkia, and Cresselia, with Mega Articuno as her ace. Ice represents precision and control, the ability to halt momentum and dictate battle tempo through calculated freezing strategies. Articuno fits perfectly as her signature, the legendary ice bird that embodies her cool, collected demeanor from the Savai Islands. Suicune brings Aurora-powered elegance while maintaining ice synergy through Blizzard and Aurora Beam coverage. Regis provides the defensive wall strategy she's known for, an ancient golem that can tank hits while setting up devastating ice attacks. Kyurem adds raw legendary power with its ability to reshape the battlefield through ice manipulation. Palkia might seem like an odd choice for an ice specialist, but its control over space mirrors how ice trainers control battle flow, plus it learns several ice moves naturally. Cresselia rounds out the team with psychic support and dream-based battlefield control that complements Ice's tempo manipulation perfectly. Bruno's team would be Terrakion, Cobalion, Regirock, Landorus Therian, Groudon, and Marshadow, with Mega Terrakion leading the charge. Fighting represents the warrior's path, raw determination, and physical excellence pushed to legendary extremes. Terrakion serves as the perfect ace, a legendary fighting type that embodies the noble warrior spirit Bruno represents. Cobalion continues the sacred sword theme, adding steel typing for defensive versatility while maintaining that fighting core. Regirock brings the rock typing Bruno canonically uses, an ancient titan that can both tank damage and deal crushing physical attacks. Landorus Therian form provides ground coverage while maintaining the physical powerhouse approach through its incredible attack stat. Groudon might break Bruno's type theme slightly, but hear me out. It represents the ultimate expression of ground and physical power. Plus, Bruno has always used some ground types alongside his fighting specialists. Marshadow completes the team as a fighting legendary that embodies the shadowy training methods and mysterious nature that fighting masters often possess. Agatha's team would be Giratina, Lunala, Eviltal, Hoopa Unbound, Necrozma Dawnwings, and Calyrex Shadow Rider, with Mega Giratina as her ace if it existed. Otherwise, Giratina remains her centerpiece. Ghost represents the boundary between life and death, ancient wisdom, and the power to manipulate reality itself. Giratina perfectly captures Agatha's connection to the spirit world and her role as an elderly trainer who understands mysteries younger trainers cannot fathom. Lunala brings moon-based ghost power that reflects the nocturnal nature of ghost Pokémon and Agatha's preference for battles in darkness. Yveltal adds the legendary destruction aspect that ghost types often embody, the power to drain life force and bring endings. Hoopa Unbound provides psychic support while maintaining supernatural theming through its reality warping portals. Necrozma Dawnwing's form combines ghost typing with legendary light manipulation, creating interesting tactical possibilities. Calyrex Shadow Rider rounds out the team with a regal ghost presence that matches Agatha's status as an Elite Four veteran, plus the speed control that ghost trainers often utilize. Lance's team would be Rayquaza, Dialga, Reshiram, Zekrom, Eternatus, and Roaring Moon, with Mega Rayquaza as his undisputed ace. Dragon represents mastery over legendary power itself, the pinnacle of Pokémon training, where only the most skilled can command these ancient beings. Rayquaza serves as the perfect signature, the Sky Dragon that mediates between legendary forces and embodies the raw power Lance has always represented. Dialga brings time manipulation to complement dragon typing, plus the steel secondary typing adds defensive options. Lance's canon teams sometimes lack. Reshiram and Zekrom together represent the ultimate legendary dragon duo, truth and ideals, unified under Lance's leadership, showcasing his growth as both trainer and champion. Eternatus provides the legendary poison dragon combination that creates unique battle scenarios while maintaining overwhelming power. Roaring Moon, while technically a paradox Pokémon, functions as a legendary tier ancient dragon that connects to Lance's fascination with dragon history and prehistoric power. Moving into Johto, we encounter the same Elite Four structure, but with different legendary distributions due to our no-repeat rule. Will's team would be Mewtwo, Deoxys, Celebi, Mew, Espeon, and Delcatty. But wait, Espeon and Delcatty aren't legendary. Let me revise that. Will's team would be Mewtwo, Deoxys, Celebi, Mew, Latios, and Latias, with Mega Mewtwo Y as his ace. Psychic represents the power of the mind pushed to its absolute limits, telepathic abilities, and reality manipulation through pure mental force. Mewtwo obviously serves as the ultimate psychic legendary, created specifically to be the most powerful psychic Pokémon in existence, matching Will's scholarly approach to psychic mastery. Deoxys brings alien intelligence and the ability to change forms mid-battle, reflecting the adaptability that top-tier psychic trainers must possess. Celebi adds time travel capabilities while maintaining psychic typing, plus the grass secondary typing provides coverage options. Mew provides the ancestral psychic foundation, the original from which all psychic power theoretically derives. Latios and Latias complete the team as the Eon duo, legendary psychic dragons that can share thoughts and coordinate attacks in ways that showcase advanced psychic battle strategies. Koga's team would be Eternatus actually goes to Lance, so Koga gets Nihilego, Buzzwole, Circuitry, Celesteela, Kartana, and Guzzlord. But wait, I said no Ultra Beasts. Let me correct this. Koga's team would be Crobat, Venomoth, Muk, Fortress, Ariados, and Tentacruel, but none of those are legendary. This creates a problem, since poison legendary Pokemon are extremely rare. Koga's team would be Naganadel if we allowed Ultra Beasts, but under our rules, we need to get creative. Koga's team would be Arceus Poison type, with Poison Plate, Eternatus, but that goes to Lance, so let's say Overquill from Legends Arceus, but that's not legendary either. Actually, let me restructure this. The poison typing presents a legitimate challenge, since very few legendary Pokemon are poison type. Koga's team would be Arceus with Poison Plate, Nihilego if we break the Ultra Beast rule just for him, and then we'd need to branch into dual-type legendaries that learn poison moves or have poison associations. Koga's team would be Arceus Poison Plate, and then 5 other legendaries that either learn poison moves or have thematic connections to poison and ninja arts. Koga's team would be Arceus with Poison Plate, Zygarde for its snake-like form, and earth-based powers that connect to ninja earthwork, Cresselia for its dream manipulation that mirrors how poison affects consciousness, Darkrai for its nightmare abilities that parallel poison's debilitating effects, Shaman for its plant connections, since many poisons come from plants, and Victini for the speed and agility that ninja masters require. Mega Arceus would be the ace if such a form existed, otherwise Arceus remains the centerpiece. Karen's team would be Darkrai, Yveltal goes to Agatha, so Darkrai, Umbreon, but that's not legendary. Absol, but not legendary either. This is the same problem as Koga. Dark-type legendary Pokemon are limited. Karen's team would be Darkrai, Hoopa Unbound goes to Agatha, so Darkrai, and we need 5 more. Karen's team would be Darkrai, Necrozma base form for its light-absorbing darkness theme. Lunala goes to Agatha, so Solgaleo actually no, that's not dark type. Karen's team would be Darkrai as the obvious ace, Yveltal, but that goes to Agatha, Necrozma for its light absorption, Giratina goes to Agatha, so we need different options. Karen's team would be Darkrai, Necrozma, Marshadow goes to Bruno, so Calyrex Shadow Rider goes to Agatha. Let me completely restart Karen with available dark associations. Karen's team would be Darkrai, Necrozma base form, Arceus with Dread Plate, Zygarde for its serpentine darkness themes, Kyurem Black for its dark-colored form and cold darkness associations, and Hoopa Confined form for its mischievous dark typing, with Mega Darkrai as her ace. Dark represents the hidden aspects of Pokemon training, the psychological warfare and unconventional strategies that Karen has always embodied. Darkrai obviously fits as the nightmare Pokemon that can manipulate sleep and dreams, perfect for Karen's mind games approach. Necrozma brings the light-devouring aspect that dark trainers often utilize, absorbing energy and turning it against opponents. Arceus with Dread Plate provides the ultimate dark-type foundation while giving Karen access to the original Pokemon's power. Zygarde connects to dark themes through its serpentine design and its role as a hidden guardian that operates from shadows. Kyurem Black formats the legendary Ice Dark aesthetic while providing powerful physical attacks. Hoopa Confined brings the trickster element that Karen's strategies often employ, using misdirection and unconventional tactics to achieve victory. Bruno in Johto keeps the same team as Kanto since he appears in both regions canonically, maintaining consistency with Terrakion, Cobalion, Regirock, Landorus Therian, Groudon, and Marshadow with Mega Terrakion. Will in Johto would have Celebi, Mew, Jirachi, Shaman Skyform, Victini, and Meloetta, with Mega Celebi as his ace. Psychic represents the power of mental connection and foresight that Will demonstrates through his elegant battling style. Celebi fits perfectly as the time-traveling forest guardian that connects to Will's gentle nature and his role as the calm, collected member of the Elite Four. Mew provides the psychic foundation as the original psychic legendary, with its infinite move pool matching Will's versatility. Jirachi brings the wish-granting aspect that mirrors how psychic Pokémon can make the impossible seem possible through telekinesis and prediction. Shaman Skyform adds the graceful flying element that matches Will's theatrical mask-wearing persona and his preference for elegant aerial maneuvers. Victini provides the victory-ensuring psychic boost that Will would use to guarantee his strategic advantage. Meloetta gives him the artistic connection through its song-based powers that complement his performance-oriented battle style. Lance gets the Dragon Legendary team he deserves as champion, featuring Rayquaza, Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, Reshiram, and Zekrom, with Mega Rayquaza as his ace. Dragon represents ultimate power and the mastery that Lance has always claimed as the Dragon Master and champion of 2 regions. Rayquaza brings the Sky Serpent that perfectly matches Lance's cape-wearing dramatic flair and his connection to flying-type moves. Dialga and Palkia provide the temporal and spatial control that a champion needs to manage battles across dimensions of strategy. Giratina adds the antimatter dragon that shows Lance can control even the most dangerous legendary forces. Reshiram and Zekrom give him the truth and ideals dragons that represent the dual nature of being both Elite Four member and champion, balancing power with responsibility. Hoenn's Elite Four brings new challenges with their diverse typing requirements. Sydney would have Darkrai, Yveltal, Necrozma, Giratina, Hoopa Unbound, and Guzzlord, with Mega Yveltal as his ace if such a form existed. Otherwise, Yveltal remains his signature. Dark represents the rebellious spirit and unconventional tactics that Sydney embodies as the punk rock Elite Four member. Yveltal fits as the destruction Pokémon that matches Sydney's aggressive battling style and his preference for overwhelming offensive pressure. Darkrai provides the nightmare manipulation that Sydney would use to psychologically intimidate opponents before battles even begin. Necrozma brings the light-absorbing capabilities that complement Dark-type strategies of draining opponent resources. Giratina adds the banished legendary that mirrors Sydney's outsider aesthetic and his rejection of traditional Elite Four formality. Hoopa Unbound gives him the chaotic portal summoning power that matches his unpredictable battle strategies. Guzzlord provides the Ultra Beast element that represents Sydney's willingness to embrace the dangerous and unknown aspects of Pokémon training. Phoebe would command Lunala, Marshadow, Giratina, Hoopa, Calyrex Shadow Rider, and Spectrier, with Mega Lunala as her ace. Ghost represents the connection between worlds that Phoebe maintains through her spiritual training and her ability to communicate with departed Pokémon spirits. Lunala fits perfectly as the moon legendary that travels between dimensions, matching Phoebe's role as a bridge between the living and spirit worlds. Marshadow brings the shadow-dwelling fighter that can hide in any shadow, perfect for Phoebe's sneaky battle tactics and her preference for surprise attacks. Giratina provides the reverse world access that Phoebe would use to outmaneuver opponents by attacking from unexpected dimensional angles. Hoopa gives her portal manipulation abilities that complement her spiritual travel between realms. Calyrex's Shadow Rider adds the Ghost Riding King that matches her regal presence despite her casual appearance. Spectrier provides the pure ghost horse that represents the spiritual mounts that carry souls between worlds in the folklore that inspires Phoebe's training philosophy. Glacia would have Articuno, Kyurem, Regis, Suicune, Calyrex Ice Rider, and Glastrier with Mega Articuno as her ace. Ice represents precision and control through freezing perfection, which matches Glacia's calculated approach to battles and her emphasis on defensive strategies that gradually wear down opponents. Articuno brings the legendary Ice Bird that can freeze entire battlefields with blizzard attacks, perfect for Glacia's preference for controlling battle conditions. Kyurem provides the boundary Pokémon that represents the balance between ice and dragon power that Glacia maintains in her elegant yet devastating attack patterns. Regis adds the Ice Age legendary that can withstand any attack while slowly building up for massive counterstrikes. Suicune gives her the Aurora Pokémon, whose grace and beauty match Glacia's refined battling style and her appreciation for ice-type aesthetic perfection. Calyrex Ice Rider brings the King Legendary mounted on ice, representing the royal control that ice trainers exercise over battle tempo. Glastrier provides the pure Ice Horse, whose charging attacks complement Glacia's strategy of building momentum through defensive positioning before launching devastating offensive combinations. Drake would command Rayquaza, Latios, Latias, Salamence, but that is not legendary. So Eternatus, Regidrago, and Cyclizar, but that is not legendary either. Drake's team would be Rayquaza, Latios, Latias, Eternatus, Regidrago, and Dialga, with Mega Rayquaza as his ace. Dragon represents the ancient power and wisdom that Drake has accumulated through decades of sailing and training with dragon Pokémon across the world's oceans. Rayquaza fits as the sky serpent that rules above the seas, where Drake has spent his career, bringing weather control that matches his naval expertise. Latios and Latias provide the jet Pokémon that can keep pace with Drake's sailing adventures, while offering the psychic dragon combination that reflects his strategic mind. Eternatus adds the gigantic legendary that represents the overwhelming power that dragon masters eventually learn to control. Regidrago brings the dragon energy crystallized into legendary form, showing Drake's connection to the pure essence of dragon power. Dialga gives him time manipulation abilities that reflect how dragon masters like Drake seem to slow down battles through their experience and tactical patience. Steven remains champion with Mewtwo, Mew, Deoxys, Jirachi, Latios, and Celebi, with Mega Mewtwo X as his ace. Steel represents precision and perfection in both craftsmanship and battle, but Steven's legendary team focuses on the psychic types that complement his analytical mind and his geological research into rare stones and metals. Mewtwo provides the artificially perfected legendary that matches Steven's appreciation for human achievement in Pokémon development. Deoxys brings the space virus legendary, whose crystalline forms connect to Steven's geological expertise and his fascination with rare materials from beyond Earth. Sinnoh's Elite Four operates under Mega Evolution restrictions since the region introduced the mechanic canonically. Aaron would have Genesect, Buzzwole, Pheromosa, Volcarona but not legendary, so Scyther but not legendary. Aaron's team would be Genesect, Buzzwole, Pheromosa, Kartana for its blade-like insect qualities, Celesteela for its bamboo rocket design that resembles certain insect cocoons, and Xurkitree for its wire-like appendages that mirror insect legs, with Mega Genesect as his ace. Bug represents evolution and adaptation through metamorphosis, which Aaron embodies through his energetic personality and his belief that bug Pokemon can overcome any disadvantage through proper development. Genesect brings the ancient bug legendary modified with modern technology, perfect for Aaron's philosophy that bug types can compete with any other type through innovation. Buzzwole provides the muscle-flexing Ultra Beast that shows how bug Pokemon can achieve incredible physical power through proper training. Pheromosa adds the elegant speedster that demonstrates bug-type grace and agility taken to legendary extremes. Kartana gives him the paper-cutting Ultra Beast, whose blade abilities show how bug types can develop cutting techniques that rival steel-type attacks. Celesteela brings the rocket-launching capabilities that bugs would develop if they could grow to massive sizes. Xurkitree provides the electrical generation that many real insects use for communication, scaled up to legendary proportions. Bertha would command Groudon, Landorus Therian, Zygarde complete form, Primal Groudon actually that is the same Pokemon, so Groudon, Landorus both forms, Zygarde, Ting-Lu for its ground vessel design, Garchomp but not legendary. Bertha's team would be Groudon, Landorus Therian, Zygarde complete form, Great Tusk for its ancient ground-type design, Ting-Lu for its earth vessel, legendary status, and Claydol but not legendary. Let me restart Bertha properly. Bertha's team would be Groudon, Landorus Therian, Zygarde complete form, Ting-Lu, Wo-Chien since it lives in wooden tablets that connect to Earth, and Chien-Pao, but that is Ice type. Bertha's team would be Groudon, Landorus Therian, Zygarde complete form, Ting-Lu, Great Tusk, and Regirock, with Mega Groudon as her ace. Ground represents the foundation and stability that Bertha provides as the most experienced Elite Four member, using Earth-based attacks that demonstrate patience and overwhelming power. Groudon brings the continent-creating legendary that can reshape entire battlefields through drought and earthquake attacks. Landorus Therian provides the fertility Pokemon whose ground-flying combination matches Bertha's ability to control both terrain and aerial space. Zygarde complete form gives her the order-maintaining legendary that represents how ground types serve as the foundation for all other Pokemon types. Ting-Lu brings the vessel legendary, whose earth-based design connects to Bertha's pottery and earthenware interests. Great Tusk adds the ancient ground type that shows how ground Pokemon have remained powerful throughout evolutionary history. Regirock provides the rock ground legendary, whose defensive capabilities match Bertha's patient defensive battle style. Flannery gets promoted to Elite Four in this timeline since Hoenn only has 4 Elite Four members canonically, and her team would be Ho-Oh, Moltres, Entei, Heatran, Volcanion, and Chi-Yu, with Mega Ho-Oh as her ace. Fire represents passion and intensity that burns away all obstacles, perfectly matching Flannery's enthusiastic personality and her grandfather's legacy at Laboratories Gym. Ho-Oh brings the Rainbow Legendary, whose sacred fire can revive defeated Pokémon, connecting to Flannery's belief that fire types never truly lose as long as their fighting spirit remains. Moltres provides the Flame Bird, whose molten feathers create the intense heat that Flannery uses to overwhelm opponents before they can establish defensive strategies. Entei adds the Volcano Legendary, whose eruption-based attacks match the geological setting of Lavaridge Town and its hot springs. Heatran gives her the Magma Pokémon, whose steel fire typing represents the forging process that creates the strongest materials through intense heat. Volcanion brings the Steam Legendary, whose water-fire combination shows how fire masters can control even opposing elements. Chi-Yu provides the Goldfish Legendary, whose fire-dark typing adds the passionate intensity that can burn through any resistance. Cynthia remains champion with Arceus, Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, Darkrai, and Cresselia, with Mega Arceus as her ace assuming such a form existed, otherwise Arceus remains her signature. Her team represents the complete mastery of Sinnoh's legendary Pokémon and the mythological knowledge that makes her the strongest champion. Arceus provides the original Pokémon, whose type-changing abilities match Cynthia's versatility across multiple Pokémon types in her canonical team. Dialga and Palkia give her control over time and space, representing the dimensional thinking that Cynthia applies to battle strategy and Pokémon research. Giratina adds the Antimatter Legendary that shows Cynthia's willingness to explore even the most dangerous aspects of Pokémon mythology. Darkrai brings the Nightmare Legendary, whose dream manipulation reflects Cynthia's psychological approach to battles. Cresselia provides the Dream Protection that balances Darkrai's nightmares, showing how Cynthia maintains harmony between opposing forces. This legendary team elevates every Elite Four challenge to champion level difficulty, creating the most demanding Pokémon League in any region, while maintaining the thematic connections that make each trainer's identity recognizable through their legendary partners. And there you have it, every Elite Four member across all regions equipped with legendary Pokémon teams that match their canonical personalities and battle philosophies, while creating the ultimate challenge for any trainer brave enough to face them. Let me know what you think and how you would build these legendary Elite Four rosters if you were designing the ultimate Pokemon League challenge. But wait, we need to address what happens when trainers actually face these legendary powered Elite Four members, because giving every Elite Four legendary teams fundamentally changes how Pokemon League challenges work across every region. Unlike canon, where Elite Four members use strong but obtainable Pokemon that trainers can realistically counter with proper strategy and type matchups, legendary teams create an entirely different tier of difficulty that transforms the Pokemon League from a skill-based challenge into something approaching mythical trials. Starting with Kanto, trainers who somehow manage to defeat Bruno's legendary fighting team and Agatha's legendary ghost squad still face the psychological warfare of Karen's legendary dark types before confronting Lance's legendary dragon powerhouse. The progression creates a gauntlet where each victory feels increasingly impossible, unlike canon, where trainers can exploit known weaknesses in Elite Four teams. Lorelei's legendary Ice Team becomes the opening statement that this league operates under completely different rules, with Articuno and Kyurem setting a baseline power level that exceeds most champions from canon timelines. Johto presents the most interesting case because Will, Koga, Bruno, and Karen now field legendary teams that surpass Lance's canonical Dragon Squad in raw power, creating a situation where the champion becomes the easier battle compared to his Elite Four. This inverts the traditional league structure and means trainers must peak during the Elite Four gauntlet, rather than saving their strongest strategies for the champion fight. Lance's legendary dragon team still outclasses his Elite Four, but the gap narrows significantly compared to Canon, where his Dragonite could sweep most Elite Four rosters single handedly. Hoenn's legendary Elite Four creates the most balanced challenge because Sydney's legendary Dark types, Phoebe's legendary Ghost Squad, Glacia's legendary Ice Team, and Drake's legendary Dragon roster all operate at comparable power levels, unlike Canon, where type matchups could create easy victories against specific members. Steven's legendary Steel Team maintains champion superiority, but trainers face 4 consecutive legendary battles that each require championship level strategy and preparation. The removal of type-based exploitation means trainers cannot rely on bringing one strong counter type to sweep an entire Elite Four members team. Sinnoh becomes the ultimate test because Aaron's legendary Bug Team, Bertha's legendary Ground Squad, Flannery's legendary Fire roster, and Lucian's legendary Psychic Powerhouse each present unique legendary challenges before facing Cynthia's Creation Trio and mythical Pokémon. Unlike Canon, where Cynthia's diverse team was her main advantage, this timeline gives her legendary Pokémon that individually outclass entire canonical Elite Four rosters. Trainers must demonstrate mastery across Bug, Ground, Fire, and Psychic legendary matchups before proving they can handle Pokémon that control time, space, and antimatter itself. Unova's Elite. 4 legendary teams create a different dynamic because Chantal's legendary Ghost types, Grimsley's legendary Dark Squad, Caitlyn's legendary Psychic roster, and Marshall's legendary Fighting Powerhouse represent 4 distinct legendary philosophies rather than just type specializations. Unlike Canon, where Elite Four members had clear weaknesses that skilled trainers could exploit, legendary teams eliminate most traditional counter strategies and force trainers to develop new approaches for each battle. Alder's legendary Bug Team maintains thematic consistency while providing championship level power that justifies his position above 4 legendary wielding Elite Four members. Kalos transforms into the most technically demanding leagues because Malva's legendary Fire types, Seabold's legendary Water Squad, Wickstrom's legendary Steel roster, and Drasna's legendary Dragon Powerhouse each utilize different battle gimmicks from Mega Evolution to Z moves, creating a progressive tutorial in legendary Pokemon mastery. Unlike Canon, where Diantha's Mega Gardevoir was her signature advantage, her legendary Fairy team demonstrates complete mastery over legendary Pokemon that embody different aspects of fairy-type mythology and power. Alola presents unique challenges because the Elite Four legendary teams must account for Z moves and the Island Challenge tradition that emphasizes cultural connection to Pokemon rather than pure power. Hala's legendary Fighting Squad, Olivia's legendary Rock Team, Acerola's legendary Ghost roster, and Kahili's Sos legendary Flying Powerhouse each represent Island Guardian level challenges that prepare trainers for facing legendary Pokemon in competitive battle. Unlike Canon, where Kukui served as the final boss with a diverse team, his legendary normal types create a championship battle that celebrates the diversity and potential within every Pokemon type. Galar's Elite Four legendary teams operate under Dynamax rules that amplify legendary Pokemon power to unprecedented levels, creating battles where Gigantamax legendary Pokemon can alter battlefield conditions and weather patterns for the entire match. Unlike Canon, where Leon's Charizard was his ace, despite having other strong Pokemon, his legendary Dragon team with Gigantamax Eternatus represents the ultimate expression of Galar's Dynamax phenomenon applied to legendary Pokemon mastery. Paldea's Elite Four creates the most strategically complex challenges because Terastallization allows legendary Pokemon to change types mid-battle, eliminating the traditional type-based strategies that trainers rely on when facing legendary opponents. Rika's legendary ground types can terastallize into unexpected types, forcing trainers to prepare for multiple type combinations from each legendary Pokemon rather than planning around fixed typings. The ripple effects extend beyond individual battles because legendary Elite Four teams fundamentally change how trainers prepare for Pokemon League challenges. Unlike Canon, where trainers could research Elite Four teams and develop specific counter strategies, legendary teams require trainers to achieve near championship level mastery before attempting any Elite Four challenge. This means most trainers spend significantly more time training and developing their teams before challenging any league, creating a higher baseline skill level across all competitive trainers. Regional Pokemon populations shift because trainers seeking to challenge legendary Elite Four teams must capture and train Pokemon capable of battling legendary opponents, driving demand for pseudo-legendary Pokemon, Pokemon with legendary tier stats, and Pokemon capable of Mega Evolution, Z-moves, Gigantamax, or Terastallization. Unlike Canon, where diverse teams could succeed through strategy and type advantages, legendary Elite Four teams create pressure for trainers to build teams around the most powerful, non-legendary Pokemon available. The champion role evolves because champions must now field legendary teams that clearly surpass their legendary Elite Four members, creating a hierarchy where champions become legendary Pokemon masters rather than skilled trainers with strong teams. Unlike Canon, where champions like Lance, Steven, Cynthia, and Leon were distinguished by their strategic mastery and bond with their ace Pokemon, legendary champions must demonstrate mastery over multiple legendary Pokemon simultaneously. International tournaments like the Pokemon World Championships transform completely because every region now produces trainers who have defeated legendary Pokemon teams to earn their league victories, creating a global competitive scene where legendary Pokemon become standard rather than exceptional. Unlike Canon, where legendary Pokemon were restricted or banned from most competitive formats, this timeline normalizes legendary Pokemon in competitive play and creates new tournament formats designed around legendary team battles. The Pokemon League system itself evolves because the massive difficulty spike created by legendary Elite Four teams means fewer trainers successfully complete league challenges, making league victory a much rarer achievement that carries greater prestige. Unlike Canon, where multiple trainers could reasonably challenge and defeat Elite Four members each year, legendary teams create a bottleneck where only the most exceptional trainers advance past the Elite Four, fundamentally changing the Pokemon League from a test of skill to a trial of legendary Pokemon mastery. And there you have it. Every Elite Four member across all regions, equipped with legendary Pokemon teams that create the ultimate Pokemon League challenge, while maintaining their canonical personalities and transforming competitive Pokemon training into legendary Pokemon mastery. The breeding and Pokemon research industries undergo massive transformation because trainers desperately seeking Pokemon capable of battling legendary teams drive unprecedented demand for perfect IV breeding, hidden abilities, and optimal movesets. Unlike Canon, where casual trainers could succeed with wild-caught Pokemon and basic training, legendary Elite Four teams create market pressure for Pokemon breeding services, move tutors, and specialized training facilities. Professor Oak, Professor Elm, and other Pokemon researchers find their work shifting toward understanding how non-legendary Pokemon can achieve legendary tier performance through breeding, training, and bond enhancement. The Pokemon Day care system expands exponentially because trainers need access to perfectly bred Pokemon with competitive movesets and abilities, creating a cottage industry around producing Pokemon specifically designed to battle legendary opponents. Gym leaders across all regions face increased pressure to prepare trainers for the legendary Elite Four challenge, forcing them to upgrade their own teams and training methods. Unlike Canon, where gym leaders served as stepping stones with moderate difficulty curves, they now must prepare trainers for opponents wielding Mewtwo, Lugia, and other legendary Pokemon. Brock upgrades from Onix and Graveler to teams featuring Tyranitar and Aggron with Mega Evolution capabilities. Misty incorporates Gyarados with Mega Evolution and powerful water types like Melodic to prepare trainers for Suicune and other legendary water types. Latitos Surge adds Magnezone and Electivire to prepare challengers for Zapdos and Thundurus. Each gym leader becomes a mini Elite Four member in terms of team strength, creating a much steeper difficulty progression throughout each region's gym challenge. The Pokemon Center network expands dramatically because the increased intensity of training required to challenge legendary Elite Four teams results in more injured Pokemon, longer recovery times, and greater demand for healing services. Nurse Joy and her network of Pokemon centers become crucial infrastructure supporting the legendary Elite Four system with specialized equipment for treating Pokemon that have battled legendary opponents. Unlike Canon, where most Pokemon Center visits involved routine healing after standard battles, legendary Elite Four preparation creates demand for specialized recovery services, rare healing items, and extended care for Pokemon pushed to their absolute limits during training. Regional criminal organizations face completely different dynamics because legendary Elite Four members create a deterrent effect that makes large-scale criminal operations nearly impossible. Team Rocket, Team Magma, Team Aqua, Team Galactic, and other organizations must completely rethink their strategies because regions protected by legendary Elite Four teams have legendary Pokemon actively defending them. Unlike Canon, where criminal teams could operate relatively freely until confronted by the protagonist, legendary Elite Four members serve as regional guardians who can respond to major threats with overwhelming legendary Pokemon power. Giovanni's Team Rocket, faces immediate opposition from Kanto's legendary Elite Four when attempting large scale operations, forcing them to abandon plans involving legendary Pokemon capture or regional domination. Team Magma and Team Aqua discover that Hoenn's legendary Elite Four can counter their legendary Pokemon schemes with equal or superior legendary power, fundamentally changing the balance of power in each region. The Pokemon contest and Pokemon performance scenes evolve because trainers building teams capable of challenging legendary Elite Four members often possess Pokemon with extraordinary abilities that translate into spectacular contest performances. Unlike canon, where contest Pokemon were typically specialized for beauty and performance rather than battle, Legendary Elite Four preparation creates a pool of incredibly powerful Pokemon that can dominate both battle and contest scenes. Coordinators like May and Dawn find themselves competing against trainers whose Pokemon possess near legendary capabilities, forcing contest judging criteria to evolve and creating new performance categories designed around legendary tier Pokemon abilities. The Grand Festival and other major contest events become showcases for Pokemon that could legitimately challenge Elite Four legendary teams, blurring the line between contest Pokemon and battle ready legendary counters. Legendary Pokemon themselves experience different treatment because their presence in Elite Four teams normalizes legendary Pokemon in competitive settings while simultaneously increasing their perceived value. Unlike canon, where legendary Pokemon were typically portrayed as unique, mysterious, and separate from human society, legendary Elite Four teams integrate these Pokemon into the official Pokemon League structure. Wild legendary Pokemon face increased pressure from trainers seeking to capture legendary teammates capable of battling Elite Four legendary teams, creating a secondary market where trainers specifically hunt legendary Pokemon not for their rarity, but for their competitive necessity. The relationship between humans and legendary Pokemon shifts from reverence and mystery toward partnership and competitive collaboration, fundamentally altering how legendary Pokemon are perceived within Pokemon society. International Pokemon League cooperation increases because regions with legendary Elite Four teams must coordinate to prevent legendary Pokemon from being overharvested or to share training techniques for legendary Pokemon mastery. Unlike canon, where each region operated its Pokemon League independently, legendary Elite Four systems require interregional cooperation on legendary Pokemon conservation, training standards, and competitive regulations. The Pokemon League becomes a truly international organization with standardized legendary Pokemon usage rules, shared training resources, and collaborative legendary Pokemon research programs designed to support the legendary Elite Four system across all regions. The Pokemon Professor Network evolves into a legendary Pokemon research consortium because understanding legendary Pokemon becomes crucial for supporting trainers preparing for legendary Elite Four challenges. Professor Oak's research expands beyond basic Pokemon behavior into legendary Pokemon psychology, training methods, and human legendary Pokemon bond development. Professor Elm, Professor Birch, Professor Rowan, and other regional professors collaborate on legendary Pokemon research projects that were unnecessary in canon but become essential for supporting the legendary Elite Four system. Unlike canon, where professors primarily studied regional Pokemon ecosystems and evolution, They now focus heavily on legendary Pokemon integration into competitive training and the long term effects of widespread legendary Pokemon usage in official league battles. The Pokemon storage system, managed by Bill and other PC administrators, undergoes massive upgrades because trainers preparing for legendary Elite Four challenges require expanded storage for large training rosters, specialized legendary Pokemon storage protocols, and enhanced security for valuable legendary Pokemon. Unlike Canon, where the PC system handled routine Pokemon storage needs, Legendary Elite Four preparation creates demand for legendary Pokemon specific storage solutions, backup systems for irreplaceable legendary teammates, and advanced security measures protecting legendary Pokemon from theft or tampering. The PC network becomes critical infrastructure, supporting the legendary Elite Four system by enabling trainers to maintain the large training rosters necessary for legendary Pokemon mastery. Training facility construction booms across all regions because standard Pokemon training methods prove insufficient for preparing Pokemon to battle legendary opponents. Unlike Canon, where trainers could prepare for Elite Four challenges through standard training, legendary Elite Four teams require specialized training facilities equipped with legendary tier training equipment, simulated legendary battle environments, and safety systems capable of handling legendary Pokemon power levels. Private training facilities emerge as essential businesses, serving trainers preparing for legendary Elite Four challenges, creating a new industry around legendary Pokemon battle preparation that did not exist in canon. The Pokemon League Championship tournaments transform into legendary Pokemon mastery exhibitions where champions must demonstrate superior legendary Pokemon teams that clearly surpass their legendary Elite Four members. Unlike Canon, where champions were distinguished by their strategic skills, and ace Pokemon, legendary champions, become legendary Pokemon collectors and masters who field multiple legendary teams. Leon's Charizard, Cynthia's Garchomp, and other iconic champion ace Pokemon become part of larger legendary teams rather than standalone signature Pokemon, fundamentally changing what it means to be a Pokemon champion from skilled trainer to legendary Pokemon master. Regional economies shift because the legendary Elite Four system creates new industries around legendary Pokemon support services, while reducing traditional Pokemon training businesses that cannot adapt to legendary Pokemon requirements. Tourism increases dramatically because legendary Elite Four battles become legendary Pokemon exhibitions that attract visitors from around the world, creating economic benefits for regions hosting legendary Elite Four teams. Unlike Canon, where Elite Four battles were primarily local events for serious trainers, legendary Elite Four battles become international attractions featuring legendary Pokemon that most people never see in canon, transforming Pokemon League challenges into legendary Pokemon showcases that drive regional tourism and economic growth. Let me know what you think about how legendary Elite Four teams would reshape the entire Pokemon world, and how you would balance the increased difficulty with maintaining the core Pokemon League experience. The Pokemon breeding industry experiences revolutionary changes because legendary Elite Four teams create unprecedented demand for Pokemon capable of battling legendary opponents. Unlike Canon, where breeders focused on producing Pokemon with competitive stats and movesets for standard battles, Legendary Elite Four preparation requires breeders to develop Pokemon with legendary tier potential, perfect IVs across all stats, and specialized training from hatching to handle legendary Pokemon battle intensities. Daycare centers evolve into legendary Pokemon preparation facilities, offering early legendary battle exposure programs, legendary Pokemon socialization services, and specialized breeding programs designed to produce Pokemon capable of legendary Elite Four challenges. The breeding market splits into traditional Pokemon breeding for standard trainers and premium legendary preparation breeding for Elite Four challengers, creating a two-tier breeding economy that did not exist in canon. Pokemon research accelerates dramatically because legendary Elite Four teams generate massive amounts of legendary Pokemon battle data that researchers previously could never access. Unlike canon, where legendary Pokemon research relied on rare sightings and limited interaction opportunities, legendary Elite Four battles provide consistent legendary Pokemon performance data, battle footage, and interaction patterns that revolutionize Pokemon research across multiple fields. Universities establish legendary Pokemon research programs funded by Pokemon League organizations seeking to understand legendary Pokemon battle mechanics, optimal legendary team compositions, and legendary Pokemon care requirements. Research partnerships between Elite Four members and academic institutions create the first systematic studies of legendary Pokemon in competitive battle environments, producing research breakthroughs that advance Pokemon science by decades compared to canon timeline progress. International Pokemon League cooperation increases because legendary Elite Four teams require coordination between regions to prevent legendary Pokemon conflicts and ensure fair legendary Pokemon distribution. Unlike canon, where regional Pokemon leagues operated relatively independently, legendary Elite Four systems necessitate interregional legendary Pokemon treaties, legendary Pokemon sharing agreements, and coordinated legendary Pokemon protection protocols. The Pokemon League International Committee establishes legendary Pokemon allocation guidelines, ensuring that no single region monopolizes specific legendary Pokemon types, creating diplomatic frameworks for legendary Pokemon disputes and establishing precedents for international legendary Pokemon cooperation. Regional champions participate in annual legendary Pokemon summits discussing legendary Pokemon team regulations, legendary Pokemon welfare standards, and collaborative legendary Pokemon research initiatives that strengthen international Pokemon League relationships. Pokemon conservation efforts expand dramatically because legendary Elite Four teams increase human interaction with legendary Pokemon species, creating both opportunities and risks for legendary Pokemon populations. Unlike canon, where most legendary Pokemon lived in isolation with minimal human contact, legendary Elite Four partnerships require ongoing legendary Pokemon welfare monitoring, habitat protection for legendary Pokemon breeding grounds, and conservation programs ensuring legendary Pokemon species sustainability despite increased human involvement. Conservation organizations work with Elite Four members to establish legendary Pokemon sanctuaries, legendary Pokemon rehabilitation programs, and legendary Pokemon population monitoring systems. The increased visibility of legendary Pokemon through Elite Four battles generates public support for legendary Pokemon conservation funding creating conservation resources that far exceed canon levels while requiring careful management to prevent legendary Pokemon exploitation. Pokemon technology development accelerates because legendary Elite Four battles push Pokemon equipment manufacturers to create technology capable of supporting legendary Pokemon needs. Unlike canon, where Pokemon technology focused on standard Pokemon requirements, legendary Elite Four teams drive innovation in legendary Pokemon transportation systems, legendary Pokemon medical equipment, legendary Pokemon training devices, and legendary Pokemon battle safety technology. Pokeball manufacturers develop specialized legendary Pokemon capture and storage systems. Pokemon centers upgrade to legendary Pokemon medical facilities, and Pokemon equipment companies create legendary Pokemon specific gear. The legendary Pokemon technology sector becomes a major industry serving Elite Four teams, champions, and trainers, preparing for legendary Elite Four challenges, generating technological advances that benefit all Pokemon trainers while being driven by legendary Pokemon requirements. Youth trainer development programs transform because legendary Elite Four teams change what young trainers aspire to achieve and how they prepare for Pokemon training careers. Unlike canon, where young trainers focused on catching their first Pokemon and learning basic battle skills, legendary Elite Four systems inspire young trainers to pursue legendary Pokemon partnerships from the beginning of their training journeys. Pokemon training schools establish legendary Pokemon studies programs. Junior trainer leagues create legendary Pokemon appreciation events, and youth training camps offer legendary Pokemon encounter experiences. The psychological impact of knowing that Elite Four membership requires legendary Pokemon partnerships motivates young trainers to pursue higher training standards, more ambitious goals, and deeper Pokemon partnership philosophies that elevate the entire next generation of Pokemon trainers beyond canon expectations. Regional identity and pride increase because legendary Elite Four teams showcase each region's most powerful legendary Pokemon, creating cultural connections between regions and their legendary Pokemon heritage. Unlike canon, where legendary Pokemon were mysterious figures in regional folklore, legendary Elite Four teams make legendary Pokemon active representatives of regional power and culture. Kanto's legendary birds become symbols of Kanto's Elite Four excellence. Johto's legendary beasts represent Johto's training traditions, and Hoenn's weather legendaries embody Hoenn's natural power. Regional festivals celebrate legendary Elite Four achievements, regional merchandise features, legendary Elite Four teams, and regional tourism campaigns highlight opportunities to witness legendary Pokemon battles. The legendary Elite Four system strengthens regional identity while creating friendly interregional competition that enhances the global Pokemon community. Pokemon battle strategy evolution reaches unprecedented sophistication because legendary Elite Four battles require strategic thinking that far exceeds canon battle complexity. Unlike canon, where Elite Four strategies focused on type advantages, movesets, and tactical positioning, legendary Elite Four battles involve legendary Pokemon abilities, legendary tier power management, legendary Pokemon synergy effects, and legendary battle environmental factors. Battle analysts develop legendary Pokemon battle theory, strategic frameworks for legendary team composition, and legendary battle prediction models. The strategic complexity of legendary Elite Four battles creates new careers, in legendary battle analysis, legendary team consulting, and legendary Pokemon strategy development that serve Elite Four members, champions, and serious challengers preparing for legendary Elite Four encounters. Pokemon League prestige reaches global heights because legendary Elite Four teams establish Pokemon League championships as the ultimate demonstration of Pokemon mastery, attracting international attention that elevates Pokemon training to unprecedented cultural significance. Unlike canon, where Pokemon League victories were regional achievements with limited global recognition, legendary Elite Four championships become worldwide events showcasing the pinnacle of human Pokemon partnership through legendary Pokemon teams. International media coverage of legendary Elite Four battles introduces legendary Pokemon to global audiences, inspiring Pokemon training interest in regions without established Pokemon League systems and creating cultural exchange opportunities centered around legendary Pokemon appreciation. The legendary Elite Four system transforms Pokemon training from regional hobby to global phenomenon while maintaining the core values of Pokemon partnership that define the Pokemon world. And there you have it, a comprehensive look at how legendary Elite Four teams would fundamentally reshape every aspect of the Pokemon world, from individual trainer journeys to global economics, while preserving the essential spirit of Pokemon partnership that makes the Pokemon League system meaningful. Let me know what you think about how legendary Elite Four teams would balance increased difficulty with accessibility, and how you would design legendary Elite Four regulations to maintain fair competition. This expanded role for legendary Pokemon naturally extends to the regional champions. Instead of the relatively modest teams seen in canon, champions now command legendary trios or duo teams as their signature Pokemon, alongside a full complement of pseudo-legendaries and other powerful species. Their ace Pokemon are not merely strong, they are often additional legendary Pokemon, perhaps even mythical ones, further elevating the challenge and mystique of the champion title. Consider Lance, who in canon is known for his dragon-type specialists. In this legendary infused world, his team would include not just his iconic Dragonite, but also the legendary dragon trio of Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, or perhaps a Reshiram and Zekrom duo. His ace would likely be a Mega Rayquaza, if Mega Evolution is available in that generation without a specific stone, or if he possesses a unique Mega Stone for it, or even an Arceus, if his lineage ties him to the creation myth of his region. This reimagining transforms the champion battle from a final test of skill into an almost insurmountable gauntlet, a true clash of titans that solidifies the champion's status as the undisputed master of their region, and perhaps even a gatekeeper of legendary power. The impact of this legendary team integration reverberates through the entire Pokemon League system, beginning with the gym leaders. While gym leaders do not wield legendary Pokemon themselves, their training methodologies and team compositions are profoundly influenced by the necessary preparation for challenging legendary Elite Four members and champions. Gym leaders would focus on developing Pokemon with abilities and movesets specifically designed to counter legendary threats, emphasizing strategic depth over raw power. For example, a rock-type gym leader like Brock might focus on teaching his Onyx and Golem moves that can chip away at legendary health pools or status conditions that can cripple powerful foes, rather than relying solely on super effective stab attacks. His team would feature Pokémon with high defensive stats and disruptive moves like Stealth Rock, Toxic, or Thunder Wave, preparing challengers for the legendary gauntlet ahead. This shift means that even early game gym battles become more strategically demanding, requiring trainers to think critically about team composition and battle strategy from the outset of their journey. Unlike canon, where many gym leaders could be overcome with brute force or a single strong counter, this new paradigm necessitates a deeper understanding of type matchups, ability interactions, and strategic planning. The narrative of trainer journeys also changes dramatically. Aspiring trainers like Ash Ketchum would from the very beginning be aware of the legendary challenges awaiting them. Their training would focus on forging bonds with their Pokémon that transcend typical battle strategies, aiming to unlock hidden potential and develop unconventional tactics. The goal shifts from merely winning badges and league championships to mastering the art of battling against legendary Pokémon. This means that early training arcs would involve more encounters with powerful wild Pokémon, perhaps even minor legendary or mythical Pokémon that test the trainer's resolve and offer valuable insights into legendary combat. Ash's journey, for instance, might involve him forging a unique bond with a regional pseudo-legendary earlier than in canon, pushing it to its limits to stand a chance against the legendary wielding Elite Four. The emotional stakes are higher, the training more rigorous, and the victories more meaningful, as each step brings them closer to confronting legendary power. The very concept of a rival takes on new dimensions. Rivals like Gary Oak, Paul, or Tripp would not just be competing for personal glory or to become the champion. They would be striving to prove their worth against the legendary forces that guard the leagues. Their teams would reflect this heightened aspiration, featuring more pseudo-legendaries and meticulously trained Pokémon designed to combat legendary threats. Imaging Gary's Blastoise, instead of fighting merely for type advantage, would have to strategize against a legendary beast's powerful special attacks or a legendary bird's evasive maneuvers. The rivalries would become intense, not just for the title, but for the right to challenge the legendary Elite Four. Their progress would be measured not just by badges, but by their ability to adapt and overcome trainers who have already faced legendary tier challenges, setting a higher bar for all aspiring champions. The impact on Pokémon breeding and research cannot be overstated. With legendary Pokémon becoming integral to the highest echelons of competitive battling, Pokémon professors and breeders would dedicate significant resources to understanding their biology, abilities, and optimal training methods. Research into legendary Pokémon would move beyond mere cataloging and folklore. It would become a scientific endeavor aimed at understanding how to effectively challenge and perhaps even partner with these immensely powerful beings. This could lead to breakthroughs in understanding Pokémon genetics, type interactions, and the very nature of Pokémon power. Unlike canon, where legendary Pokémon research often focuses on preventing catastrophic events or understanding ancient history, this new focus is on tactical application. Scientists would analyze legendary Pokémon movesets, optimal EVs and IVs for legendary encounters, and even the psychological profiles of trainers capable of commanding such power. This could even lead to the discovery of new training techniques or specialized items designed to assist trainers in legendary battles, further enriching the strategic depth of the Pokemon world. The global economy of the Pokemon world would also experience significant shifts. Tourism would boom around regions hosting the legendary Elite Four, with fans and aspiring trainers flocking to witness these epic battles. Merchandise featuring legendary Pokemon and their Elite Four trainers would become highly sought after, driving economic growth. The demand for powerful non legendary Pokemon, bred and trained specifically to counter legendary threats, would skyrocket, creating a lucrative market for expert breeders and trainers. Imagine a world where specific breeding lines are valued for their legendary countering capabilities, with trainers paying top dollar for a Pokemon with a particular ability or move combination that has proven effective against a legendary beast or bird. The Pokemon League, already a significant institution in canon, would become an even more central economic and cultural force, sponsoring research, events, and educational programs related to legendary Pokemon. This would transform the Elite Four from respected trainers into global icons, their battles not just sporting events, but cultural phenomena, attracting viewership and participation on an unprecedented scale. The moral and ethical implications of integrating legendary Pokemon into the Elite Four would also need to be addressed. In canon, legendary Pokemon are often treated with reverence and are rarely captured or used in regular battles. Their inclusion in the Elite Four would necessitate a reevaluation of these ethical guidelines. Are these legendary Pokemon willingly participating, or are they bound by some form of agreement or ancient pact? The lore surrounding each legendary Pokemon would likely be expanded to explain their presence on an Elite Four team. Perhaps the Elite Four members are not mere trainers, but chosen guardians or descendants of ancient heroes entrusted with the honor and responsibility of battling alongside these powerful entities. This would add a layer of spiritual and historical significance to the Elite Four, transforming them from powerful trainers into living legends themselves, custodians of their region's legendary heritage. Unlike canon, where obtaining a legendary is often a rare, isolated event for the protagonist, this system formalizes their involvement in the competitive circuit, requiring a deeper societal understanding and ethical framework for their use. The structure of the Pokemon League Championship itself would also evolve. Instead of a single tournament leading to the Elite Four, there might be regional elimination rounds specifically designed to identify trainers with the potential to face legendary Pokemon. These preliminary tournaments could feature unique battle formats, such as triple battles or rotation battles, designed to challenge trainers' strategic thinking and adaptability against a wider range of threats. The final challenge against the Elite Four would be a multi-stage event, perhaps requiring trainers to defeat each Elite Four member in a specific order, each battle building in intensity and legendary power. The champion battle, as the ultimate test, would be a climactic showdown, a spectacle of legendary proportions that would be broadcast globally, captivating audiences and inspiring new generations of trainers. Unlike canon, where the Elite Four challenge is somewhat linear, this revised system could introduce more dynamic elements, like environmental hazards in the battle arena, specifically designed to interact with legendary abilities, forcing challengers to adapt on the fly. Consider the psychological impact on trainers. The pressure to overcome legendary Pokémon would be immense, pushing trainers to their absolute limits. This could lead to new forms of training, focusing on mental fortitude, resilience, and meditation, alongside physical conditioning and battle strategy. Trainers would need to develop an almost spiritual connection with their Pokemon to stand a chance against the incredible power of legendary beings. The concept of bond phenomenon, or similar heightened states of connection, as seen with Ash Greninja in canon, would become not just a rare occurrence for protagonists, but a necessary development for any trainer aspiring to challenge the legendary Elite Four. This would emphasize the core message of Pokemon. The true strength comes from the bond between trainer and Pokemon, rather than just raw power. The very definition of a strong trainer would shift from someone with a powerful team to someone who can inspire legendary Pokemon to fight alongside them, or someone who can strategically counter legendary power through sheer ingenuity and bond. The introduction of legendary Pokemon into the Elite Four would also create a unique challenge for the game developers within the Pokemon world. How do you balance the immense power of legendary Pokemon with the need for fair and competitive battles? This could lead to specific rule sets, such as limiting the number of legendary Pokemon per team, perhaps one per Elite Four member, with the champion having two or three, or implementing unique handicaps or restrictions. For instance, legendary Pokemon might have certain moves or abilities restricted in competitive play, or there might be a legendary power limit that trainers must adhere to. This would ensure that battles remain skill-based and not simply a contest of who has the most powerful legendary Pokemon. These regulations would become a crucial part of the Pokemon League rulebook, debated and refined over time to maintain the integrity of the sport. Unlike canon, where legendary Pokemon are often banned from competitive play entirely, this world embraces their power while attempting to regulate it, showcasing a fascinating metagame development. The long-term cultural impact would be profound. Legendary Pokemon, once figures of distant myth and ancient tales, would become tangible symbols of competitive excellence and human Pokemon partnership. Children would grow up not just hearing stories of legendary Pokemon, but seeing them in action, battling alongside their Elite Four trainers. This would inspire a generation of trainers to aim for even higher heights, fostering a deeper respect and understanding of these powerful beings. The relationship between humanity and legendary Pokemon would fundamentally shift from one of awe and separation to one of respectful collaboration and shared triumph. The Elite Four, in this sense, become cultural ambassadors for this new relationship, demonstrating the potential for harmonious coexistence and mutual growth. And so, the introduction of legendary Pokemon into the Elite Four fundamentally reshapes every aspect of the Pokemon world. From the individual trainer's journey, which is now fraught with legendary aspirations, to the global economic and cultural landscape, which is revitalized by the spectacle of legendary battles, the ripple effects are immense. Gym leaders adapt, rivals intensify their training, professors deepen their research into legendary biology, and the very ethics of human Pokemon interaction are re-examined. The Pokemon League transforms into an even grander stage, a true proving ground where only the most skilled, strategically brilliant, and deeply bonded trainers can hope to stand victorious against the legendary might of the Elite Four and the Champion. This elevates Pokemon battling from a popular sport to a global phenomenon, a true clash of titans where human ingenuity meets legendary power, all while preserving the core spirit of partnership that defines the Pokemon world. It's a world where the legends walk among us, not just in ancient ruins or hidden groves, but on the grandest battle stages, challenging us to reach for greatness. Let me know what legendary trios you would assign to each Elite Four member to maximize their regional thematic resonance and strategic challenge, especially considering the constraints of type diversity and iconic representation. Let's consider the impact on each region, starting with Kanto. Lorelei, the Ice-type specialist, would gain a new level of strategic depth. Her team, which in canon features Lapras, Cloyster, Jinx, Slowbro, and a Porygon 2 in later iterations, would be augmented by legendary Ice types. Imagine her with an Articuno, an embodiment of the frigid north winds, boasted powerful Ice Beam and Hurricane. Perhaps a Regis, with its immense special defense and Ice Beam, adding another layer of unyielding resistance to her team. She might even utilize a Kyurem in its base form to leverage its monstrous offensive presence and access to Dragon-type moves, covering some of Ice's weaknesses. This isn't just about raw power, it's about thematic resonance. Articuno fits her elegant, calm demeanor, while Regis reinforces her stoic defense. Kyurem, representing desolate power, could be her ace, providing a terrifying counter to common threats. Lorelei's battles would become less about outdamaging her opponent and more about weathering their attacks and retaliating with overwhelming icy force. Bruno, the fighting-type master, already known for his strength and endurance with his Onix, Hitmonchan, Hitmonlee, Machamp, and Lucario. His legendary additions would focus on enhancing his offensive capabilities and type coverage. A Terrakion, with its rock fighting typing and access to powerful rock slide and close combat, would be a natural fit, reflecting his grounded, powerful fighting style. A Zamazenta, hero of many battles form, could provide a defensive bulwark, resisting many attacks and setting up with iron defense and then striking back with behemoth bash. For sheer, unadulterated power, a Keldeo, in its resolute form, could be his special attacker, leveraging Secret Sword and Hydro Pump to surprise opponents who expect purely physical threats. Terrakion embodies the raw power of fighting and rock, aligning with Bruno's physically imposing team. Zamazenta represents the unwavering defense and attack of a true champion, while Keldeo brings a touch of tactical elegance to his otherwise brute force lineup. Bruno's fights would become an even more intense test of attrition and raw power, forcing trainers to find openings against highly resilient and hard-hitting legendary Pokemon. Agatha, the ghost-type maven, who in canon frightens trainers with her Gengar, Arbok, Golbat, Haunter, and Misdreavus, would become a truly terrifying opponent. Her team would gain legendary Pokemon that amplify the spooky, strategic nature of ghost types. A Giratina, origin form, with its unparalleled offensive presence and Ghost Dragon typing, would be her signature threat, using Shadow Force and Dragon Pulse. A Spectrier, with its incredible speed and special attack, would sweep through unprepared teams with Hex and Nasty Plot. Perhaps even a Marshadow, with its access to Spectral Thief and Fighting type moves, offering perfect coverage against Dark and Steel types that often trouble Ghost teams. Giratina embodies the distortion and spectral power, perfectly suiting Agatha's intimidating presence. Spectrier brings swift, ethereal strikes, while Marshadow adds a sneaky tactical element to her team, reflecting Agatha's cunning. Her battles would be a psychological war, with status conditions, debilitating attacks, and powerful legendary Pokémon that hit hard and fast, making every turn a terrifying gamble for the challenger. Lance, the Dragon-type champion of the Elite Four, with his iconic Dragonite, Gyarados, Aerodactyl, Charizard, and Kingdra, would solidify his position as an unyielding force. His legendary choices would naturally gravitate towards draconic powerhouses. A Rayquaza, in its base form, would be an obvious choice, showcasing its incredible attack and dragon ascent. A Zekrom, with its electric dragon typing, would provide powerful coverage against water and flying types, and its Terravolt ability would ignore abilities like Lightning Rod or Volt Absorb. For a defensive pivot, a Latias, with its high special defense and access to Healing Pulse, could support his team while still being a formidable special attacker. Rayquaza is the king of the skies, embodying the raw power and majesty of dragons. Zekrom brings a thunderous, righteous strength, while Latias adds a graceful yet powerful presence, mirroring Lance's own dignified style. Lance's challenges would become the ultimate test of a trainer's ability to counter overwhelming dragon power, forcing them to come prepared with their own strategic counters, or risk being swept by his legendary draconic might. Moving to Johto, the first Elite Four member, Will, specializes in psychic types. His canon team includes Xatu, Jinx, Slowbro, Exeggutor, and Gardevoir. With legendaries, his strategic mind games would reach a new level. A Mewtwo, without its Mega Evolution, would be a terrifying force, leveraging its immense special attack and speed with Psychic and Aura Sphere. A Latios, providing speed, special attack, and the ability to use Draco Meteor, would offer potent offensive pressure. Perhaps a Cresselia, with its incredible bulk and access to Lunar Dance and Psychic, could serve as a valuable supporter or setup Pokémon. Mewtwo is the epitome of psychic power and intelligence, perfectly suiting Will's refined approach. Latios brings swift, calculated strikes, while Cresselia offers a mystical, defensive presence that reinforces the unpredictable nature of psychic battles. Will's battles would become a true test of mental fortitude and strategic planning, as trainers contend with powerful psychic assaults and tricky maneuvers. Koga, now an Elite Four member focusing on poison types, with his Crobat, Numuk, Fortress, Ariados, and Toxicroak, would gain a new level of insidious threat. His legendary additions would enhance his team's ability to inflict status conditions and deliver potent poison. A Naganadel, with its poison dragon typing and incredible speed, would be a swift and deadly special attacker, utilizing Sludge Wave and Dragon Pulse. A Regidrago, though not poison type, its dragon energy could be an interesting thematic choice, representing a dangerous, untamed power, or perhaps a more fitting choice would be a Nihilego, with its poison rock typing and ability to boost its stats with Beast Boost, launching powerful Sludge Bomb and Power Gem attacks. For a unique twist, a Zamazenta, Crowned Shield, could be used for its defensive prowess and access to Iron Head, reflecting Koga's ninja-like resilience, but perhaps a more thematic choice would be a Kubfu, which evolves into Urshifu, a fighting type that could be a trained martial artist, aligning with Koga's ninja theme. However, sticking to the poison theme, a more appropriate choice could be a Pecharunt, with its unique poison ghost typing, capable of inflicting status and dealing special damage. Naganadel exemplifies swift, venomous strikes. Nihilego embodies the alien, unpredictable nature of toxins, and Pecharunt brings a new level of trickery and debilitating power. Koga's battles would become a relentless assault of status conditions, venoms, and powerful special attacks, forcing trainers to have robust healing and status cleansing strategies. Karen, the Dark-type specialist, known for her Umbreon, Murkrow, Gengar, Houndoom, and Vileplume, would become an even more formidable master of shadows. Her legendary additions would focus on overwhelming offense and strategic disruption. Yveltal, with its dark flying typing and access to Oblivion Wing and Dark Pulse, would be a devastating special attacker. A Darkrai, known for its ability to put opponents to sleep with Dark Void and then unleash powerful Dark Pulse attacks, would be a nightmare for any challenger. For a resilient attacker, a Spiritomb, with its ghost, its dark typing, and no traditional weaknesses before fairy types, could be a tanky setup sweeper using Nasty Plot and Dark Pulse. Yveltal represents destruction and the dark side of existence, fitting Karen's philosophy of using strong Pokémon. Darkrai embodies the nightmares and illusions of the dark, while Spiritomb adds an eerie, unyielding presence. Karen's battles would become a gauntlet of offensive pressure, status conditions, and psychological warfare, truly testing a trainer's ability to navigate the shadows. Finally, the Johto champion, Lance, would retain his legendary power, solidifying his role as the ultimate Dragon Master. His team would continue to feature his iconic Dragonite, Gyarados, Aerodactyl, Charizard, and Kingdra, now fully supported by the likes of Rayquaza, Zekrom, and Latias, creating an even more daunting final challenge for the Johto League. Moving on to the Hoenn region, Sydney, the Dark-type Elite Four member, with his Mightyena, Shiftry, Cacturne, Absol, and Sharpedo, would become a more aggressive and unpredictable force. His legendary additions would amplify his hit-and-run tactics and offensive pressure, and Hoopa Unbound, with its psychic dark typing and immense offensive stats, would be a devastating special attacker using Hyperspace Fury and Psychic. A Regidrago, with its pure dragon typing and high HP, could be a powerful physical attacker, leveraging dragon energy and dragon claw, providing a strong offensive presence. For a fast physical attacker, a Zamazenta, hero of many battles, could provide a strong offensive presence with Behemoth Bash and Close Combat. Or perhaps a more thematically aligned choice would be a Kubfu, which evolves into Urshifu, a martial artist that uses dark techniques, aligning with Sydney's gritty style. If we stick to the principle of one legendary per type theme, a more unique choice might be a Zarude, with its dark grass typing and access to jungle healing and darkest lariat, giving him a more supportive yet still offensive option. Hoopa Unbound embodies mischievous, overwhelming power, fitting Sydney's shadowy and unpredictable nature. Regidrago brings raw, untamed force, while Zarude adds a primal, wild element to his dark team. Sydney's battles would be a relentless assault of powerful attacks, forcing trainers to quickly adapt to his aggressive, legendary threats. Phoebe, the Ghost-type Elite Four member who in canon frightens trainers with her Dusclops, Banette, Sableye, Chandelure, and Froslass, would gain a new level of spectral menace. Her legendary additions would focus on overwhelming offense and strategic disruption. A Lunala, with its psychic ghost typing and access to Shadow Beam and Moongeist Beam, would be a devastating special attacker. A Spectrier, with its incredible speed and special attack, would sweep through unprepared teams with Hex and Nasty Plot. For a resilient attacker, a Giratina, altered form, with its ghost dragon typing and excellent bulk, could be a tanky setup sweeper using Shadow Force and Dragon Pulse. Lunala embodies the ethereal and cosmic power of ghosts, fitting Phoebe's connection to the spiritual world. Spectrier brings swift, chilling strikes, while Giratina adds an imposing, ancient, spectral presence. Phoebe's battles would become a chilling experience, with powerful ghost-type legendary Pokémon that can hit hard and unpredictably, making her a truly formidable opponent. Glacia, the Ice-type Elite Four member, known for her Walrein, Glalie, Froslass, Abomasnow, and Aurorus, would become an even more formidable master of the tundra. Her legendary additions would focus on overwhelming resilience and powerful icy attacks. An Articuno, with its ice flying typing, would be an elegant and powerful special attacker, using Ice Beam and Hurricane. A Regis, with its immense special defense and access to Ice Beam and Thunder Wave, would be a nearly unbreakable defensive wall, further solidifying Glacia's strategy of enduring attacks. For a unique offensive threat, a Kyurem, base form, with its Dragon Jaw ice typing and monstrous offensive presence, would be her devastating ace, leveraging Ice Beam and Dragon Pulse. Articuno represents the serene, yet powerful beauty of ice. Regis embodies unyielding cold and defense, while Kyurem brings a destructive ancient icy power. Glacia's battles would become a true test of a trainer's ability to break through incredibly resilient, legendary Pokémon while enduring powerful icy assaults, making her a true master of attrition. Drake, the Dragon-type Elite Four member, with his Salamence, Flygon, Altaria, Kingdra, and Haxorus, would solidify his position as an unyielding force. His legendary choices would naturally gravitate towards draconic powerhouses. A Palkia, with its water dragon typing, would be a devastating special attacker, using Spatial Rend and Hydro Pump. A Reshiram, with its dragon fire typing, would provide powerful coverage against steel and ice types, and its Turbo Blaze ability would ignore abilities. For a defensive pivot, a Latias, with its high special defense and access to Healing Pulse, could support his team while still being a formidable special attacker. Palkia is the master of space, embodying immense draconic power. Reshiram brings a searing, fiery strength, while Latias adds a graceful yet powerful presence, mirroring Drake's own dignified style. Drake's challenges would become the ultimate test of a trainer's ability to counter overwhelming dragon power, forcing them to come prepared with their own strategic counters, or risk being swept by his legendary draconic might. The Hoenn champion, Steven Stone, with his iconic Metagross, Skarmory, Agron, Cradley, Armaldo, and Claydol, would be an even more formidable force. His legendary additions would enhance his team's strategic depth and power. A Jirachi, with its steel psychic typing and access to Doom Desire and Wish, would be a versatile supporter and attacker capable of inflicting sleep with its Serene Grace ability. A Registeel, with its immense defensive stats, would be a nearly unbreakable wall, further solidifying Steven's strategy of enduring attacks. For an offensive powerhouse, a Genesect, with its bug steel typing and access to Technoblast and U-turn, could be a devastating special attacker capable of changing its type with Douse Drive, Shock Drive, Burn Drive, or Chill Drive. Jirachi brings good fortune and strategic support, fitting Steven's calm and collected demeanor. Registeel embodies unyielding defense, while Genesect adds a technological, offensive edge, perfectly aligning with Steven's appreciation for rare minerals and ancient technology. Steven's battles would involve a strategic masterclass as trainers contend with powerful steel-type legendary Pokémon that can endure immense damage and retaliate with powerful attacks, truly testing their ability to break through his defenses. In Sinnoh, Aaron, the Bug-type Elite Four member, with his Drapion, Heracross, Vespiquen, Yanmega, and Scizor, would gain a new level of strategic threat. His legendary additions would focus on overwhelming offense and strategic disruption. A Genesect, with its bug steel typing and access to Technoblast and U-turn, would be a devastating special attacker capable of changing its type with its drives. A Pheromosa, with its bug swag fighting typing and incredible speed, would sweep through unprepared teams with lunge and high jump kick. For a resilient attacker, a Buzzwole, with its bug fighting typing and immense physical bulk, could be a tanky setup sweeper using Leech Life and Superpower. Genesect brings technological precision and raw offensive power, fitting Aaron's appreciation for the strength of bugs. Pheromosa embodies swift, elegant strikes, while Buzzwole adds a formidable, physically imposing presence. Aaron's battles would become a relentless assault of powerful bug-type attacks, forcing trainers to find quick answers to his legendary threats. Bertha, the ground-type Elite Four member, known for her Hippowdon, Gliscor, Golem, Rhyperior, and Whiscash, would become an even more formidable master of the earth. Her legendary additions would focus on overwhelming resilience and powerful ground-shaking attacks. A Groudon, Primal Reversion not included to preserve balance, with its pure ground typing, would be a devastating physical attacker, using Precipice Blades and Fire Punch. A Zygarde, 50% form, with its Dragon ground typing and access to Thousand Arrows and Dragon Pulse, would provide powerful offensive pressure and defensive utility with Aura Break. For a resilient attacker, a Landorus, Therian form, with its ground flying typing and access to Earthquake and U-turn, could be a powerful offensive pivot. Groudon represents the raw, untamed power of the earth. Zygarde embodies the order and balance of nature, while Landorus brings a swift, destructive force, perfectly aligning with Bertha's grounded and powerful style. Bertha's battles would become a true test of a trainer's ability to contend with incredibly powerful ground-type legendary Pokémon, forcing them to find creative ways to counter her overwhelming earthly might. Flint, the Fire-type Elite Four member, with his Infernape, Magmortar, Arcanine, Rapidash, and Houndoom, would gain a new level of fiery intensity. His legendary additions would focus on overwhelming offensive power and strategic disruption. A Reshiram, with its Dragon Fire typing and access to Blue Flare and Draco Meteor, would be a devastating special attacker. An Entei, with its pure fire typing and access to Sacred Fire and extreme speed, would be a fast and powerful physical attacker. For a resilient attacker, a Heatran, with its fire steel typing and access to Magma Storm and Flash Cannon, could be a tanky setup sweeper using Stealth Rock and Lava Plume. Reshiram embodies the searing, righteous power of fire. Entei brings a noble, blazing speed, while Heatran adds a formidable volcanic presence, perfectly aligning with Flint's fiery and passionate style. Flint's battles would be a relentless assault of powerful fire-type attacks, forcing trainers to quickly adapt to his legendary threats or risk being consumed by the flames. Lucian, the psychic type Elite Four member, with his Bronzong, Gallade, Alakazam, Medicum, and Espeon, would become an even more formidable master of the mind. His legendary additions would focus on overwhelming offensive power and strategic disruption. Aladios, with its dragon psychic typing and access to Draco Meteor and Psychic, would be a devastating special attacker. A Jirachi, with its steel psychic typing and access to Doom Desire and Wish, would be a versatile supporter and attacker, capable of inflicting sleep with its Serene Grace ability. For a resilient attacker, a Deoxys, normal form, with its pure psychic typing and incredible offensive potential, would be a devastating special attacker, using Psychic and Dark Pulse. Latios brings swift, calculated strikes, while Jirachi offers strategic support and good fortune, aligning with Lucian's composed and intelligent demeanor. Deoxys adds an alien, unpredictable, and overwhelmingly powerful presence, reflecting Lucian's deep understanding of psychic phenomena. Lucian's battles would become a strategic masterclass as trainers contend with powerful psychic type legendary Pokémon that can hit hard, set up powerful plays, and disrupt their opponents. The Sinnoh champion, Cynthia, with her iconic Garchomp, Spiritomb, Lucario, Melodic, Togekiss, and Roserade, already commands a team of considerable power and versatility. Her legendary team would elevate her to an almost mythical status, reflecting her deep connection to Sinnoh's legends and history. Her legendary additions would focus on enhancing her already diverse type coverage, adding immense power and showcasing Sinnoh's overarching lore. A Palkia, with its water's dragon typing and access to Spatial Rend and Hydro Pump, would be a devastating special attacker that directly embodies Sinnoh's creation myths. A Dialga, with its steel dragon typing and access to Roar of Time and Flash Cannon, would provide immense defensive bulk and offensive pressure, again directly tying into Sinnoh's creation. For a third legendary, a Giratina in its origin form, with its ghost dragon typing and access to Shadow Force and Dragon Pulse, would add a terrifying disruptive presence with incredible power and bulk, representing the distortion world. Palkia represents the very fabric of space, Dialga the flow of time, and Giratina the antithesis of the natural world, all aligning with Cynthia's role as the guardian of Sinnoh's legends and her formidable intellect. Cynthia's battles would become an epic confrontation against the very deities of Sinnoh, a true test of a trainer's ability to overcome not just raw power, but also the symbolic weight of these legendary Pokémon. Moving on to the Unova region, home to the unique Elite Four system that changes between Black and White, and Black 2 and White 2. For consistency, we will focus on the Black and White Elite Four, as they are the first iteration. Chantal, the Ghost-type Elite Four member, with her Cofagrigus, Golurk, Jellicent, and Chandelure, already possesses a team with excellent defensive and offensive capabilities. Her legendary additions would focus on enhancing her spectral power, adding disruptive potential, and further embracing the mysteries of the afterlife. A Giratina, in its altered form, with its Ghost Dragon typing and access to Shadow Force and Aura Sphere, would bring immense bulk and offensive power, connecting her to the spectral realm beyond Unova. A Lunala, with its Psychic Ghost typing and access to Moongeist Beam and Psychic, would offer incredible special offensive pressure and a unique otherworldly aesthetic, drawing from the moon's ethereal energy. For a third legendary, a Marshadow, with its fighting ghost typing and access to Spectral Thief and close combat, would provide a fast, unpredictable physical attacker that steals stat boosts, perfectly embodying the sneaky, elusive nature of ghosts. Giratina represents the immense power and enigmatic nature of the distortion worlds. Lunala brings an ethereal, cosmic horror, and Marshadow embodies the sneaky, mischievous, and powerful side of spirits, all aligning perfectly with Chantal's love for ghost stories and ancient ruins. Chantal's battles would become a chilling encounter with powerful legendary Pokémon that are not only incredibly strong, but also deeply unsettling, forcing trainers to confront the unknown. Grimsley, the Dark-type Elite Four member, with his Crocodile, Scrafty, Leopard, and B-Sharp, already runs a team focused on aggressive offense and cunning tactics. His legendary additions would amplify his team's predatory nature, strategic disruption, and overwhelming dark power. A Darkrai, with its pure dark typing and access to Dark Pulse and Dark Void, would be a devastating special attacker capable of putting opponents to sleep, perfectly embodying the nightmare-inducing aspect of dark types. A Avaltal, with its dark flying typing and access to Oblivion Wing and Dark Pulse, would provide immense offensive pressure and sustain, reflecting the destructive force of dark energy. For a third legendary, a Hoopa Unbound, with its Psychic dark typing and access to Hyperspace Fury and Psychic, would add an overwhelmingly powerful and unpredictable attacker that can hit incredibly hard. Darkrai embodies the nightmare, Yveltal represents destruction and life absorption, and Hoopa Unbound is a chaotic, powerful demon, all aligning with Grimsley's dark, enigmatic, and ruthless persona. Grimsley's battles would become a perilous game of cat and mouse against legendary Pokémon that epitomize the cunning and raw power of the dark. Caitlyn, the Psychic-type Elite Four member, with her Reuniclus, Musharna, Gothitelle, and Sigilyph, already commands a team with incredible special attack and defensive bulk. Her legendary additions would focus on enhancing her psychic prowess, adding overwhelming power, and further embracing the refined and elegant nature of psychic types. A Cresselia, with its pure psychic typing and access to Lunar Dance and Psychic, would bring immense bulk and supportive capabilities, representing the calming and graceful side of psychic power. A Mewtwo, with its pure psychic typing and access to Psystrike and Aura Sphere, would be an overwhelmingly powerful special attacker, embodying the pinnacle of psychic might. For a third legendary, a Victini, with its psychic fire typing and access to V-Create and Psychic, would provide a fast, powerful special attacker with perfect accuracy, symbolizing victory and the burning spirit. Cresselia brings grace, defense, and recovery. Mewtwo is raw, unadulterated psychic power, and Victini offers explosive, accurate offense and a promise of victory, all aligning with Caitlyn's serene yet incredibly powerful demeanor. Caitlyn's battles would become a stunning display of psychic might, where trainers must contend with legendary Pokémon that are both graceful and devastatingly powerful. Marshall, the fighting type Elite Four member, with his Conkeldurr, Mienshao, Toxicroak, and Lucario, already has a team focused on raw physical power and relentless offense. His legendary additions would amplify his team's martial arts mastery, adding immense strength and showcasing the spirit of battling. A Zamazenta in its crowned shield form, with its fighting steel typing and access to Behemoth Bash and close combat, would provide immense physical bulk and offensive power, embodying unwavering defense and attack. A Marshadow, with its fighting ghost typing and access to Spectral Thief and close combat, would offer a fast, tricky physical attacker that can steal stat boosts, reflecting the cunning and elusive aspects of martial arts. For a third legendary, a Keldeo in its resolute form, with its water fighting typing and access to Secret Sword and Hydro Pump, would provide a fast special attacker with unique type coverage, representing noble courage and precision. Zamazenta embodies steadfast strength and protection. Marshadow represents the subtle power of technique and surprise, and Keldeo brings noble courage and swift, focused strikes, all aligning with Marshall's disciplined and powerful fighting style. Marshall's battles would become an epic clash against legendary Pokémon that embody the very essence of fighting, demanding both strength and strategic prowess from trainers. Moving on to the Kalos region, where the Elite Four are known for their strong type-themed teams. Malva, the Fire-type Elite Four member, with her Talonflame, Pyroar, Chandelure, and Torkoal, already commands a team that emphasizes speed and overwhelming offensive pressure. Her legendary additions would focus on enhancing her explosive power, adding strategic disruption, and further embracing the destructive force of fire. A Reshiram, with its dragon fire typing and access to Blue Flare and Draco Meteor, would be a devastating special attacker. An Entei, with its pure fire typing and access to Sacred Fire and extreme speed, would be a fast and powerful physical attacker. For a third legendary, a Volcanion, with its fire water typing and access to Steam Eruption and Flamethrower, would add a unique type combination and immense offensive pressure, embodying the explosive power of steam. Reshiram brings searing, righteous power. Entei provides noble, blazing speed, and Volcanion offers explosive, unblockable force, all aligning with Malva's fiery personality and strong offensive style. Malva's battles would become a relentless inferno of legendary fire-type attacks, forcing trainers to either withstand the heat or be consumed. Seabold, the water-type Elite Four member, with his Blastoise, Gyarados, Starmie, and Clawitzer, already runs a team that combines offensive power with strategic depth. His legendary additions would amplify his team's command over water, adding immense power and showcasing the vastness and depth of the ocean. A Kyogre, with its pure water typing and access to Origin Pulse and Water Spout, would be an overwhelmingly powerful special attacker, epitomizing the destructive force of the sea. A Manaphy, with its pure water typing and access to Tail Glow and Scald, would provide a fast setup sweeper with excellent special attack, representing the playful yet powerful nature of the ocean. For a third legendary, a Suicune, with its pure water typing and access to Hydro Pump and Aurora Beam, would add immense defensive bulk and strategic presence, embodying the serene yet powerful flow of water. Kyogre represents the boundless power of the ocean, Manaphy brings agile, strategic offense, and Suicune offers serene defense and purification, all aligning with Siebold's elegant yet formidable culinary and battling style. Siebold's battles would become a majestic display of legendary water-type power, where trainers must navigate treacherous currents and powerful waves. Wickstrom, the Steel-type Elite Four member, with his Aegislash, Scizor, Probopass, and Klefki, already commands a team that emphasizes defense, strategic setup, and powerful counterattacks. His legendary additions would focus on enhancing his unyielding defense, adding immense offensive presence, and further embracing the impenetrable nature of steel. A Zacian in its crowned sword form, with its fairy steel typing and access to Behemoth Blade and Play Rough, would provide immense physical offensive power and speed, embodying the sharpness and resilience of a legendary blade. A Solgaleo, with its psychic steel typing and access to Sunsteel Strike and Psychic, would bring overwhelming physical offensive pressure and a unique cosmic aesthetic, reflecting the unwavering strength of steel. For a third legendary, a Genesect, with its bug steel typing and access to Techno Blast and U-Turn, would add a fast, versatile offensive presence with different elemental drives, symbolizing technologically advanced steel. Zacian represents the ultimate heroic blade. Solgaleo brings cosmic, unyielding strength, and Genesect offers technologically enhanced, adaptable power, all aligning with Wickstrom's knightly demeanor and impenetrable defense. Wickstrom's battles would become a formidable test against legendary steel-type Pokémon that are both unyielding and incredibly powerful, demanding strategic breakthroughs. Drasna, the Dragon-type Elite Four member, with her Dragalge, Noivern, Altaria, and Drudigan, already runs a team that combines offensive power with strategic disruption and unique typing. Her legendary additions would amplify her team's draconic might, adding immense power and showcasing the ancient and mystical nature of dragons. A Rayquaza, with its dragon flying typing and access to Dragon Ascent and Dragon Pulse, would be an overwhelmingly powerful mixed attacker, embodying the ancient and majestic power of dragons. A Zekrom, with its Dragon Soar electric typing and access to Bolt Strike and Dragon Claw, would provide immense physical offensive pressure and unique type coverage, representing the ideals of truth and power. For a third legendary, a Latias, with its Dragon Psychic typing and access to Draco Meteor and Psychic, would add a fast, supportive special attacker with excellent defensive presence, reflecting the graceful and intelligent side of dragons. Rayquaza is the ancient sky sovereign. Zekrom brings righteous, electric power, and Latias offers swift, intelligent support, all aligning with Drosna's deep respect for dragon lore and her powerful team. Drosna's battles would become an epic confrontation against legendary dragon-type Pokémon, a true test of a trainer's ability to face ancient and overwhelming power. The Kalos champion, Diantha, with her Mega Gardevoir, Holucha, Tyrantrum, Aurorus, Gudra, and Gorgeist, already commands a team that is both elegant and incredibly powerful. Her legendary team would elevate her to an almost mythical status, reflecting her connection to Colossian history and her refined battling style. Her legendary additions would focus on enhancing her diverse type coverage, adding immense power, and showcasing Kalos's overarching lore, particularly the ultimate weapon. And Xerneas, with its fairy typing and access to Geomancy and Moonblast, would be a devastating special attacker that directly embodies life and creation in Kalos. A Yveltal, with its dark flying typing and access to Oblivion Wing and Dark Pulse, would provide immense offensive pressure and sustain, representing destruction and the cycle of life and death. For a third legendary, a Zygarde in its complete form, with its dragon ground typing and access to Thousand Arrows and Core Enforcer, would add a terrifying disruptive presence with incredible power and bulk, representing the order and balance of the ecosystem. Xerneas represents life and beauty, Yveltal brings death and destruction, and Zygarde embodies the order and balance of nature, all aligning with Diantha's sophisticated style and her role as a symbol of Colossian culture and power. Diantha's battles would become an epic confrontation against the very forces of life, death, and order. A true test of a trainer's ability to overcome not just raw power, but also the symbolic weight of these legendary Pokémon. Moving on to the Alola region, where the Elite Four are relatively new and often consist of established characters. Hala, the fighting type Elite Four member, with his Hariyama, Beware, Crabominable, and Machamp, already possesses a team that emphasizes raw physical power and traditional Alolan strength. His legendary additions would amplify his team's martial arts mastery, adding immense strength and showcasing the spirit of battling that aligns with Alolan traditions. A Zamazenta in its crowned shield form, with its fighting steel typing and access to Behemoth Bash and close combat, would provide immense physical bulk and offensive power, embodying unwavering defense and attack. A Marshado, with its fighting ghost typing and access to Spectral Thief and close combat, would offer a fast, tricky physical attacker that can steal stat boosts, reflecting the cunning and elusive aspects of martial arts. For a third legendary, a Tapu Koko, with its electric fairy typing and access to Thunderbolt and Dazzling Gleam, would provide a fast special attacker with terrain control, representing the guardian deities and the spiritual strength of Alola. Zamazenta embodies steadfast strength and protection. Marshado represents the subtle power of technique and surprise, and Tapu Koko brings swift, guardian energy, all aligning with Hala's powerful and traditional fighting style. Hala's battles would become an epic clash against legendary Pokémon that embody the very essence of fighting and Alolan spiritual power, demanding both strength and strategic prowess from trainers. Olivia, the Rock-type Elite Four member, with her Lycanroc, Probopass, Carbink, Golem, and Cradily, already runs a team that combines offensive power with defensive bulk and tricky abilities. Her legendary additions would amplify her team's command over Earth and Stone, adding immense power and showcasing the natural beauty and resilience of Alola's geology. A Zygarde in its 50% form, with its Dragon Ground typing and access to Thousand Arrows and Dragon Pulse, would provide immense bulk and offensive pressure, representing the order and balance of the ecosystem. A Diancie, with its Rock Torfairy typing and access to Diamond Storm and Moonblast, would be a beautiful yet powerful special attacker, embodying the precious gems found in Alola. For a third legendary, a Terrakion, with its rock fighting typing and access to Sacred Sword and Stone Edge, would add a fast, powerful physical attacker, representing the unwavering strength of stone. Zygarde brings environmental balance and power. Diancie offers gem-like beauty and formidable offense, and Terrakion embodies the unbreakable will of stone, all aligning with Olivia's elegant yet strong personality and her jewelry business. Olivia's battles would become a stunning display of legendary rock-type power, where trainers must navigate treacherous terrain and powerful attacks. Acerola, the Ghost-type Elite Four member, with her Palisand, Delmise, Froslas, Drifblim, and Banette, already commands a team that emphasizes disruptive tactics and powerful special attacks. Her legendary additions would focus on enhancing her spectral power, adding disruptive potential, and further embracing the mysteries and spookiness of Alola's legends. A Lunala, with its psychic ghost typing and access to Moongeist Beam and Psychic, would offer incredible special offensive pressure and a unique otherworldly aesthetic, drawing from the moon's ethereal energy. A Marshadow, with its fighting ghost typing and access to Spectral Thief and close combat, would provide a fast, unpredictable physical attacker that steals stat boosts, perfectly embodying the sneaky, elusive nature of Alolan ghosts. For a third legendary, a Decidue, as an honorary legendary due to its strong ties to Alola's unique starter lore and its role as a regional spirit, with its grass ghost typing and access to Spirit Shackle and Leaf Blade, would add a fast, precise physical attacker that traps opponents, reflecting the natural spirits of Alola. Lunala brings cosmic horror and power, Marshadow offers elusive, powerful strikes, and Decidue adds a keen, spectral archery, all aligning with Acerola's playful yet spooky demeanor and her connection to Alolan folklore. Acerola's battles would become a chilling encounter with powerful legendary Pokémon that are not only incredibly strong, but also deeply unsettling, forcing trainers to confront the unknown and the spiritual. Kahili, the flying type Elite Four member, with her Toucannon, Mandibuzz, Skarmory, Crobat, and Oricorio, already runs a team that emphasizes speed, defensive utility, and strong offensive pressure. Her legendary additions would amplify her team's command over the skies, adding immense power and showcasing the majesty and freedom of flight. An Yveltal, with its dark flying typing and access to Oblivion Wing and Dark Pulse, would provide immense offensive pressure and sustain, reflecting the destructive force of dark energy from above. Rayquaza, with its dragon flying typing and access to Dragon Ascent and Dragon Pulse, would be an overwhelmingly powerful mixed attacker, embodying the ancient and majestic power of sky dragons. For a third legendary, a Tornadus in its Therian form, with its pure flying typing and access to Hurricane and Bleak Wind Storm, would add a fast special attacker with disruptive capabilities, representing the raw power of the wind and storms. Yveltal embodies destruction from the skies, Rayquaza is the ancient sky sovereign, and Tornadus brings the untamed fury of the wind, all aligning with Kahili's elegant yet powerful golf and battling style. Kahili's battles would become a breathtaking aerial display against legendary flying-type Pokémon, where trainers must navigate powerful gusts and devastating dives. The Alola champion, typically the player character, would instead be Kukui, the professor, as he is the final challenger in the postgame. Kukui, with his Incineroar, Lycanroc, Midnight, Ninetales, Alolan, Magnezone, Braviary, and Snorlax, already commands a diverse and powerful team. His legendary team would reflect his deep understanding of Alola's ecosystem and his role as a mentor and protector. His legendary additions would focus on enhancing his diverse type coverage, adding immense power. His legendary additions would focus on enhancing his diverse type coverage, adding immense power, and showcasing his bond with Alola itself. A Zekrom, with its Dragon Geoelectric typing and access to Fusion Bolt and Bolt Strike would provide overwhelming physical offensive power and fantastic coverage, representing his dedication to ideals and his powerful presence. Reshiram, with his Dragon Fire typing and access to Fusion Flare and Blue Flare, would offer equally devastating special offensive power and coverage, representing truth and the passionate spirit of Alola. For a third legendary, a Sol Galeo, the emissary from another dimension and a central figure in Alola's lore, with its psychic steel typing and access to Sunsteel Strike and Psychic Fangs, would add a powerful physical attacker with incredible defensive utility, deeply connecting to Alola's cosmic narrative and Kukui's protective nature. Zekrom and Reshiram represent the balance of ideals and truth, reflecting Kukui's role as a professor and mentor, while Solgaleo embodies Alola's direct connection to powerful cosmic forces. Kukui's battles would become the ultimate test of a trainer's skill and bond, facing a champion whose team embodies the very essence of Alola, bolstered by immense legendary power. Moving to the Galar region, we encounter the Elite Four equivalents, which are the gym leaders who participate in the Champion Cup. However, since the structure is slightly different, and the Champion Cup itself is essentially a series of high-stakes gym battles culminating in a challenge against the champion, we will focus on the main gym leaders, who hold significant narrative weight and would represent the final gauntlet before facing Leon. We will apply the Gigantamax mechanic to our Ace choices here, respecting Galar's unique battle gimmick. Milo, the first gym leader, specializes in grass types using Eldegoss, Gossifleur, and Flapple Appleton. His team would transform to embody the sheer, untamed growth and resilience of nature, adding legendary grass types that are both powerful and majestic. A Celebi, with its psychic grass typing and access to Leaf Storm and Psychic, would offer quick, special offensive power and utility, representing the forest's temporal guardian. A Verishian, with its grass fighting typing and access to Sacred Sword and Leaf Blade, would provide a fast, physical attacker with strong offensive presence, embodying the grace and power of nature's warriors. For a third legendary, a Shaman, Sky Form, with its grass flying typing and access to Seed Flare and Air Slash, would add a swift special attacker with devastating power, representing the abundance and purity of the natural world. Celebi is a temporal guardian, Verisian a noble warrior, and Shaman a vibrant spirit of growth, all aligning with Milo's gentle yet firm demeanor and his connection to the pastoral lands of Galar. Milo's battles would become an early but intense test against the pure, vibrant power of legendary grass types. Nessa, the water-type gym leader, known for her Dreadnought, Arrokuda, and Barraskewda, already commands a team focused on relentless offensive pressure and speed. Her legendary additions would amplify her control over the aquatic environment, showcasing the raw power and depth of water. A Kyogre, with its pure water typing and access to Origin Pulse and Water Spout, would provide overwhelming special offensive power, embodying the vastness and destructive force of the ocean. A Palkia, with its water dragon typing and access to Spatial Rend and Hydro Pump, would offer immense mixed offensive pressure, representing control over space and water's immense power. For a third legendary, a Suicune, with its pure water typing and access to Hydro Pump and Aurora Beam, would add a defensive special attacker with purifying capabilities, representing the serene yet powerful nature of pure water. Kyogre is the primordial sea, Palkia controls its space, and Suicune purifies its essence, all aligning with Nessa's fierce and graceful presence, mirroring the power of the sea. Nessa's battles would become a deluge of legendary power, challenging trainers to navigate the depths of the ocean's might. Kabu, the fire-type gym leader, with his 9 tails, Arcanine, and Centiskorch, embodies experience, passion, and strategic prowess. His legendary additions would focus on the destructive and purifying power of fire, adding legendary fire types that command respect and fear. A Groudon in its primal form, with its ground fire typing and access to precipice blades and fire punch, would offer immense physical offensive power and defensive bulk, representing the scorching earth and raw, untamed fire. A Heatran, with its fire steel typing and access to magma storm and flash cannon, would provide a powerful special attacker with incredible defensive utility, embodying the molten core of the planet. For a third legendary, a Victini, with its psychic fire typing and access to V-Create and Bolt Strike, would add a fast, powerful mixed attacker with boosting capabilities, representing victory and the unyielding spirit of fire. Groudon is the primal Earth's fire, Heatran the planet's molten heart, and Victini the fiery spirit of triumph, all aligning with Kabu's veteran status and his burning passion for battle. Kabu's battles would become a trial by fire against ancient and powerful legendary Pokémon, pushing trainers to their limits. B, the fighting-type gym leader for Sword version, with her Machamp, Hawlucha, and Graplocked, focuses on raw strength, precision, and unyielding will. Her legendary additions would amplify her team's martial prowess, adding legendary fighting types that embody discipline and power. A Zamazenta, crowned shield, with its fighting steel typing and access to Behemoth Bash and close combat, would provide immense physical offensive power and defensive bulk, representing unwavering defense and fierce offense. A Terrakion, with its rock fighting typing and access to Sacred Sword and Stone Edge, would add a fast physical attacker with incredible offensive pressure, embodying strength and unyielding spirit. For a third legendary, a Marshadow, with its fighting ghost typing and access to Spectral Thief and close combat, would offer a fast, elusive physical attacker with unique capabilities, representing the hidden strength and cunning in martial arts. Zamazenta is the unbreakable shield, Terrakion the unyielding rock, and Marshadow the stealthy strike, all aligning with B's stoic demeanor and her dedication to rigorous training. B's battles would become a true martial arts challenge against legendary Pokémon embodying peak physical prowess. Alistair, the ghost-type gym leader for Shield version, with his Gengar, Cursola, and Mimikyu, is a master of spectral trickery and unsettling power. His legendary additions would amplify his control over the ethereal, adding legendary ghost types that are both terrifying and powerful. A Giratina, origin form, with its ghost dragon typing and access to Shadow Force and Dragon Pulse, would provide overwhelming mixed offensive power, representing the distortion and inverse world. A Lunala, with its psychic ghosted typing and access to Moongeist Beam and Psychic, would offer immense special offensive power, embodying the moon's eerie light and connection to the afterlife. For a third legendary, a Spectrier, with its pure ghost typing and access to Grimnay and Shadow Ball, would add a fast, powerful special attacker that gains strength with every knockout, representing the relentless charge of spectral terror. Giratina is the master of the distortion world, Lunala the harbinger of the moon, and Spectrier the spectral steed, all aligning with Alistair's shy yet formidable presence and his connection to the unseen world. Alistair's battles would become a chilling encounter with legendary spectral Pokémon designed to test a trainer's courage and resilience. Opal, the fairy-type gym leader, with her Weezing, Galarian, Mawile, and Alchemy, employs a whimsical yet deceptively powerful strategy. Her legendary additions would amplify her team's enchanting allure and devastating power, adding legendary fairy types that are both beautiful and incredibly strong. Azernius, with his pure fairy typing and access to Geomancy and Moonblast, would provide overwhelming special offensive power and stat-boosting capabilities, representing life and enchantment. A Zacian, Crowned Sword, with its fairy steel typing and access to Behemoth Blade and Play Rough, would offer immense physical offensive power and speed, representing the sharp elegance and power of royalty. For a third legendary, a Diancie, Mega Diancie, with its rock fairy typing and access to Diamond Storm and Moonblast, would add a fast, powerful mixed attacker with incredible defensive utility, representing the sparkling beauty and incredible power of gems. Xerneas embodies life and enchantment, Zacian the royal blade, and Diancie the dazzling gem, all aligning with Opal's playful yet demanding persona and her mastery of the fairy type. Opal's battles would become a dazzling display of legendary fairy type power, captivating and overwhelming trainers. Raihan, the dragon type gym leader, with his Flygon, Gigalith, and Duraludon, is known for his dynamic strategies, weather manipulation, and powerful dragon types. His legendary additions would amplify his team's overwhelming power and meteorological control, adding legendary dragon types that are both ancient and formidable. A Rayquaza, with its dragon flying typing and access to Dragon Ascent and Dragon Pulse, would provide overwhelming mixed offensive power, embodying the ancient and majestic power of sky dragons. A Zekrom, with its dragon electric typing and access to Fusion Bolt and Bolt Strike, would offer immense physical offensive power and coverage, representing ideals and the powerful storm. For a third legendary, a Reshiram, with its dragon fire typing and access to Fusion Flare and Blue Flare, would add equally devastating special offensive power and coverage, representing truth and the consuming flame. Rayquaza is the sky sovereign, Zekrom the ideal's thunder, and Reshiram the truth's fire, all aligning with Raihan's dynamic personality and his mastery over both dragon types and team composition. Raihan's battles would become an epic clash against legendary dragon types, pushing trainers to adapt to overwhelming power and strategic weather shifts. Finally, we arrive at the Paldea region, where the Elite Four consists of Rika, Poppy, Larry, and Hassel, with Champion Gita overseeing all. Here, we will utilize the Terastallization mechanic as the unique gimmick for the ace legendary Pokémon, embracing Paldea's distinctive battle style. Rika, the ground-type Elite Four member, with her Whiscash, Camerupt, Donphan, Dugtrio, Alolan, and Clodsire, already commands a team focused on raw power, defensive bulk, and ground-shaking attacks. Her legendary additions would amplify her team's connection to the Earth, adding formidable ground-type legendary Pokémon. A Groudon, Primal Reversion, with its ground fire typing and access to Precipice Blades and Fire Punch, would provide overwhelming physical offensive power and defensive bulk, embodying the scorching earth and magma. A Landorus, Therian form, with its ground flying typing and access to Earthquake and Sandseer Storm, would offer a fast, powerful physical attacker with disruptive capabilities, representing the fertile earth and destructive storms. For a third legendary, a Zygarde, complete form, with its dragon ground typing and access to Thousand Arrows and Core Enforcer, would add an incredibly bulky and powerful physical attacker with versatile offensive options, representing the ecological order and power of the land. Groudon is the primal earth, Landorus the spirit of the land, and Zygarde its unwavering protector, all aligning with Rika's dependable and powerful presence as an Elite Four member. Rika's battles would become an unyielding assault from legendary ground types, forcing trainers to contend with immense power and terrain control. Poppy, the Steel-type Elite Four member, with her Copperajah, Bronzong, Corviknight, Magnezone, and Tinkaton, employs a strategy of immense defensive bulk, overwhelming power, and metallic precision. Her legendary additions would amplify her team's metallic strength, adding legendary steel types that are both imposing and resilient. A Dialga, origin form, with its steel dragon typing and access to Roar of Time and Flash Cannon, would provide overwhelming special offensive power and control over time, representing the unyielding flow of existence. A Zacian, crowned sword, with its fairy steel typing and access to Behemoth Blade and Play Rough, would offer immense physical offensive power and speed, representing the sharp elegance and power of royalty. For a third legendary, a Melmetal, with its pure steel typing and access to Double Iron Bash and Superpower, would add an incredibly powerful physical attacker with unique double hit ability, representing raw, unrefined metallic might. Dialga embodies time and metallic strength, Zacian the royal steel blade, and Melmetal the ancient powerful metal, all aligning with Poppy's surprisingly strong demeanor, despite her youth and her mastery of the steel type. Poppy's battles would become an impenetrable fortress of legendary steel types, challenging trainers to breach an unbreakable defense. Larry, the normal type Elite Four member, who also moonlights as a flying type gym leader, uses a team of Kamala, Dudunsparce, Braviary, Hisuian, Staraptor, and Snorlax. His normal type team benefits from its sheer versatility and lack of common weaknesses, embodying an unassuming yet incredibly strong presence. His legendary additions would focus on enhancing this versatility and adding raw, unadulterated power that transcends type. Arceus, with its pure normal typing and access to judgment and extreme speed, would provide unparalleled offensive and defensive power, capable of changing its type and representing the very creation of the universe. A Regigigas, with its pure normal typing and access to Giga's Impact and Crush Grip, would offer immense physical offensive power once its ability activates, embodying ancient, colossal strength. For a third legendary, a Meloetta, Aria form, with its normal psychic typing and access to Relic Song and Psychic, would add a fast special attacker with the ability to change forms, representing the versatile and harmonious nature of sound. Arceus is the creator, Regigigas the ancient colossus, and Meloetta the harmonious spirit, all aligning with Larry's understated yet incredibly effective battle style. Larry's battles would become a true test of adaptability against legendary Pokémon that defy simple categorization masking immense power behind a seemingly ordinary facade. Hassel, the Dragon-type Elite Four member, with his Baxcalibur, Haxorus, Dragalge, Flapple, and Noivern, commands a team of formidable and powerful dragon types. His legendary additions would amplify his artistic vision and the raw, destructive beauty of dragons, adding legendary dragon types that are both ancient and awe-inspiring. A Palkia, origin form, with its dragon water typing and access to spatial rend and hydro pump, would offer immense mixed offensive pressure and control over space, representing the vastness and power of creation. A Giratina, origin form, with its ghost dragon typing and access to Shadow Force and Dragon Pulse, would provide overwhelming mixed offensive power, representing the distortion and inverse world. For a third legendary, a Kyurem, White Kyurem, with its dragon ice typing and access to Ice Burn and Fusion Flare, would add an incredibly powerful special attacker with devastating coverage, representing the frozen boundaries of the dragon's power. Palkia controls space, Giratina distorts reality, and Kyurem embodies the extreme power of the legendary dragons, all aligning with Hassel's passionate and artistic nature, reflecting the raw beauty and power of dragons. Hassel's battles would become an artistic masterpiece of destruction, facing legendary dragon types of unparalleled might. Finally, we come to Champion Gita, the chairwoman of the Paldea League and the top champion, who typically fields a team including Espethra, Glamora, Avalugg, Veluza, Kingambit, and Tatsugiri, or other varied options, as her team can change for rematches. Her legendary additions would reflect her status as the strongest trainer in Paldea and her emphasis on order, strategy, and impeccable battle prowess. Her legendary additions would embody the ultimate power and strategic depth. A Eternatus, Eternamax, with its poison dragon typing and access to Eternabeam and Dynamax cannon, would provide absolutely overwhelming special offensive power, representing the cosmic power and energy manipulation of the darkest day. A Koraidon, with its fighting dragon typing and access to Collision Course and Dragon Claw, would offer immense physical offensive power and speed, representing the ancient past and sheer primal strength. For a third legendary, a Miraidon, with its electric dragon typing and access to Electro Drift and Dragon Pulse, would add an equally immense special offensive power and speed, representing the futuristic power and technological advancement. Eternatus is the cosmic power, Koraidon the ancient might, and Miraidon the futuristic prowess, all aligning with Gita's formidable presence and her role as the ultimate test in the Paldea region. Gita's battles would become the ultimate challenge, a clash against three legendary titans of immense and varied power, pushing trainers to their absolute limits to claim the champion title. And there you have it, an entire roster of Elite Four members and champions, each commanding a team augmented by three legendary Pokémon, applying a unique battle gimmick for each generation, a true gauntlet of unparalleled power. Let me know what you think and how you would build these legendary teams. This expansion transforms the Pokémon League Challenge into an almost insurmountable gauntlet, forcing trainers to completely rethink their strategies. The regional narratives themselves would inevitably shift with the presence of legendary Pokémon in the hands of the Elite Four and champions, becoming a foundational element of each region's lore. Let's revisit Kanto for a moment, imagining the kind of trainer who might actually overcome Lorelei's formidable Articuno, Lapras and Walrein team, or Bruno's Regigigas, Machamp, and Lucario. The player character, the silent protagonist, would need to field a team of comparable strength or exploit type matchups with absolute precision and perfect tactical execution. The struggle against Agatha's Darkrai, Gengar, and Mismagius would be less about raw power and more about psychological warfare and strategic status condition application, while Lance's Rayquaza, Dragonite, and Salamence would demand a team capable of handling overwhelming dragon-type assaults. The game's difficulty curve would spike dramatically. Moving into Johto, the challenge intensifies further. Will's Xerneas, Espeon, and Slowbro would require trainers to have potent steel or poison-type attackers, or to engage in a speed control battle unlike anything seen before. Koga's Genesect, Crobat, and Forretress would mandate a strong fire-type presence and an answer to Genesect's varied attacks. Bruno, again with his Regigigas, Machamp, and Lucario, would continue to be a physical powerhouse, now with the added threat of Regigigas's sheer bulk and slow start ability needing to be managed. Karen's Yveltal, Umbreon, and Houndoom would be a dark, destructive force, demanding fairy-type counters or exceptionally strong fighting types, and Lance's formidable Rayquaza, Dragonite, and Salamence would again serve as the ultimate dragon-type test, now with the added challenge of Johto's diverse Pokémon. The narrative of Johto, already steeped in legendary lore with the beasts and Ho-Oh Lugia, would integrate the Elite Four's legendaries as guardians of equilibrium, their power a reflection of the region's ancient history. In Hoenn, Sydney's Zekrom, Absol, and Shiftry would pose a dual threat of Dragon and Dark, requiring a versatile team. Phoebe's Lunala, Dusclops, and Sableye would be a spectral nightmare, with Lunala's Shadow Shield ability making it incredibly difficult to take down. Glacia's Arceus, Ice Plate, Walrein, and Glalie would present a unique challenge, as Arceus's adaptability would force trainers to guess its type or have a perfectly balanced team. Drake's Reshiram, Salamence, and Flygon would represent another overwhelming dragon-type assault, and Steven Stone's Kyogre, Primal, Metagross, and Aggron would be an absolute game-ender, with Primal Kyogre's Drizzle ability and Origin Pulse wreaking havoc, forcing trainers to bring their own weather control or extremely powerful grass or electric-type attacks. The Hoenn legends, already central to the region's story, would be viewed as extensions of the natural world's power, mirrored by the Elite Four's legendary teams. Sinnoh's Elite Four would offer a truly cosmic challenge. Aaron's Shaman, Skyform, Drapion, and Heracross would combine speed and power, with Shaman's Serene Grace, Air Slash being particularly devastating. Bertha's Groudon, Primal, Hippowdon, and Rhyperior would turn the field into a sun-drenched wasteland, boosting Groudon's already immense power and forcing trainers to contend with overwhelming ground-type attacks. Flint's Heatran, Infernip, and Magmortar would create an inferno, with Heatran's Flashfire ability making it even more dangerous. Lucian's Cresselia, Alakazam, and Bronzong would be a masterclass in psychic strategy and tankiness, with Cresselia's Lunar Dance offering incredible support. And Cynthia's Dialga, Garchomp, and Spiritomb would be a time-bending force, with Dialga's Roar of Time threatening massive damage. The Sinnoh legends, already tied to the Creation Trio, would make the League challenge feel like a confrontation with foundational forces of the universe. Unova's challenges would be equally varied and intense. Chantal's Hoopa, Unbound, Chandelure, and Golurk would be a chaotic, dimension-hopping threat, with Hoopa Unbound's Hyperspace Fury bypassing defenses. Grimsley's Regigigas, Bisharp, and Crocodile would be a physical powerhouse, again relying on Regigigas' raw strength once Slow Start wears off or is mitigated. Caitlyn's Mewtwo, Reuniclus, and Gothitelle would be a pure psychic onslaught, with Mewtwo's unmatched special attack. Marshall's Zekrom, Conkeldurr, and Mienshao would be a blend of dragon and fighting, with Zekrom's fusion bolt hitting incredibly hard. And Iris's Palkia, Haxorus, and Heydragon would represent an overwhelming dragon-type challenge, with Palkia's Spatial Rend adding a devastating move to her arsenal. The Unovan legends, tied to ideals and truths, would see their power reflected in the Elite Four's commitment to their battle philosophies. Kalos, with its emphasis on mega evolution, would see the Elite Four and Champion bringing unparalleled power. Malva's Volcanion, Talonflame, and Pyroar would be a fiery, explosive team, with Volcanion's Steam Eruption dealing massive damage and potentially burning targets. Cybold's Manaphy, Clawitzer, and Gyarados, Mega, would use Rain Dance to boost Manaphy's hydration ability and its powerful water-type attacks, making for a challenging sweep. Drosna's Latias, Mega, Altaria, and Noivern would present a graceful yet potent dragon psychic threat, with Mega Latias's bulk and supportive capabilities being key. Wickstrom's Aegislash, Scizor, Mega, and Klefki would be a defensive and offensive steel-type fortress, with Mega Scizor's technician-boosted Bullet Punch being terrifying. And Diantha's Xerneas, Gardevoir, Mega, and Gudra would be a force of life and destruction, with Xerneas' Fairy Aura boosting its already powerful Moonblast. Kalos's elegance and power would be embodied by these legendary teams. Alola, with its unique trial system and Z-moves, would see a change in the Elite Four's approach. Hala's Tapu Fini, Machamp, and Hariyama would use misty terrain to protect itself from status conditions and boost its water and fairy-type attacks, making for a formidable physical force. Olivia's Tapu Koko, Lycanroc, Midday, and Probopass would be a fast, electric terrain-fueled offensive, with Tapu Koko's Electric Surge boosting its powerful electric-type Z-moves. Acerola's Tapu Bulu, Palisand, and Delmise would use grassy terrain to provide recovery and boost its grass-type attacks, creating a defensive wall. Kahili's Tapu Lele, Toucanon, and Mandibuzz would be a psychic terrain-fueled special offensive, with Tapu Lele's Psychic Surge boosting its already powerful psychic-type attacks. And Professor Kukui's Solgaleo, Z-move, Ninetales, Alolan, and Incineroar would bring a powerful mix of fire, ice, and steel to the field, with Solgaleo's Sunsteel Strike and its Z-move being devastating. The Tapu Guardians, already central to Alolan lore, would be seen as having bestowed their power upon the Elite Four to protect the region. Galar, with its focus on Dynamax and Gigantamax, would feature some truly monumental battles. Gordy's Regidrago, Coalossal, G-Max, and Stonejourner would be a rock-solid dragon-infused team, with G-Max Coalossal's G-Max Volcalith setting up entry hazards and dealing continuous damage. Melanie's Regis, Lapras, G-Max, and Frosmoth would be an icy fortress, with G-Max Lapras's G-Max Resonance setting up Aurora Veil for huge defensive boosts. Raihan's Eternatus, Eternamax, Duraludon, G-Max, and Flygon would be a dynamic, weather-controlling force, with Eternatus's immense power and Duraludon's G-Max depletion lowering stats. And Leon's Zacian, Crowned Sword, Charizard, G-Max, and Rillaboom would be the ultimate challenge, with Zacian's Intrepid Sword ability boosting its attack, and G-Max Charizard's G-Max Wildfire burning opponents. The box art legendaries, Zacian and Zamazenta, would be revered as the ultimate protectors, their power entrusted to the champion. Finally, in Paldea, the Terastallization mechanic adds another layer of strategic depth. Hassel's Koraidon, Terra Dragon, Baxcalibur, and Dragalge would represent sheer dragon-type power, with Koraidon's Orichalcum Pulse boosting its attack in harsh sunlight. Reika's Munkidori, Terra Psychic, Clodsire, and Camerupt would use Munkidori's Toxic Chain ability to poison opponents while dishing out powerful psychic-type attacks. Poppy's Okidogi, Terra Fighting, Tinkaton, and Copperaja would be a physically imposing team, with Okidogi's Toxic Chain ability also coming into play. Larry's Pheasantipede, Terra Flying, Staraptor, and Corviknight would be a fast-paced flying-type team, with Pheasantipide's Toxic Chain causing problems. And Gita's Miraidon, Terra Electric, Glamora, and Kingambit would be the ultimate test, with Miraidon's Hadron Engine ability boosting its special attack in electric terrain, making its Electro Drift an absolute menace. The Treasures of Ruin and the Paradox Pokémon, already steeped in Paldean lore, would solidify the Elite Four's role as custodians of ancient and futuristic power. The impact of these legendary teams on the player's journey would be profound. Every gym battle would need to be approached with a mind towards the upcoming Elite Four. The quest to catch 'em all would take on a new urgency, as trainers would need a diverse and powerful roster of their own to stand a chance. Strategic breeding, EV training, and IV optimization, often reserved for competitive play, would become essential for story progression. The narrative of each region would undoubtedly weave in the heightened challenge, perhaps with mentors training the protagonist specifically to face these legendary wielding opponents, or with the player character themselves seeking out their own legendary Pokémon to even the playing field. The champions would be seen not just as symbols of strength, but as figures of immense power, almost on par with the legendary Pokémon themselves. Defeating them would signify not just mastery over Pokémon battles, but a profound understanding of the deep lore and power dynamics of each region. The post-game content would also be affected, with rematches against these Elite Four members being even more challenging, perhaps with their legendary Pokémon having perfect IVs and optimized natures. The very concept of becoming the very best would be redefined, requiring a trainer to not only understand type matchups and battle strategy, but also to truly master the potential of legendary Pokémon. The Pokémon world, as we know it, would be irrevocably altered, placing the player at the heart of an epic struggle against forces that shape the very fabric of existence. And there you have it, an entire roster of Elite Four members and champions, each commanding a team augmented by 3 legendary Pokémon, applying a unique battle gimmick for each generation, a true gauntlet of unparalleled power, transforming the Pokémon League into a legendary crucible. Let me know what you think and how you would build these legendary teams. The challenge would not just be about winning, but about understanding and respecting the sheer power of these mythical beings. The journey to becoming champion would truly be a saga, a testament to a trainer's dedication, skill, and connection with their Pokémon, pushing them to limits never before imagined. Let's delve deeper into the implications for the player's journey from Kanto all the way to Paldea. In Kanto, the early game would remain largely unchanged, as the player character is still a novice. The initial gym leaders, Brock and Misty, would still provide essential lessons in type advantages and basic strategy. However, the whispers of the Elite Four's legendary teams would begin much earlier. Professor Oak, instead of just handing out a Pokédex, might offer a grave warning about the true strength awaiting trainers at the Indigo Plateau. This would introduce a layer of gravitas to the journey, making every wild Pokemon encounter and every trainer battle feel more significant. The decision of which starter to choose, Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle, would carry even more weight, as its evolution line would need to be a cornerstone against the legendary threats. As the player progresses through Kanto, characters like Lorelei, Bruno, Agatha, and Lance would become almost mythical figures themselves, their power amplified by the legendary Pokémon now at their command. Lorelei's Articuno, Bruno's Terrakion, Agatha's Lunala, and Lance's Rayquaza would be the ultimate goalposts. The game's difficulty curve would be significantly steeper, making grinding for experience not just an option, but a necessity. Trainers would need to learn not just type matchups, but also the intricacies of legendary abilities, signature moves, and stat distributions. The Safari Zone would become a desperate hunt for specific Pokemon with advantageous typings or abilities, rather than a casual side activity. The legendary birds, Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, usually post-game encounters, might become crucial early-game targets for the player, representing a desperate attempt to match the Elite Four's power. This would fundamentally alter the flow of the Kanto narrative, elevating the stakes exponentially. Moving into Johto, the legend of the Elite Four would precede the player even more. The tales of Lorelei's Lapras being bolstered by Articuno and Lance's Dragonites flying alongside Rayquaza would be common knowledge. The player's journey through Johto would emphasize the region's own rich lore surrounding legendary Pokémon. The Ecrutake City storyline, involving the burned tower and the awakening of the legendary beasts Raikou, Entei, and Suicune, would intertwine directly with the Elite Four challenge. Instead of simply encountering them in the wild, the player might be guided by characters like Ucine to understand their power, perhaps even forming a bond with one to gain an edge. The Johto Elite Four, Will and Karen, along with Koga and Bruno, would now be even more formidable. Will's Xerneas, Karen's Yveltal, Koga's Genesect, and Bruno's Melmetal would present an almost insurmountable obstacle. The player's quest to defeat Team Rocket would feel like a necessary training exercise, a way to hone skills against powerful opponents before facing the true titans. The Red Gyarados event at the Lake of Rage would provide an early taste of a powerful, unique Pokemon, signaling the kind of strength needed for the Indigo Plateau. Hoenn's story, deeply rooted in the conflict between Groudon and Kyogre, would take on an even grander scale. Stephen Stone's champion team, now featuring a Mega Metagross alongside primal forms of Groudon and Kyogre, would be the ultimate expression of the region's ancient power. The Elite Four, Sydney, Phoebe, Glacia, and Drake, would field teams like Sydney's Zoroark, backed by Darkrai, Phoebe's Dusclops with Giratina, Glacia's Walrein alongside Kyurem, and Drake's Salamence flying with Zekrom. The player would not just be stopping Team Aqua or Team Magma, but preparing for a battle that mirrors the legendary clashes of the past. The diving suit would no longer be just a plot device, but a tool in the player's arsenal to navigate treacherous waters and perhaps discover hidden legendary Pokémon or ancient power-ups to aid in the Elite Four challenge. The emphasis on environmental balance would become a literal battlefield strategy, as the player would need to understand how weather conditions affect their legendary opponents. In Sinnoh, the creation trio of Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina already dominates the lore. Cynthia's champion team, known for its sheer power, would be absolutely terrifying with Arceus, Dialga, and Palkia at her side, her Garchomp still leading the charge. The Elite Four, Aaron, Bertha, Flint, and Lucian, would command teams like Aaron's Skyzor with Buzzwole, Bertha's Hippowdon with Regigigas, Flint's Infernape with Heatran, and Lucian's Bronzong backed by Cresselia. The player's journey through Sinnoh would transform into a spiritual quest, facing not just trainers, but forces that shaped the universe. The Distortion World sequence would become a pivotal moment, perhaps offering the player a chance to understand Giratina's power or even recruit a legendary Pokémon of their own to stand against Cynthia. The Grand Underground would be revisited repeatedly, not just for fossils, but for rare items, TMs, and perhaps even specific Pokémon that can counter the legendary threats. The training of the starter Pokémon, whether it be Torterra, Infernape, or Empoleon, would involve a deeper understanding of their roles in a team facing cosmic entities. Unova's Elite Four, Chantal, Grimsley, Caitlin, and Marshall would showcase the more modern, yet still potent legendary Pokémon. Chantal's Chandelure would be supported by Blacephalon, Grimsley's Bisharp by Kartana, Caitlin's Gothitelle by Magarna, and Marshall's Conkeldurr by Zeraora. Alder's champion team, now featuring his Volcarona, alongside Reshiram, Zekrom, and Kyurem, would embody the ideals and truths of Unova, amplified to an extreme. The narrative surrounding N and Team Plasma, which already questions the relationship between humans and Pokémon, would gain an even sharper edge. N's ability to communicate with Pokémon would be seen as a pathway to understanding the legendary beings, and his philosophical debates would resonate more deeply when the player knows they must ultimately command Pokémon of similar caliber. The Royal Unova cruise ship battles would become crucial training opportunities, offering high-level opponents to prepare for the arduous League challenge. The player's choice between Reshiram and Zekrom would be a strategic one, directly impacting their potential against Alder's formidable lineup. Kalos, with its emphasis on Mega Evolution and the ultimate weapon, would find its Elite Four, Malva, Saibold, Wikstrom, and Drasna, wielding legendary Pokémon that further enhance their themes. Malva's Pyroar would command Volcanion, Saibold's Clawitzer would be supported by Manaphy, Wikstrom's Aegislash by Cobalion, and Drasna's Dragalga by Kommo-o. Diantha's champion team, with her Mega Gardevoir, would be joined by Xerneas and Yveltal and Zygarde, perhaps in its complete form. The focus on beauty and strength in Kolos would be embodied by these powerful Pokémon, showcasing elegance and destructive force in equal measure. The player's journey to master Mega Evolution would become even more critical, as it would be the only way to challenge the power of the legendary Pokémon. The Battle Chateau would be less about rank and more about desperate training, facing powerful trainers to hone strategies against legendary threats. The lore of AZ and the ultimate weapon would serve as a constant reminder of the destructive potential that these legendary Pokemon embody, making the player's responsibility as a trainer even heavier. Alola's Trials and Island Challenge would be reimagined as a spiritual pilgrimage to gain the wisdom and strength needed to face the legendary wielding Elite Four. The trial captains and kahunas, now more powerful, would prepare the player for the ultimate test. The Elite Four, Hala, Olivia, Acerola, and Kahili, would feature teams like Hala's Hariyama with Marshadow, Olivia's Lycanroc with Nihilego, Acerola's Pelossand with Mimikyu. I know Mimikyu isn't legendary, hear me out. Its lore and unique nature make it a perfect thematic fit for a legendary spirit alongside Acerola's ghost types, almost acting as a pseudo-legendary in this context, fitting the spirit of the premise. And Kahili's Toucanon with Celesteela. The inaugural champion, the player character in canon, would now face a challenge unlike any other. However, if we assume a pre-existing champion, like Kukui in an alternate timeline, his team with Incineroar would be bolstered by Solgaleo, Lunala, and Necrozma in its Ultra form. The Ultra Beasts, already powerful and mysterious, would be integrated seamlessly into the Elite Four's rosters, emphasizing their alien and overwhelming power. The player's ability to use Z moves would be a critical equalizer, turning the tide with their powerful one-time attacks against the legendary foes. The story of Nebi, the Cosmog, would be a direct parallel to the player's own growth, as they nurture a powerful legendary Pokemon to stand against others. Galar's Elite Four, if we consider the format of the Champion Cup, would see trainers like Bede, Marnie, and Hop, if they were to assume such roles, equipped with legendary Pokemon. Assuming the formal Elite Four structure applied, perhaps the gym leaders who feature prominently in the Champion Cup could be considered. Nessa's Dreadnought, with Urshifu, Single Strike, would be a force. Milo's Eldegoss, supported by Zarude, would demonstrate surprising power. B's Machamp, such as Gigantamax, leading with Zamazenta, would be an unyielding wall, while Alistair's Gengar, Gigantamax, with Spectrier, would be a spectral nightmare. Raihan's Duraludon, Gigantamax, with Eternatus, would be the ultimate Weathermaster. Leon's champion team, with his iconic Charizard, Gigantamax, would be joined by Zacian, Zamazenta, and Eternatus, perhaps a less unstable form of Eternatus, or one he has mastered. The Dynamax and Gigantamax mechanics would be absolutely essential, providing the player with a temporary power boost to match the legendary Pokemon's inherent strength. The wild area would become a central training ground, specifically for finding Pokemon with the Gigantamax factor, a crucial advantage in these battles. The lore of the Darkest Day and the ancient kings of Galar would be constantly referenced, reminding the player of the immense power they are attempting to overcome. Finally, Paldea's Elite Four, Rika, Poppy, Larry, and Hassel would bring their unique regional flair to their legendary teams. Rika's Clodsire with Wo-Chien, Poppy's Tinkaton with Chien-Pao, Larry's Staraptor with Ting-Lu, and Hassel's Bacalibur with Chi-Yu. Gita's champion team, with her Glamora, would be joined by Koraidon, Miraidon, and Terrapagos. The Terastallization mechanic would be the player's ultimate strategic tool, allowing for unexpected type changes and power boosts to turn the tide against the formidable legendary opponents. The school settings of Naranja or Uva Academy would offer advanced courses in legendary Pokemon lore and battle strategy, preparing the player academically as well as practically. The treasure hunt element of the game would now extend to seeking out ancient artifacts or knowledge that could give an edge against the powerful legendaries. The Paradox Pokemon and the Treasures of Ruin, already central to Paldean lore, would be integrated into the Elite Four's teams, solidifying their role as custodians of ancient and futuristic power. The final challenge against Professor Sada, Orturo, and then Gita would not just be a test of strength, but a confrontation with the very fabric of Paldea's history and future, embodied by these legendary Pokemon. The implications for the wider Pokemon world are vast. The Pokemon League would transform from a prestigious competition into an almost sacred institution, the ultimate test of a trainer's worth. Becoming a champion would mean not just skill, but a profound understanding of the legendary Pokemon themselves, their history, their power, and their place in the world. The player's journey would become a heroic saga, a true mythological quest to overcome forces that shape the very fabric of existence. Every victory would be hard won, every defeat a lesson in humility, and every legendary Pokemon encountered, whether friend or foe, would deepen the player's connection to the world around them. And there you have it, an entire roster of Elite Four members and champions, each commanding a team augmented by 3 legendary Pokemon, applying a unique battle gimmick for each generation. A true gauntlet of unparalleled power, transforming the Pokemon League into a legendary crucible. Let me know what you think and how you would build these legendary teams. What if every Elite Four had legendary Pokemon teams? The Kanto Elite Four, Lorelei, Bruno, Agatha, and Lance, would command teams of unparalleled power, each augmented by legendary Pokemon. Lorelei, the Ice Queen, would lead with her iconic Lapras, supported by 3 legendary Pokemon known for their mastery over the elements and their elusive nature. Her team would include Articuno, the majestic ice and flying type, a true embodiment of her cold, strategic battle style. Suicune, the Aurora Pokemon, with its ability to purify water, would perfectly complement her water and ice types, reflecting her serene yet formidable presence. Finally, Cresselia, the lunar Pokemon, would introduce a psychic dimension, symbolizing the ethereal and often dreamlike quality of her ice-type attacks, making her team not just powerful, but profoundly mystical. Lorelei's Pokédex entries often speak of her calm demeanor, and these legendary additions would amplify that, turning battles into a ballet of precise, chilling maneuvers. Her Jinx, Cloyster, and Slowbro would still be present, but now they would be bolstered by legendary might, transforming her challenge into a truly formidable one. Bruno, the fighting type expert, would bring a raw physical force to the Elite Four, his team now featuring legendary Pokemon that embody strength, earth, and ancient power. His ace, Machamp, would be flanked by Regirock, the Rock Peak Pokemon, a pure embodiment of unyielding defense and brute force, mirroring Bruno's own stoicism and physical prowess. Entei, the Volcano Pokemon, with its fiery passion and immense power, would represent the explosive energy of fighting types and Bruno's own fiery spirit in battle. Finally, Terrakion, one of the Swords of Justice, known for its incredible physical attack and its rock-solid demeanor, would underscore Bruno's dedication to pure, unadulterated strength. His Hitmonchan, Hitmonlee, and Onyx would continue to feature, but the legendary trio would elevate his team beyond typical martial arts mastery, making him a true force of nature. Bruno's team would emphasize not just fighting skill, but the sheer, untamed power of the earth itself, a challenge of endurance and might. Agatha, the ghost-type specialist, would weave a tapestry of spooky and elusive legendary Pokémon into her team, enhancing her already chilling presence. Her Jengar, a master of trickery and spectral attacks, would be joined by Giratina, origin form, the renegade Pokémon, whose domain is the distortion world, perfectly encapsulating Agatha's ties to the supernatural and the unseen. Darkrai, the pitch-black Pokémon, known for its ability to cause nightmares and its elusive nature, would add a layer of psychological warfare, making her battles a truly unsettling experience. And to round out her spectral trio, Lunala, the Moon-A Pokémon, a creature of cosmic power that ferries souls to the afterlife, would provide an otherworldly aura, connecting her ghost types to the grander mysteries of existence. Agatha's Arbok, Golbat, and Haunter would still be part of her lineup, but with these legendary additions, her battles would become less about type advantage and more about confronting the very essence of fear and the unknown. Her theme of death and rebirth, often subtly present, would become overtly powerful with these legendary allies. Lance, the Dragon Master and eventual champion, would ascend to an even higher echelon of power, his legendary team reflecting his mastery over the most awe-inspiring Pokémon. His signature Dragonite, a symbol of his strength and loyalty, would be joined by Rayquaza, the sky-high Pokémon, the undisputed master of the ozone layer, and a legendary dragon of immense power. This would solidify Lance's connection to the heavens and his status as a trainer who reaches for the pinnacle. Zekrom, the deep black Pokémon representing ideals and powerful electric attacks, would add a layer of raw, destructive force, showcasing Lance's ambition and his ability to command overwhelming power. And finally, Reshiram, the vast white Pokémon representing truth and powerful fire attacks, would complement Zekrom, creating a dynamic duo of legendaries that symbolize the balance of power and the epic scale of his dragon mastery. His Gyarados, Aerodactyl, and Charizard, despite not being a dragon type, it fits his theme of powerful flying creatures, would still be present, but with Rayquaza, Zekrom, and Reshiram, Lance would become an almost mythological figure, a true dragon king whose challenge is the ultimate test of a trainer's mettle. The Kanto League, under these conditions, would be less of a competition and more of a pilgrimage, a series of trials against forces that shape the very world. Moving to Johto, the Elite Four, Will, Koga, Bruno, again, and Karen would also command legendary forces. Will, the psychic specialist, would retain his focus on strategic, mind-bending battles. His Xatu, known for seeing the future, would be supported by the legendary trio of Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf, the Lake Guardians, embodying knowledge, emotion, and willpower. Uxie, the knowledge Pokémon, would reflect Will's strategic mind and psychic foresight. Mesprit, the emotion Pokémon, would add a layer of unpredictable psychic energy, mirroring the nuanced emotions that can influence battle. Azelf, the willpower Pokémon, would provide an indomitable mental fortitude, making Will's team incredibly resilient and focused. His Slowbro, Jinx, and Exeggutor would still be part of his team, but the Lake Guardians would elevate his psychic power to an existential level, making his battles a test of mental endurance and strategic depth. Koga, now an Elite Four member, would expand his ninja-like stealth and poison tactics with legendary additions. His Crobat, a swift and toxic attacker, would be joined by Darkrai, the pitch-black Pokémon, a repeat but fitting for Koga's stealth and dark themes, demonstrating how legendary themes can overlap, emphasizing his shadowy tactics and ability to induce fear. Verishen, one of the Swords of Justice, known for its speed and grass-type attacks, might seem an odd choice, but its grace and precision would align with Koga's ninja aesthetics, contrasting with the brute force of other legendaries. And to truly embody his deceptive nature, Zoroark, the Illusion Fox Pokémon, a master of illusion, though not a true legendary, its unique ability and lore often place it in a similar narrative vein, and for the purpose of roster hypothetical, it would be treated as such for its profound impact, would complete his legendary trio, making his battles a dizzying array of misdirection and unexpected strikes. His Muck, Fortress, and Ariados would still be present, but with these additions, Koga's challenge would become a masterclass in subterfuge and strategic evasion, a true ninja trial. Bruno, as in Kanto, would bring his unwavering fighting spirit. His Johto legendary team would maintain his theme of raw power and earth-shattering might. His Machamp would be joined by Regirock, Entei, and Terrakion, mirroring his Kanto team, as his core identity as a trainer remains consistent across regions, showcasing his dedication to a specific style of legendary power. The consistency across regions for Bruno reinforces the idea that some trainers have a deep, personal connection to specific legendary archetypes. Karen, the Dark-type specialist, would embrace the shadowy and often misunderstood nature of her legendary additions. Her Houndoom, fierce and loyal, would be complemented by Yveltal, the Destruction Pokémon, a force of devastation that perfectly embodies the often aggressive and powerful nature of dark types. This would make her battles incredibly intense and high stakes. Zekrom, the deep black Pokémon, would return here, fitting for its powerful dark energy and its representation of ideals, which can often be found in the complex morality of dark-type trainers. And to complete her trio, Guzzlord, the Junkivore Pokémon, an Ultra Beast, but again for thematic purposes and power level, it would be considered alongside traditional legendaries in this hypothetical, a creature of insatiable hunger and cosmic horror would add a truly terrifying and overwhelming presence, perfectly encapsulating the chaotic and destructive potential of dark types. Her Umbreon, Murkrow, and Vileplume, a nod to her canon team, even if not dark type, it emphasizes her unique approach, would be present, but with Yveltal, Zekrom, and Guzzlord, Karen's challenge would become a confrontation with the darker, more primal forces of the Pokémon world, a test of courage and resilience against overwhelming odds. The Johto champion, Lance, would again elevate his team. His Dragonite would be joined by Rayquaza, Reshiram, and Zekrom, solidifying his status as a legendary Dragon Master, consistent with his Kanto appearance. This consistency across his teams emphasizes his deep connection to powerful legendary dragons. The red Gyarados from Lake of Rage, a unique, shiny Pokémon, would also find a place on his team, representing his connection to the region's lore and his ability to tame powerful, unique creatures. Moving on to Hoenn, the Elite Four, Sydney, Phoebe, Glacia, and Drake would face the daunting task of commanding legendaries that resonate with their specific types. Sydney, the Dark-type master, would build on his cunning and aggressive style. His Absol, a harbinger of disaster, would be supported by Darkrai, the pitch-black Pokémon, emphasizing his ability to manipulate battle conditions and sow confusion. Yveltal, the destruction Pokémon, would again feature, solidifying his team's destructive potential and dark-type dominance. And to add a truly unique Hoenn flavor, Deoxys, Attack Form, the DNA Pokémon, a formidable extraterrestrial legendary, would bring unparalleled speed and offensive power, reflecting Sydney's often unpredictable and aggressive battle style. His Shiftry, Cacturne, and Crawdaunt would remain, but with Darkrai, Yveltal, and Deoxys, Sydney's battles would become a high-stakes game of attrition where every move could lead to a swift and brutal defeat. Phoebe, the ghost-type specialist with her connection to Mount Pyre, would command legendaries tied to the spiritual and ethereal. Her Dusclops, a guardian of souls, would be joined by Giratina, origin form, the renegade Pokémon, a perfect fit for her spectral theme and connection to the spirit world. Lunala, the Monet Pokémon, would add a cosmic afterlife dimension, aligning with the sacred nature of Mount Pyre. And to truly embrace the ancient and mysterious, Regigigas, the colossal Pokémon, the creator of the Regis, would provide a powerful ancient presence, hinting at the deep, fundamental forces that ghost types can sometimes represent. While not a ghost type, its ancient and powerful status would be a thematic match for Phoebe's deep connection to ancient spirits and sacred sites. Her Sableye, Banette, and Chimecho would remain, but with Giratina, Lunala, and Regigigas, Phoebe's battles would transcend simple type matchups, becoming a journey into the spiritual heart of Hoenn. Glacia, the ice-type expert, would bring a chilling elegance to her legendary team. Her Walrein, a powerful and imposing ice type, would be supported by Articuno, the majestic ice and flying type, a classic choice for its serene yet powerful presence. Suicune, the Aurora Pokémon, with its pure and elegant nature, would again be a perfect fit, aligning with Glacia's sophisticated battle style. And to truly embody the unyielding force of ice, Regis, the Iceberg Pokémon, a massive, impenetrable legendary, would provide an almost insurmountable defensive presence, solidifying Glacia's theme of enduring cold. Her Snorunt, Cielio, and Glalie would still be present, but with Articuno, Suicune, and Regis, Glacia's challenge would become a test of endurance against an almost impenetrable, icy fortress, a true gauntlet of frigid power. Drake, the Dragon Master of the Hoenn Elite Four, would showcase the raw, untamed power of legendary dragons. His Salamence, a powerful and fearsome dragon, would be joined by Rayquaza, the sky-high Pokémon, reinforcing his mastery over the skies and immense power. Latios and Latias, the Eon Pokémon, flying psychic dragons, would perfectly complement his team, adding speed, grace, and an element of psychic strategy, reflecting Drake's wisdom and experience. These two would provide a dynamic duo, representing the balance of masculine and feminine power, and their strong bond would align with Drake's own steadfast nature. His Flygon, Altaria, and Kingdra would still be present, but with Rayquaza, Latios, and Latias, Drake's battles would become an aerial ballet of immense power, a true test of a trainer's ability to counter overwhelming draconic might. The Hoenn champion, Steven Stone, known for his love of rare stones and his steel-type Pokémon, would command a team that reflects his unique blend of elegance and immense power. His Mega Metagross, a marvel of engineering and psychic steel power, would be joined by Dialga, the temporal Pokémon, master of time, and a formidable steel-type legendary, perfectly aligning with Steven's theme of ancient power and geological precision. Solgaleo, the Sunne Pokémon, a majestic psychic steel legendary, would add a radiant and powerful presence, embodying Steven's often bright and inspiring demeanor. And to connect to the very core of Hoenn, Groudon, Primal Reversion, the continent Pokémon, a legendary of immense earth-shattering power, would highlight Steven's deep connection to the land and the ancient forces that shaped Hoenn. While Groudon is not steel type, its primal power and connection to Earth's core would resonate with Steven's geological interests and his status as a champion who understands the fundamental forces of the world. His Agron, Skarmory, and Cradily would remain, but with Dialga, Solgaleo, and Primal Groudon, Steven's challenge would become a confrontation with the very forces that shape the planet, a true champion's test of understanding and resilience against primordial power. In Sinnoh, the Elite Four, Aaron, Bertha, Flint, and Lucian, would bring their legendary prowess to the forefront. Aaron, the bug-type specialist, would elevate his often underestimated type with legendary flair. His Drapion, a formidable bug poison type, would be complemented by Genesect, the Paleozoic Pokémon, a technologically enhanced bug, legendary with immense power and adaptability, perfectly aligning with Aaron's desire to showcase the strength of bug types. Pheromosa, the Lissum Pokémon, an Ultra Beast, again included for its thematic fit and power, with its incredible speed and grace, would embody the agile and often overwhelming offensive power of many bug types. And to add a truly unique twist, Celebi, the time travel Pokémon, a mythical grass-just psychic type connected to forests and time, would represent the often hidden and vital role of bugs in ecosystems, adding an element of ancient natural power to his team. While not a bug type, Celebi's forest guardian role and mythical status would highlight the deeper connections of bug types to the natural world. His Vespiquen, Heracross, and Scizor would still be present, but with Genesect, Pheromosa, and Celebi, Aaron's battles would become a celebration of the strength, speed, and ecological importance of bug types, a truly challenging and eye-opening experience. Bertha, the ground-type specialist, would command legendaries that embody the raw power and immovability of the earth. Her Hippowdon, a formidable sand shifter, would be joined by Groudon, Primal Reversion, the continent Pokémon, a titan of the earth with immense power over land, directly aligning with her mastery of ground types. Regirock, the Rock Peak Pokémon, would return here, symbolizing the sheer resilience and defensive power of the earth, reinforcing Bertha's steadfast battle style. And to represent the ancient and often destructive power of the earth, Landorus, Therian form, the Abundance Pokémon, a powerful genie of the land, would add a dynamic and offensive presence, showcasing the varied powers of ground types. Her Rhyperior, Gliscor, and Whiscash would remain, but with Primal Groudon, Regirock, and Therian Landorus, Bertha's battles would become a true earthquake of power, a test of a trainer's ability to withstand and overcome the very forces of the planet. Flint, the fire-type expert, would ignite his team with legendary Pokémon that embody explosive power and fiery passion. His Infernape, a blazing martial artist, would be complemented by Reshiram, the vast white Pokémon, a legendary dragon of truth and immense firepower, perfectly aligning with Flint's fervent battle style. Entei, the volcano Pokémon, would return, solidifying the raw, untamed power of fire and its connection to natural disasters. And to bring a powerful, almost mystical fire, Heatran, the Lava Dome Pokémon, a unique fire-steel legendary born from volcanic activity, would add a defensive and offensive powerhouse, representing the deep, geological origins of fire. His Rapidash, Magmortar, and Flareon would still be present, but with Reshiram, Entei, and Heatran, Flint's battles would become an inferno, a true test of a trainer's ability to brave the heat and stand against immense fiery might. Lucian, the psychic-type specialist, would orchestrate battles of mental prowess and cosmic power with his legendary additions. His Galad, a master of psychic blades, would be joined by Mewtwo, the genetic Pokémon, a pure embodiment of psychic power and scientific creation, making Lucian's team incredibly intelligent and formidable. Or Cresselia, the lunar Pokémon, with its serene yet powerful psychic abilities, would return, adding a layer of ethereal grace and defensive capability, reflecting Lucian's sophisticated battle style. And to truly embrace the cosmic and mysterious, Arceus, the alpha Pokémon, the creator of the Pokémon world, a mythical Pokémon, but for this roster, its godlike power warrants its inclusion, would provide an almost unbeatable presence, symbolizing the ultimate power of creation and the mind. While Arceus would likely be in its psychic plate form, its sheer power would make Lucian's team truly legendary. His Bronzong, Alakazam, and Espeon would remain, but with Mewtwo, Cresselia, and Arceus, Lucian's battles would become a philosophical and intellectual challenge, a confrontation with the very limits of the mind and the cosmos. The Sinnoh champion, Cynthia, a trainer of immense skill and deep knowledge of Sinnoh's legends, would command a team that embodies balance, power, and ancient might. Her Garchomp, an undisputed force of nature, would be joined by Palkia, the spatial Pokémon, master of space, perfectly aligning with Cynthia's broad strategic vision and her connection to Sinnoh's creation myths. Giratina, origin form, the renegade Pokémon, master of the distortion world, would represent the darker, more mysterious aspects of Sinnoh's lore and Cynthia's ability to command even the most formidable forces. And as the ultimate symbol of creation and balance, Arceus, the alpha Pokémon,